I skipped it. So guys, I bypassed one of these things. Or I don't know if I bypassed it, but there's an error in the stream. And if you're new, I have 377 of these 12-hour sessions because YouTube forces me to record my hunger strike every 12 hours. This is for accountability. I've been shadow banned. They don't want these hunger strikes getting out. They call it disordered eating. But the reality is, we have charter rights in Canada. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms protects security of person, body autonomy, and they're actually violating my charter rights. But since they're a private corporation, they don't have to care about charter rights. So this is the way that private corporations can stop civil dissent. Um, so the reality is, I'm encouraging civil disobedience, civil protest, and they're treating it as disordered eating, which is a complete abuse. Um, so there's just contradictions all over the system. We're teaching how to solve this fragmentation and contradictoriness of the system through something called universal logic, which is going to save your life because we're in a mega crisis. That's why I'm on the hunger strike, is because we have 6 existential threats threatening us right now. I'm on day 13 of no food, but technically I've been doing this for 6 months, so I'm on day 201 technically. But I get to eat meals if my supporters do the work. They do the training, and we're building these seeds of critical mass meetings where we teach people to be world class facilitators on how to handle people who are fragmented and bring together people who normally wouldn't. So we don't lose critical mass momentum. I've been doing this for 75,000 hours. Theoretically, I've been in university for, I think, 14 years. But I've also been on the ground organizing for 15 years. So it's not just theoretical, it's practical street street wisdom too. So if you want to be a part of the real solution to cultural decline, AI, CRISPR, World War III, climate change, and mental health, this is the movement for you. All right, I have to lay down because we had 2 hours of meetings today and my head is just buzzing. So I'm gonna get some water and I'm gonna lay down. Oh, if you want to help, you can make blessings. You can donate to our GoFundMe so I can pay these freelancers. I'm gonna eat tomorrow, thank God. So I feel good about that. So let me use the washer quickly. Oh. Yeah, actually, I wonder. I've been feeling. I've been feeling sick. I wonder if it's my water bottle here is not washed and I'm getting bacteria each sip. Mm. Ugh. I'm getting a little bit sloppy in my movements because my muscles are getting heavy. Alright. I'm gonna have to research what my meal is gonna be so I can buy some groceries here. Uh, I got my mung beans sprouting. I'm cold too. I broke my heater. My phone is full. I got 3 security cost applications. I have 3 claims for money from the lawyers. My phone bills, my internet bills, everything. Oh, it's racking up. Oh, better get hold on. Because where the spirit is, money will flow. Oh, oh. Ah, I'm cold. Oh, oh, wait a second. I started the stream, but I didn't stop the other one, did I? I've been getting. Ah, caught it. Good. Good. There's so many things. Okay, good. I got it. Perfect. Oh, oh, oh. Uh, oh man. I'm just gonna let my brain relax for a second. Oh, and let my phone charge. Oh, oh. Mm. Heat up, frozen. to play this puzzle game to prove I'm human. Oh, God. Oh. Shoot, I think there's a meeting going on. I just caught it. What a fluke.
Midge, which is very, I think, bland.
Yeah, could animate it.
Right.
Get it moving. Hello, what the people?
Hi guys, I'm just making it on time, I think, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. Right.
Sarah, is there anywhere where it says, you know, all the people in climate healers, what they do, what their skills are, people stick to read as, you know, as newcomers?
I think that's
Oh, okay, great.
have a spreadsheet of projects that you add skills. Get the project owners to talk to the people. Everyone get that good data. Are you okay, Dr. Rob? Like, so when I talk to a Planet B, can I say that I'm working with the Climate Healers group, or like I don't know if representative is the right word, but just part of the team, or
Collaborating with,
yeah.
you are a climate healer now.
That's I hope so. I mean, that's what I want to be.
You have to do the certificate though, doesn't he, Rob? Tyler? Say that?
Typically, that's
Good idea.
that's the one that we were talking about before, right?
You mean you made the book for, after you made the courses?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay, perfect. You know, one thing that I had a question on about that was when you showed the calculations of how you showed the 87%, I didn't quite fully understand it. The main calculation you did is you saw the overall numbers and then you did the cross calculations and you showed that it had to be agriculture.
So I began with they had broken it down.
Yeah, I just want to go over that with you one more time.
Sure. They pointed out that there were several things that favored this CO2. Okay. And when you include that, this becomes instead of 7%, it becomes 29% for agriculture, animal agriculture. Methane is still 37%, nitrous oxide is still 65%. And then they had the breeding contribution, and they had claimed that to be part part of the CO2. Okay? But people are objecting because breathing is not part of this. It's part of the natural cycle. It's not part of the human cycle. Even though you could say these animals were not brought in by nature, we brought them in. We take responsibility for it. That's how Glenn Manager claimed that that should be part of the CO2. But I took that out and turned that into a carbon opportunity cost because basically carbon opportunity cost was not calculated in the Glenn Manager. But the claim that I'm making is that the amount of food that the animals eat was embedded in the grass that was on land. And therefore, if you were to return that land back to nature, that is the least you can do in terms of bringing back how much, in terms of how much CO2 can be sequestered on land. In above ground vegetation, because animals are only eating above ground vegetation. So I put that as a COC. There was also an error in Glenn Manager's work because they had updated the methane from 100 years to 20 years. This is why I went from 2.685 to 7.732. But they didn't update the methane from other sources to 100 years. So they were missing 11.5 gigatons.
Whoa.
Right? So their total would have gone up if they included that, and then the percentage would have gone down. But then by taking this as a carbon opportunity cost, I was able to put 11.5 back into this. Because 63% is close to 11.5. And so by doing that, the 51% got retained. And then I pointed out that this is only above ground vegetation. When you do 11.5 gigatons of sequestration above ground, you get 23 gigatons below ground on average. So that's why it went up to 34.5.
Why 23 below ground?
Because soil has twice as much carbon as above ground.
Okay.
So typically in any vegetation that you look at, soil on average has more than twice. Right now they're saying 3.5 times as much carbon as the above ground vegetation. So the amount of CO2 above ground is matched by the amount of CO2 below ground in the root systems alone.
So when an animal eats, it's affecting below ground vegetation. How is it? It's not like it's eating. They're not eating their roots.
Yeah, but the roots basically die out.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And they decay and they go up as CO2.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is why, and then the soil around that, this is the CO carbon as well. So this is why you have to count, because as you bring back the forest, it's not just above ground vegetation that's sequestering the CO2. The soil is also getting enriched. Because some of the vegetation, leaves fall off, become part of the soil. The roots grow, and then they create conditions for water to be retained, and bacteria to be formed down there, and they multiply, right? So the soil grows. So that was not being counted in this opportunity cost that I had calculated from the sport. So I tripled it. That's how it became 55.6, therefore greater than 87%. Now in the fifth assessment report, they said soil has 3.5 times as much carbon as above ground. That is roots plus soil. The roots will have just as much as the above ground, and then the soil around the roots will have 2.5 times as much as above ground. The total is 3.5 times. That's the average that they give. And in which case it goes from 87%, it goes to 118%.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Okay.
Because when we regenerate forests, I mean, visibly, you see the trees growing, right? And you think that's where the carbon is stored. No, this carbon is stored below ground more than above.
Okay, great. I don't know if there's something we can do in that part of the certificate to really add more to it, but that That's much clearer. Like I totally get it now.
Yeah. So maybe this is why we were discussing with Mike that each chapter of the Planet B book, Mike has a series of questions he can ask, and so we can create a podcast with each chapter. And so have a Planet B podcast in which we are answering questions from people who have questions. So send me any questions you have, and then we can address them.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
So what are we supposed to do in these working sessions? This is my first one. So what are we
Yeah.
supposed to do in these sessions? What do you want us to do?
Typically, people have some issues, something that they want to answer for their progress. And I know you have several. And let me explain to you why I don't go around proclaiming myself as Messiah. Right?
Okay.
Let me tell you why I don't do that. I mean, see, I come from the Hindu tradition. I was based in Hindu. And in Hinduism, and I think the reason why Hinduism survived thousands of years of colonial rulers is because the Hindu rishis way back thousands of years ago said everyone has their own path to the truth. So they completely decentralized and distributed the authority. And as a result, there is no central figure in this. There is no central authority in this that interprets scriptures, that tells you what to think. There is no one. There are lots of godmen, plenty of godmen, okay? Plenty of them who claim to be God. Plenty of them who claim to know everything. And even today, there are several of them. And they have millions of followers. Okay? Each one has a million, but then they basically fight with each other. who really has the knock on the truth? And this decentralization or distribution of this approach, this understanding of the truth, allows each one of us to say that I have a unique path that I'm following, and I have my skills. So my skills are systems engineering. So I can systems engineer a transformation. I can show you how to do certain things. I can solve problems. And this is what my focus is. I don't want to say I know the entire truth, because truth can never be expressed. It can only be cited suddenly as a result of openness. As soon as you put it in words, it's no longer true. Because it's subject to interpretation. Every word is subject to interpretation by some. And some people interpret it one way, some people interpret it another way. So you really don't know what the heck you're talking about. Someone else will say, I don't understand that. How is that true? You know what I mean? So as soon as you put something in words, as soon as you express it, it's no longer the truth. This is why truth is elusive.
I agree with you. No, go ahead.
Yeah, and so in Hinduism, we do not ever say I'm the Messiah, because in the sense, if you say it, you're not the Messiah. As soon as you say I know the truth, you don't know the truth. So there is this duality in this path. So it's an infinite journey that you're on. And that's how I see the truth. Now I understand that from a Western perspective. There are people who say this is the truth, this is the way it is. And a lot of people follow that. And that's that's fine. That's the way that group has done it. That's not the way I do it.
Okay, I'm just doing I'm just thinking here, I'm just trying to translate it into Hindu Vedic terminology. I'm just looking up Krishna. So did Krishna ever claim to say he was God or the truth? In the Vedas, there is no class where Krishna directly says, I am God. Interesting. The Vedas do affirm speaking, expressing truth. What's that, sir?
No, see, Lord Krishna is a symbol.
Yeah, Vishnu.
Lord Krishna is an avatar of Vishnu. And, Vishnu is basically the heart. Shiva is the mind. Brahma is the body.
Right.
So it's like it's the I think in Christianity there's the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. The Trinity, right? The similar Trinity is there.
Yeah, I saw that. So I have to do a deeper Vedic study, but when I was translating the proof of truth into the 40 Vedas, I think it is, it was surprisingly coherent. And so I'm interested in the Bhagavad Gita like that you're trying to teach. I want to do a new Bhagavad Gita study, just like a new Quran study and a new Bible study. When we look at it from this wakefulness, this universal logic, it makes more sense of the contradictions in it, not less. And the thing here that I agree with you on too is that somebody who knows the truth, like this universal wakefulness, as soon as you put it into sensuousness, like you were saying, in space, time, words, expressions, that's not the essential thing. It's the meaning. It's this invisible beingness of the definition of what the symbol represents. That's the real hard thing. It's the inner essence that we have to grasp. And that's the thing that people can misinterpret. But when you interpret it the right way, that's where you get universal agreements. And you actually also get empathy and you get all these divine characteristics. So it says here in Veda, in the Vedas, it says, speak the truth, do your duty. It says, truth is one. The wise describe it in many ways. It doesn't mean the truth is many. It just means that there's many ways to interpret it, which is exactly what we're trying to do now. But my point here is we actually can know the truth absolutely. And there is a way to narrow the mind. Like I found a way to get it so that everybody has their own path down to the first perfect thought, which is Brahman in the Vedas. The thing that makes it hard to grasp, you guys, is that all of our minds are full of a bunch of abstractions, and you have to negate those abstractions, just like the old Hindu masters said. You have to negate everything to get down to this base reality. And so if you do that right, every person has to negate different things in different orders. Like some people think that, time is fundamental. Some people think that, the earth is fundamental. Whatever you think is fundamental, you negate that first. So that's the difference. Everybody has a different path to get down to this nothingness. But once you get down there, it forces you into the same frame every single time if you do it right. And that's the first point of realizing true meaning as the Brahman's being as the foundation of everything. So the proof of truth does that. It shows you in a sort of scientific, logical way on how to do that, no matter what your religion is. And Christianity has it. Jesus talks about kenosis. Buddhism is all about the no self. Every single religion has a version of this.
Correct. So, but this is why I promotes it, which is to enable the faith leaders in each faith to come to that understanding through their own path, as opposed to us saying, I know it, and you have to follow me. But saying, help them do that, and do that from a position of humility. I don't know anything about you, but here's a way that seems to work for the scientific path, right? So I'm bringing the science into this spirituality, so to speak. I'm bringing the the science aspect of it, saying, if you would like to engineer, would be, this is how I would do it. That's the paper I wrote. If you want to engineer battery health, this is how I would do it. I would first identify things that I know to be false. Right? That's absolute, myths that we know are true. Like happiness comes outside. We know it's not true. Every religion knows it's not true. There's not a single faith that says, go be a glutton and you'll be happy. There's not a single religion that says that. So we identify these foundational myths in the current civilization. So that everyone can agree.
I agree. So then this is why I think you might be more of the solution, Salish, because Prabodh, I thought he would have a little more patience for me to push the group, and then he's going to rein me in. But he didn't rein me in. He just got rid of me, and I'm like, wow, that sends a chilling effect across the whole group, because that means you can't dissent against the leader, which means that nobody's going to be honest after this. So what my goal was to have him introduce the proof of truth to the high level leaders and start that gentle process, like you're saying. But underneath it is this claim that if it does get nasty, like if they do start to throw their egos around, then I'm here to say, oh, I'll play that game. I'll take the death threats on. So when you have a gentle group of people, yes, the proof of truth is a logical expression. It's very systematic. So you as a systems engineer will understand why the consistency, why all the stuff that I put into it is essential to make it a proof and not just a faith. So if we have anybody we can introduce that to in a systematic way, that's what I hope will be the gentle step. But what will happen, according to dialectics, is that it will start to get negative. And I'm prepared for the worst case scenario, which is that if it does go negative, then you guys can shift the blame onto me, and then I can do the dance with them and work it out with them. So that's what I was hoping would happen. It would be like the good cop and bad cop thing. You guys be the good cops with the proof of truth, and then I would be the sort of bad cop kind of critiquing the scholars until they got how to solve not just the first perfect thought, but there's 200 contradictions within all the religions that we have to solve, and that's where the real solutions will come. Like, for instance, the contradiction between Christianity and Islam is probably the biggest one, because that's like 4 billion humans, and they're the most meat-eating humans too. So if we said, okay, Christianity believes that Jesus was God and Islam doesn't, that's a contradiction. How do you resolve that? And the way you resolve it is to say, well, Jesus was God in this direct way, but he was doing it in the wrong, not the wrong form, but Islam has a better form, which is closer to science, which is why they say he was a prophet. So we can bring those together with the proof of truth and then unite that contradiction. So that's what I'm hoping. If Salish, if you can go back to Prabodh and say, hey, look, give Mark a chance here. I'll send you the proof of truth. And if you guys don't think it's the real deal, then I can kind of answer your questions. But really getting that document to the United Nations or to these very high-level scholars is sort of the first step. And then when they reject, every single one of them will reject it at first, except for the real truth seekers. When they reject it, then I'll take their questions, I'll answer them, and then have a couple of rounds of back and forth until they get it. But that's what I'm hoping will happen. And then this way you're protected in your approach here. And then I can kind of do the extreme thing as part of One World Spirit. So One World Spirit's like kind of over here. And then Climate Healers is me kind of pushing this gentle proof of truth, which you're embracing with the Bhagavad Gita, right? You're introducing faith very gently into the climate movement. If it gets nasty, then you send them to me in One World Spirit, and then we'll deal with them. And then this way you guys can keep going on the normal path. But between the two, that's what I'm asking you to help with maybe, is if you can make that happen. If I'm messing it up and you have a better approach, that's what I'm hoping we can do together.
The approach I was thinking that you could explore further. It's like what I'm doing with the Bhagavad Gita is I'm not challenging you. I'm saying this is my interpretation of the Bhagavad Gita from this ecological perspective. Not contradicting anyone, just saying this is how I'm interpreting it. And some people may say, well, that's a wrong interpretation, whatever. It's fine. But they have, since our Hindu rishis told us that we all have a path to the truth. I'm entitled to have my path to the truth. Right? So I'm entitled to interpret it in this way. And say that this is how I see it, and everyone who resonates with that comes along. Okay? Eventually, I'm hoping that every religion will do something like that with their scriptures. There'll be someone who will interpret their scriptures in the same way. How would you interpret this in the context of what is happening on the planet today? Like people say, like in Hinduism, they say that milk is pure. Right? Milk is amrit. It's basically given from the gods. Amrit means it's heavenly food. Is that true? If it's heavenly food, how come it has all this dioxin?
Mm-hmm.
Right? How come it has all these hormones? How come it has that pus and all this? Right? And so you begin to sort of deconstruct that and say it may have been true 5,000 years ago when people were doing it by hand and whatnot. But this is the problem we face every time that all the foundational myths that I've identified, and I have a whole bunch of them. I'll include a few in the paper, but all the foundational truths, foundational myths in our civilization were considered to be truths when they were first introduced thousands of years ago, because people didn't know. And so it is the uncovering that's been happening, right? So, but then once you introduce something as a foundational truth, like this nectar, like a foundational truth, and you stick to it, even though now you have information saying that that is no longer true. And this is when you get into unsustainability. So I'm telling them sustainability is about fixing foundations first, fixing the foundations of what you're building. And here are the foundations that I would like to propose to you that we need to build planet B on. And now I'm telling you from a very scientific plus spiritual angle, because I'm saying it's not in contradiction with the Bhagavad Gita, because my interpretation is completely aligned with what I'm saying in science, right? And I'm saying that there is a way to interpret your scriptures, every scripture, in this way, because fundamentally all religions are about compassion. Okay, that's what they're all trying to get to. Religion literally means good living. Means that how do you live in a way that you don't cause lots of conflicts in each other? So it's that how do you get collaboration in a team? How do you get cohesion in a team? You need to have, first of all, the right objectives. Making this progress. Someone who's run engineering teams, and you have to get your team members inspired to meet that objective. And then they give you their life to it. And I've seen my team members like spend weekends trying to solve the problem, right? Because they are invested in it. It's their vision as well, not just mine. So that's how you get collaboration. So this song that Thornton did, I thought that song was a beautiful way of bringing awareness. I mean, he took my presentation, which was like 40-minute long presentation, turned it into a 4-minute song.
It's beautiful. That approach is very gentle, and it will work over time. The thing that makes me concerned is I did a course at the University of Alberta on animal justice 2 years ago, and they tried to do that with Christianity. They said, okay, let's go to the Bible and let's throw out how all these passages don't really support eating animals. They support compassion. And when they took that approach, what the Christians did was they said that the people coming in and reinterpreting the scriptures were wolf in sheep's clothing, and that they were actually the Antichrist. And what they said is, okay, this is a sign of the apocalypse. So it just verified entrenched them even further. And they said this is why the Christians, especially across all the religions, are especially immune to these types of reinterpretations. So they said, you're basically going to have to come in with a reason for the interpretation to be taken seriously. Like, the interpretation might be scientifically accurate, but a lot of religious people don't like human science, so it's already undermining the authority. So you have to come in and give authority to the scripture that's not normal science. So what I'm saying is, okay, number one, we're the messiahs. There you go. And you don't have to believe that. But number two, the science that we use, we're still using science, but the science that we use proves God. Not, it upgrades faith to certainty. So we are higher than your interpretation in two ways. And this way it vindicates science so they can trust it and our authority on the interpretation, and then we can do the reinterpretation like you're doing. But that's the fundamental interpretation problem, is that when you try and change the interpretation, they think you're distorting scripture. And to solve that, that's why I'm doing the Messiah authority thing, is because they said there's like no way around this, because they're apocalyptic religions. They believe the end is coming, so they're not scared of death. They're not scared of anything like normal people, well, like atheists might be. So that's why I think that there still might be a problem, if not with Hinduism. Hinduism might be a little bit more open, but like you said, you still have to face that guru problem of where all these god men are like fighting amongst each other, even within that religion, which we can resolve with the authority as well. We'll just say, I'm Krishna. There you go. listen to me, I'm Krishna.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, hold on. Sure.
There's a way of reaching the truth that was taught in the Vedas. So it's like it's a debate. It's not a debate, it's actually a dialogue that happens. A dialogue. And you're only allowed to ask questions in the dialogue, not answers. You're only allowed to ask questions, and you can only reply to questions with other questions. Okay? And so the idea is not to assert the truth, but the idea is to unveil the truth. So that so both sides who are asking questions are getting more and more better resolution in their own minds. Understand? So it's not about saying, this is the last thing, right? So it's last thing, does not exist. When you keep looking, you'll see that it's a zero you get to. The zero is the infinite. So it's through asking questions, you help the other person resolve the truth, and you help resolve the truth within you. The truth is never expressed. That's the idea behind that.
I know we're looking into this. I'm going to look into this a little bit more, but when I was looking this up, Krishna says something very, very close. He basically says it, but he doesn't say it directly. And in some sense, you're right. But in Christianity, Jesus does claim to be the truth.
No, again, Jesus, what did he say? Someone transcribed it. Someone translated it. So there are lots of things that happen in between. So I don't know if, I always say I don't know. I don't know if that is very good to say.
Oh, I see.
Don't know. Yeah, I don't know if Krishna said that. I know that there are glimpses of the truth that so I'm trying to use the Gita as a tremendous gift that my ancestors left me to help me arrive at the truth.
Well, hold on. So I'm doing a study right now with ChatGPT. So I think there's a difference between saying you are the truth and that you know the truth and you are the truth in reality, like in created world. So what I mean by that is you can't be all of God purely because it's timeless spacelessness, but you can be it in a version here. So Krishna says this in section 10.8, he says, I am the source of everything. He says, I am the self in all beings. I am the basis of Brahman. So he does claim it explicitly, and that's what the Messiah does. So even the Vedas have that direct claim to truth, and we can make that, but we have to make it in the same universal. I mean, you can say it, but you have to express it in a way that other people can learn. And that's your point, is that if you are the true Messiah, if you are the true Krishna, the true truth, then you don't create more followers, you create more leaders. So the reason why the proof of truth is important for today's generation is because we need science to teach people how to reinterpret the scriptures so that they make rational sense and they're not superstition. So if we say, hey, we are the source, the basis of Brahman, and we can prove it in a way that you can understand yourself, then we are the messiahs that raise other people up to messiahship because we're saying you have permission to know it too. And then I think that balances everything and fulfills scripture, doesn't it?
See, your interpretation of I am the truth, I am whatever was said in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna said that, okay? It says, who's the I that you interpret?
That's interesting,
That's
yeah.
where it comes. The I that's in all of us. Yeah. So it's that you, so basically it is discovering yourself, who you really are.
But isn't that Brahman?
You are all one. You are all one. So it's, when we look at it from an egotistical perspective, we're saying, oh, Krishna is saying he is the truth, not me. No, that's not what he said.
Well, hold on. I agree with you in a certain sense. I totally agree with you that there's a right way and a wrong way to make this declaration. The wrong way is in the individual where you're saying, I'm the one and I'm only the one and I can only ever be the one. You must serve me forever. I am it. That is, you're right. We're not saying that. And I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I'm just the first one. I'm just saying, okay, it's coming through me and this climate healers movement and Salish and everybody else who learns the proof of truth. Just because we're first doesn't mean you can't do it. And in fact, because we're in this messiahship, we are obligated to bring you with us and not leave you behind so that you can be a messiah too. Because you are the same I. You are the same thing, right? Does that help make more sense?
What resonates with me better is what Vaslav Havel said, which is, be a seeker of the truth. We are all seekers of the truth. Okay, so he said, I keep the company of those who seek the truth and run from those who have found it. So that you are constantly seeking the truth. You're never saying you're true. Like, if you read Anthony DeMello's book, Awareness, at one point it's a dialogue between him and people who are listening to him. And he, I think one of his audience members asked him, so, are you enlightened? And he said, how would I know? In the Mahabharata, the Pandavas fighting the Kauravas. Okay? It's basically a symbolic story about reaching enlightenment. And the Pandavas, there were 5 brothers. Plus, there's a 6th brother who's fighting for the Kauravas on the other side. And he's actually the eldest brother. So the story is that Kunti got 6 spoons because of all the meditation that she did, prayers that she did. She got 6 spoons, and she has 6 spoons to have 6 children, the gods. So she decided to check it out. Do I really have this? So she decided to ask the sun god for a child. Lo and behold, she got one. And she wasn't even married. And she said, oh my God, society is going to shut me. And so she put that baby on a little boat and sent it down the river. That was karma. Okay. It was born of the sun god, the eldest of the Pandava brothers. And then once Kunti got married, and then her husband went into the forest and stopped having relationships with her, she she realized she had these 5 months, and she prayed to Lord Dharma, God Yudhishthira, Lord Bhima, God Lord Vayu and God
Vayu.
Bhima, yeah, Lord Indra, God Arjuna, and then Gemini twins gave Nakula and Sahadeva to the ecosystem. So anyway, these are the 5 Pandava brothers who are the main characters who are fighting this war, this battle. And Karna is on the other side. The eldest brother is on the other side. And these 5 brothers represent justice, strength, courage, kindness, and compassion. Okay? So you have to know what is just, what is the right thing to do. You have to gather the strength to do it, which is the team that you're building to do it. Then you have to have the courage to do it. But without courage, nothing works. And then finally, you have to execute with kindness and compassion. That's how you fight the battle of life. Okay. Now, why is Karna on the other side? Because he was born the sun god. He is the desire for enlightenment. And the story, the moral of the story is that the desire for enlightenment is an impediment to enlightenment. True enlightenment comes when you let go of that desire. So, and you never know. So this is why Anthony de Mello was a Jesuit priest, answered the audience member, how would I know?
Well, this is great, but I am enlightened, so let me show you what those sentences really mean. And the thing is, when somebody claims to have the truth, there's a right way to do it and a wrong way. The people who do it and claim certainty the wrong way, it actually closes them off to the questioning and to the scientific method, and it turns into dogmatism. So what you're going to notice with people who do it the right way is they keep that open, but they still claim the truth. That's what the scientific method is. That's why it's approximating divineness. Science claims truth because it's saying it's not a faith. Well, I know, there's a demarcation problem, but they actually force people to agree in saying, well, my results are more true than your results. And they say that with authority based on the data. So they don't claim to have the absolute truth, I agree. But they agree to have a higher degree of truth, which is technically a prayer.
It's always a way to get to the truth. It's a systematic way to get to the truth, okay? But it doesn't mean you get to the truth at all.
But
Richard Feynman has a 7-minute video where he explains this.
I know I've watched it, so I know this is the classic problem that gets to why the sun god is on the other side of the battlefield. This is what Kant is famous for, right? Kant said, I'm doing a Copernican revolution in terms of, you can never know the thing in itself. God, the truth, is always beyond us. You can always approximate it, but you can never achieve the thing in itself. So every religion, every ideology has had a version of this since the beginning of man. So how do you actually know the truth? Is that even possible? Well, this is the point of saying that you got to let go of the desire to want to achieve enlightenment because you already are it, right? So what they're trying to say there is you still need to desire to go for the truth, right? That's the other side of the contradiction, is saying you still need to try for it, but you don't want to try for it as if it's not here. If you treat it as a beyond, like on the other side of the field in a way you can never get there, that's the problem. But once you get there and you achieve it and you're like, okay, I got the first perfect thought and we've proven it now. Like, now you don't have to take me on faith. Now I can just show the proof of truth, and you can get there to the first perfect thought that everybody will know. And you know it perfectly. And the weird thing is, the reason why you know it is because it can't be any other way. So it's a scientific logical deduction. So it's like it can't be any other way or else you contradict yourself. So once you grasp that, you realize, oh, I do know something finally, and it gets us out of this relativism. But it doesn't close you off to critique. You still want to invite in people to question you because it doesn't undermine your enlightenment. But you also want to keep searching for the refinement. The truth is always refining in this world. Even though you know the universal pattern, you in some sense already know the universal side of it forever, for eternity, because it's timeless truth, it's God. So once you grasp the first perfect thought, it's true for all time. You know it forever. And everything repeats a version of that, no matter what phenomenon it is. But the particularity of how it manifests itself is the ever-refreshingness of this world. So this is where you get this both sides of that lesson that you're trying to say with Richard Feynman and Kant and all these the battlefield examples, is that you constantly want to be refining, but you can still claim the truth as long as you are. And by the way, when I say refining, that means that first perfect thought's not being refined. It's already perfect. So there's a paradox in epistemology where, and Thomas Aquinas and a few Zen Buddhist masters talk about this. It's like, well, if you already have perfection, how do you make progress then? Like, how do you refine that if it's already perfect? And what happens is it moves and shells of perfection because it's the same nature. And that's why knowing the nature of Brahman or God is the real secret, the universal logic of it. So what I'm saying is that if we can't do that, if nobody can claim to be enlightened or have some kind of degree of truth, then you're in this infinite relativism where we can't push a vegan agenda because nobody's true. Nobody's got the truth. And we're saying, no, we actually do have the truth. And it's not just human science. Now we have the divine interpretation of the Vedas, of the Tripitaka, of all these holy texts. And we can prove it, not just put it on faith or egoistic, narcissistic authority.
What do I do with the paper? So you've seen the paper.
Which one? I know which one. Which one? I don't remember. I don't think you mentioned anything religious in there. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about religion. Okay, yeah.
It's a scientific, it's a system engineering framework for world peace and planetary. So systems engineering is about aiming for perfection. So when I started designing the internet, I was aiming for it to connect and stay connected forever. That's what I wanted, right?
Okay.
Now, you design for that. But you discover, when you design something like that there are flaws. No matter how perfect your design is, it doesn't stay forever. An earthquake happens and your wire gets cut. I don't know. Something happens and your communications link is no longer up. And you have to figure out how to restart, how to make sure that it is resilient in the face of problems, unforeseen problems. Okay, unforeseen problems. So I designed for that. Okay? I first say, let us agree that these are false. Like growth as a master objective, so on. It cannot be implemented forever. Let's agree on certain things that is illogical. And say that is what our civilization is currently based on. That's what planet A is based on. Let's remove that. And then create a set of foundational axioms that we know are true as we see it now, right? And then you have to say, what I know for true today could become untrue later. I don't know. So I have to always have that humility to want to re-examine things. And so in systems engineering, it's about saying, how do you fix bugs? You don't say, I never have bugs. Now, how do you fix bugs? You have to have a bug fixing protocol built into your system. Okay. So that's what I try to create in the Planet B paper. Sure.
Put the link in the chat.
Yeah.
MDPI one, right?
Yeah. Will you put the link in the chat?
Yeah, I did put the link. But you can share your screen. Yeah.
And before you get into it, like, I'll just point out, if you are truly open, right, you have to be open to the other side of the argument, which is that if you're saying that we can never achieve truth, then you have to be open to the other side, which is maybe there can be a way to achieve truth. So by the own criterion of the paper, we have to keep that open, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome.
Before you start, I did want to say something about this, if it's okay. Reflected. So there's like two ways to go about moving forward with something. Either you have, either you feel like this is the most that you have and you run with it, or you're constantly seeking out better. you're never really settled. So the thing about when you are set in something and you just build that out, it's you run the risk that something is not going to be you might not know better out there. You don't seek that. However, sometimes when you're doing the other way, where you're constantly seeking, sometimes something that is good, you lose it because you were trying to go and seek something else, and then you never get anything done. So to remedy that, I've lived by it's I already told you about this, Mark, the Pareto principle, that the 80-20. So it allows you to work on what you have, the best that you have so far, for 80% of the time, so you at least get something done that that you build up. Build up. Reward what you have and go as far as you can. But then there's that 20% where you're constantly trying to seek out something new, just in case you missed anything. You don't want to be building out something in the wrong direction, then you have to undo it and then redo it in the right direction. That's way too many steps. So I think there's a balance between both of you. And for me, it's an 80-20 rule, but that's my side. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, I think we're all agreeing. And Salish, I saw you pull down the screen, but I think you're heading in the right direction by showing where in your paper you're building in the resilience, because that is the universal logical principle, is saying we're building something that's going to get better, but the nature of the method is always the same, which is that you have a beginning abstract proposition, it's going to contradict itself. So when you say a bug, that's actually a contradiction. And then when you see a contradiction, then you can sublate that or you can transcend it, and then it leads to a new concept of perfection. But that whole process is still perfect. So
the bug is something innate in the systems. The bug is something that was unforeseen. Because nature cannot be perfectly modeled.
The nature of nature can be modeled, but nature itself as a particular is by definition incomplete.
It cannot be perfectly modeled. So, like George Marx said that, he said all models are wrong, but some are useful. Because nature is saying, when you model something, you are sort of lumping things together. Because in reality, every molecule is unique. Every leaf is unique. Every grain of sand is unique. There is no two alike. But we lump all of this together and say that's sand. That's the way sand behaves. And you discover that it actually doesn't behave quite that way all the time. This is why you get bugs in system design. And because we design based on probabilities. We say this is how it's going to act over time. But at some point, it degrades. And something happens. And then some of these things could be fundamental that you have to fix in the system itself. Okay? Some of these could be just instantiation. So you change the thing. So we have software fixes, we have hardware fixes, all these fixes that you put in. Even though when we started out, we were designing for something that was perfect. Same as civilization. Civilization is an aggregate of human behavior. And you need to treat it as if it is a system. And that's what I'm bringing in as my expertise to this project. I'm saying, okay, this is how I would do it as a systems engineer. Now, people may say that that are better system engineers. Fine, I'm happy to talk to them. And show me how we can deal with all 7 planetary boundary transgressions.
That's right. So I'm thinking that the middle ground that Brittany is pointing out here is you're essentially talking about universal logic right now, but you're making a too loose claim. You're being a little bit too humble in order to push your weight around a little bit, because in an ideal world, we'd have 20 or 30 years to do this vegan transition, but we don't have that. So we have to whenever you push faster, you get more volatility, right? When you push the system faster, you put more energy into it, it causes those bugs or whatnot to start to become more apparent and volatile. So how do we deal with that energy is what I'm trying to solve. And I'm saying you have to have, when people don't understand a phenomenon or they don't understand a system, they defer to authority, right? Ideally, they would understand it themselves and they'd be their own authority in their own sense making. But if we can't have that in time, then they have to have, their mind has to have something to jump onto that has the same amount of protection, or else the brain doesn't want to make the transition. So we have to provide that. And luckily, 85% of people are religious. So we could say that the system that we're developing has this built-in resilience where we expect the system to undermine itself at some point. It's actually a dialectical property between quality and quantity, where the constitution of like a small town, for instance, is not going to be the same constitution for a great city. It's as you get more citizens in the city, it actually changes the quality after a point in time. It's that paradox of once you start plucking somebody's hairs, eventually they go from somebody who has hair qualitatively to somebody who's bald qualitatively. But all you did is you changed the quantity. But at some point, there's a transition of a whole qualitative field. As soon as you pluck that one hair, it suddenly goes from having hair to no hair. So this is just a classic argument in philosophy. But I'm saying that this is just universal logic, except that we have to claim a higher authority by being more certain about the system that we're building. So I'm saying that the proof of truth is the beginning of this. It's the upgrading outside of the relative authority, right? Of getting out of this humility, it's actually technically false humility or technically abstract humility, which causes relativism where people don't go anywhere. If we say, okay, we have a humility, but it's scientific. We're saying you're allowed to critique our approach, but we're not going to budge. And it makes us look arrogant, but the reality is the data supports our position. Not only in terms of empirical data in the sensuous universe that's incomplete, but also in divine system thinking as well. There's two sides. There's two systems here. So I'm saying that I think that your data, Salish, gives us the authority to make the claim in normal human thought. But on that's the system thinking that I think works. On the divine level, there's another system called universal logic that I think you'd be a master of very quickly. And we start that system off not with normal thinking and the particularity of the universe. We actually start off with a kind of thought that is complete. The universal sand, you could call it maybe. But it starts off with the proof of truth, proving the first principle of the second system, absolutely. And if you start somebody there and you don't do the rest of the system, it doesn't get unmanageable because there's 200 of these contradictions that become unmanageable. So with the finite period of time we have left, and in my experience from trying to have this conversation of universal logic over 800 meetings, we've had 800 meetings in the last 2 years to try and get people to learn this. And what we've learned is that nobody can handle anything but the proof of truth and the first perfect thought of realizing what Brahman is, technically, or the Lord, or whatever you want to call it, the Tao. So if we focus on just the proof of truth to start system, we'll call that system 1. And then your data comes in as the system 2 that backs it up empirically with the carbon sequestration, the pus in the milk. I think between those two types of systems, the incomplete one and the beginning of the complete one, then we'll have the authority to justify the interpretation and push the movement with this volatility, push it fast enough to meet the deadlines. But without both systems, then the humility can't be the true humility. It'll make us just look fake or make us look like pushovers.
Well, Mark, you are assuming that we're starting now. But we have been at it. I've been at it for 20 years. Okay. So I've been talking about this for 20 years. I've been talking about the contradictions for 20 years. Maybe 18 years. Because I went vegan after I found that this is the leading cause. Okay. I had to identify that this is the leading cause, and then I went vegan. But so it's not like we are starting from scratch. This is why I love this song that Peter Thornton did, because it's talking about, it's encapsulating everything into a fire. Have you heard that that song?
No, what is the song?
Okay, let me just make you have it. I can.
Yeah, I do.
You do. Okay.
Yes.
And here, okay, while he's pulling that up, I'll challenge you, Salish, because I've been doing this for 20 years too, like 75,000 hours. Can you map your progress and your influence over that 18 years to show what the trend line is? Like, are you moving on an exponential curve line? And if you are, then you're right. We're taking the right approach. But if you're on a linear curve line or it's stagnant, then we're not going to make it with that approach. We need to try something qualitatively new.
See, that's where we differ in our predictions. Right? You're making a definitive statement about a nonlinear phenomenon.
What do you mean?
And you're making a definitive statement saying you will not succeed. Okay? Which is not in my hands. Success and failure is not in my hands. I let go.
But your argument though, your argument was this though. You're saying, Mark, it's not like we're starting right now. You have a lot of momentum. That's your crux of your argument. And I'm saying, okay, I agree with you. I think you do have momentum, which is why I'm here. Is because now I'm challenging. I'm saying, okay, you might be right, but how much momentum do we really have? Is my what I'm really critiquing. Do we have enough momentum to realistically, even though we're letting it go to God, right? There's a side of this where we're out of control, but within our rational bounds, are we being like naive, or how much momentum do we actually have to meet an exponentially, in fact, a doubly exponentially increasing crisis? It has to be at least that, right?
How do you predict that?
Well,
I'm
that's
studying nonlinear systems. Okay, I'm studying nonlinear
well, that's why. That's why.
I started off with nonlinear systems in undergrad. Okay? Anyway.
Well, that's why I think that's why I'm challenging you. That's why I brought it up. I said, okay, I don't know how to measure that, but one way that might be interesting is to say, well, there should be a trend line on how much your talks have increased, or some kind of something that we can measure to say, okay, what is the trend line of your influence? Maybe on Google Scholar, I don't know, but we should be able to map like each year over the last 18 years how much your name has occurred in search engines or whatever to see, has this been increasing at an exponential rate? If it hasn't, then that's just a point of data. It doesn't mean we're going to fail necessarily, but it's a very strong degree that something needs to change so we can go faster. But anyway, that's all my point really is.
Sure.
But we have to do something that's nonlinear, and you're a nonlinear engineer, so you understand sort of that more than anybody. So, but anyway, well, we can listen to the song if you'd like.
Is it audible?
Yeah.
Lights on, pretending we don't know. But the forest is silent, the river's running low, and the flame on our plates is the strongest fire. Put out the fire. Put out the fire. Because I realize this is your hour. 7 boundaries broken, the earth pushed past the line. Climate land, species, fresh water, chemicals, nutrients, oceans in decline. Not danger, disaster in real time. Put out the fire, ooh, put out the fire. Let it free and rise, this is your power. And here in India, one truth stands the same. Milk is not just milk. Clearing the flame. Feel the forest turn. It's culture carbon, all wired to the same chain. Every cup of curd is heat in the air. Every lump of butter
She fixes half the hurt, Dr. Rao made that clear. Who fixes the other half, the half that's burning here? Change the plate, change the land, change the future's atmosphere. Put out the fire, put out the fire. This is your choir. Every millet, every fruit, every sapsy, every bean is water on the wildfire of the world we never see. Every oil-free bite is a river turning clean. This is not perfection, it's direction, not pressure, but protection. No weaker choices can cool the generation. Nobody's courage can ignite a nation. Put out the fire. Put out the fire. You could deny this is your hour. Metaphorians unite. Metaphorians ignite. Sharing love and medicine, light and path. Put out the fire. Put out the fire. Together we rise. Together we inspire.
Did they say Metafoodian?
Yeah. So I'm creating a glossary of terms. Meta. Loving kindness. That's basically meta is loving kindness in yourself, which means it's a term for both work and so metaphorian is ecocid. Planetarian citizen. Who's a citizen? Someone came together in the city, congregated together to figure out how to extract value. That's what citizen. Ecocid is a word. There is a being. So there's a story. But it happened to be the name of the company that I was speaking.
But say this, like that's a beautiful song. It's definitely AI generated, so a lot of the artists in Hollywood are gonna hate it, and you're basically gonna lose a huge part of the world. But it doesn't solve the problem that's at the heart here, which is that the reinterpretation that's needed to get 85% of humanity on board that are religious are not going to take your interpretation as authoritative, despite the science, because they're not rational thinkers, most of them, and you're just one guy in North America who doesn't claim authority. And you might not even be willing to take the heat for going into a temple and claiming that authority. So the song is going to lull people into feeling comfortable with it, which will work over 30 years. It's been shown historically to work in building movements and cultural change. Every cultural change happens through the arts at first, usually. But I still don't think it satisfies my argument that we need to solve this authority problem of why our interpretation should be listened to, not just on empirical data. Rational people will listen to that and be like, yeah, you're right. Cow's milk is not as divine as we thought, but it was like 5,000 years ago. We need some kind of higher level authority, at least for the religious people. The atheists are fine. They'll believe you with the scientific data. But with the 85% that we need to get on board, if we start with the proof of truth, in my, I know this for a fact, but I'll say in my thoughts, there's no other way to get out of the relativism of the Wittgensteinian language game, that Feynman infinite approximation. There's no way to get out of that without having the proof. And because it's a scientific proof, we're not going to end up in the same place the United Nations is in right now. Because on top of the study that I did 2 years ago at the University of Alberta, I also spoke to these United Nations interfaith facilitators who've been there for like 4 decades. And they were telling me that these faiths are putting on a good face. They're being nice to each other, but it's fake. They're not actually an interfaith. They're not actually working together. They're hoarding their resources. They're not really making commitments. They're not really doing the real work. And so if we come in there and say, okay, look, we don't just have these empty platitudes of, hey, we all believe in love, we all believe in whatever, compassion. We actually have to define those words and say, here's the standard of what compassion is. And saying, if you're eating animals with most of your fellowship or your following, you're not being that compassionate. And we could rank people and say, look, it's not bad to rank your behavior because there is such thing as bad behavior. And that criterion, you can't say that about another divine figure like the Pope or whoever unless you claim a higher authority and then show the criterion on why it's higher. But the only criterion that's higher than faith is a certainty. So I'd still like to propose that the song is good for a 30-year solution, but it's not good for a 3-year solution. So I still submit that the proof of truth is probably something we should take seriously at some point. Like maybe not here. If you don't want to do it here, we could maybe do it in the Bhagavad Gita, like where the religious side is happening. I could probably do it there with you, and then we could even do a Bhagavad Gita study with it there. Or what do you think?
Yeah, it's kind to say that maybe we don't have the truth, but we have our truth, and so that is something that we can stand on, because we can represent ourselves, and from there we could build off of that.
But this is the problem with that approach, though. And I'm just going to cut in here quickly because this is usually the first sort of safe. This is to keep us comfortable. It's not really thinking about our nieces and nephews and children that are going to die here pretty soon, if the experts are right. And if not die, experience a horrific future of suffering. If we say that, hey, it's our truth, you don't have to accept it, right? What's going to happen is all the Christians and the Muslims are going to be like, well, then we have the truth. They do claim to have the truth. It's called the Quran and it's called the Bible. So be quiet and go back to your little corner. We're not going to listen to any of your vegan, claptrap, antichrist stuff. So as soon as you give in a little bit and say, we don't have the truth, they're going to say, we do, go away. So if we come in... Oh, sorry, what were you saying?
No, it's something to build off of. So they're building off of it in a certain way, where they're saying that our truth is different than yours, but that's something built off of. So when you have your own truth, it can be collaborated on. It's a direction. That's, everything's a progress bar, so it's built on and kept going. So everyone with their, own truth gets built upon, in all these different directions. And as you said, they could come together, but they can also split apart. But they're all working, they're all building on top of themselves. So they're all contributing to each other as one. So even if someone says, no, I'm going to build my own path, at least they're building out something and it still contributes to your truth, because now you have that extra bit, of knowledge to build upon what you have. So everything's being built upon. I think the issue you're probably seeing is if someone is latching on to your truth in a way where they are deciding not to work on their own because yours is better. But even if they aren't doing that, it's still building off of you, so it's still working together in some way. So you just want to keep finding ways to keep going, amplifying. You're trying to find those stepping stones. What are those next steps? Now that I have one step, what's the next one? And yeah, that's where I worry that you're not having your footing. So everything's kind of like a stepping stone. You're always trying to find better and better and better. At least that's kind of how I live my life. I'll put in the chat link for my morals and standards, but yeah, it's like, so my how I set my life up is to work with the best possible, and then if better comes along, replace what you have better. So if someone feels like that's the best that they have for now, that's not a bad thing. That's actually a good thing, because it shows you that what you have has not been successful enough to replace what they have. Once you get to a point where it is successful enough, where you have to keep building it to make it better, then maybe one day you're going to say, yes, what I have is not good enough. I'm going to do better, which is yours. So if they're working with the best that they have, it's not a bad thing. Like, that's them doing right. It's just if you feel that's not good enough because that's your problem, not theirs, you need to work on it to make sure that if you care enough about it, you're going to do what it takes to make sure that it's not a problem for you anymore, that it does get big enough where someone says yes when they used to say no. Like, all no's lead to a yes, right? So that's how I see it.
Yeah, and maybe this is where Salish, you could play a big role here, because the paradox is that the higher up, like, if we had Harvard epistemologists and Harvard scholars and people like Brittany who are very high level, theoretically, they actually understand the proof of truth faster than ordinary, like, people who don't spend a lot of time on these topics. So if I had a Harvard scholar or somebody engage with it, they're going to realize it actually does solve all these criteria. And if we got an atheist to vouch for like a proof of God, that'll blow people's minds. So like, how did you get that atheistic, like, Richard Dawkins, or how did you get Tim Ferriss, not Tim Ferriss, that other guy's name, whatever, these guys to vouch for like religions? You did a miracle. That'll be the first miracle. That's who we need to get the proof to, and you're sort of in those circles more than I am, Salish. You and Prabodh have connections to that world, and if we pass it by them with that kind of humble spirit that Brittany's talking about, saying, hey, we may have the proof of absolute truth here. We may have solved the Munchausen trilemma. We may have solved all these epistemological problems, and say, can you just do a peer review on it just really quickly and tell us? And they're going to come back, and if they're very high level, they will say, you're right, there's something here. If they're like sort of lower level, they're going to be like, they're going to dismiss it with a bunch of superficial critiques. But it's like, the faster we can get to the people who are taking these issues seriously, the faster that we get the real critiques, the ones that can actually show an undermining of the proof, which won't happen because it's literally absolute proof, you guys. It really is the proof of God. But I can't tell you it. You have to do it for yourself. Like, you have to go through the movements. But I think that might be Brittany's brilliant point here, is to say, okay, if you think that it's going to turn somebody off to say, hey, we have the Messiah in our back pocket here, trump card, and you just say, hey, the proof of truth should speak for itself, like you were saying, Salish, if we are the truth, it should speak for itself. But a lot of time it doesn't, right? Because you have to have the eyes and the ears to hear the truth. Ignorant people don't see God, right? Ignorant people are doing negative things even though God is here, right? So that's not always true. So we have to get the people who have the eyes ready to see it, and then we can show it to those people if we want to save time. We can still show it in journals and all this, but publishing this in journals is going to cost me like $10,000, and it takes 3 months to do a peer review. So if we can just get it to the right people in our networks, then we can get some feedback within like the next week, and then I can do the very high level epistemological dance with them, and get them to see that this actually has real novel merit on all levels. And then if we can get one person who has a PhD to vouch for the proof of truth, that will start changing everything. That will start to set the gears in motion to say, you know what? They might not like the Messiah term, but they're gonna be like, you're right. You got something here of authority, and I'm not willing to call it a Messiah thing yet, but you're right. If this really is the proof of truth, this is eternal knowledge, which science is supposed to be about, real objectivity. And then that's where I think we can start to get that system one authority going to fix the interpretation problem, so that they'll take you seriously, Salish. And then if we can do that, like you're saying, Brittany, if you're good at diplomacy in a way, Salish, if you wanna stay safe, like kind of stay in that nice kind of like humility bubble, then that might be something that you could do better than almost anybody with Prabodh, because that seems to be his strategy. And then I'll be waiting in the wings over here, waiting for the backlash to happen. And then I'll just spend the hours with these guys talking to them. I'll spend the hours debating them until they get it. So that's what my ideal scenario is to build up for Brittany, is to say, let's all work in our strengths, and then I think it'll all harmonize in the true godliness of like a real spirit where we're all essential. I don't know if you think that's a good idea, Salish. Or Salish. Salish.
I had a question. So what is the business model in this? What you're suggesting, Mark? Brittany, let me finish. I wanted to understand what is the business model. The question of business model is very important, because whether person is religious or not, whether they're spiritual or not, whether whatever background they come or not, whether they understand scriptures, literatures, Vedas or not, they believe in business. They believe in what is the return on investment that I'm going to get based on I'm supporting you or not. So Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, the one who was vouching for ahimsa was shot dead, and then his picture was put up on every currency note that you see circulated in India. Okay, so that is the business model. People will pick up a person, make them Mahatma, superior, and then make business out of it. Sai Baba, another spiritual person who lived in poverty his entire life. Huge temples are built in his name with golden chariot and golden everything. I mean, and people are earning from that. They'll sell his books, sell his whatever, anything and everything that he must have used at that time. Okay, so you see, even when we visit temple in Glasgow, we don't know how deep rooted the system is. The businessmen are already in the temple. So when you say, oh, I'm vegan, so I'm not going to accept this prasad because it has dairy in it, they throw you out. But if you say, I'm a devotee, I'm vegan, and why don't you keep something for me in prasad, they'll make sure that there is a vegan food for you. So that's the business model for them. They'll think it from a business point of view. So what is the business model that we're looking here that will make them say, yes, I agree to what you're saying, and okay, I'm willing to accept it because I'm going to make more money out of it, or whatever return on investment that I'm going to get from your concept? That was my question.
That's a great question. Maybe I'll let Brittany jump in here, but I have an answer for you, for sure. Brittany, are you there?
Yeah, I was going to say you are always looking for how to go faster. So as I was saying about how everyone has their own truths, you don't want to push your truth in front of someone else, because now you're trying to interfere with their growth and it's important for everyone to have their own growth because it works in parallel, so it does help each other out. It's not like something that we should work against because that's a waste of time. It also decreases any potential that they could have gotten from them getting it that could, in turn benefit themselves. So what I do to speed things up is to increase opportunity and education by building platforms. So I build platforms to help people grow faster. So the faster someone grows, like the faster you can get someone to finish what they're working on or anything, the more time they have for you to listen to you. So the more lives you save or anything like that, the more that is on your team. So what I do is I create platforms to speed people up in their own journey where eventually everything comes to an end at some point. So you help someone reach their end. Once they're down there, you, ready for the next level. So you help someone through, and then they're like, what's next? And then that's when you come in, with your truth. And that's how I feel it works for building something up. You want to be like me, 10 steps ahead of everyone else, know what's out there, pushing past the edge of collective knowledge to see what no one knows, to find some insight, take it back, share with everyone else. And once you do that, you keep elevating the everyday lives of people. And that's what I consider one way of, extropy, where you're always, extropianism is when you constantly improve the everyday lives of everyone to get better than before. So, if you really want to get everything ahead, you gotta really get everything ahead, being ahead, being others ahead, all of that. So, that's how you keep getting more and more new levels. Is, at least for me, it's creating the platforms for people to keep walking through, opening doors for people to walk through. That's why the door opening is an opportunity. It's up to them to walk through it. At least you opened the door. You made it easy. It's like if someone opens a door, you're like, hey, I loosened it for you. So you did all the work, but they take the credit because they just opened it themselves and walked through. So it's like that's what you want to do. You want people to own what is yours, but have them think that it's theirs. Because then they're going to take up upon it once it's theirs. They will keep going with it. If they think it's yours, they're not going to, as you said with the Quran and stuff, because they have to rely on you in order to move forward, and that limits them. That's why they put up with the fence. But if it's theirs, they own it. It's, they're going to run with it. You might feel bad that you didn't get the credit, but who cares? They have it. They have it now. So hope that helps.
Yeah, there's three things happening here, I think. That's a good point, but the right way of that happening is that people identify with it voluntarily and it makes sense to them. A lot of times when you take that approach, people, when they do find out what you've done, that you loosen the door, that they're going to call you a manipulator, and then it's going to go backwards. So the best way is to be upfront and just saying, hey, we need to get you guys to make a transition here. And one idea, and I want to get to the business proposition, but I put it in the chat anyway to start the conversation. But one way to solve this problem, being explicit about the change and not manipulative about it, and having it happen in good faith in rapid time, is we decided to make this make it into a tournament. Because when you have a tournament about who knows the truth, everybody comes in knowing what's going to happen and they expect it and they come prepared. And then when they come in and you pit people against each other and say, okay, who has more of the truth? And then you debate each other, right? Like a normal debate. And what will happen is, if I have the truth, I should, if the judges are fair, I should be able to rise to the top with the proof of truth and then have the authority in a way that they all agree, because we beat them in a very rational and very very fair way, I guess you could say. And once they understand the proof of truth themselves, then they'll identify with it the way that you think. But the way for that identification to happen rationally and voluntarily is for them to do the proof themselves. So if I win the tournament, or one of us wins the tournament, then it gives people the impetus to say, hey, that guy got recognition. I want recognition. I'm going to copy him because I want to compete with him. If you have it as a tournament, it's kind of a unique solution to this sort of conundrum that we're in, where we have to open the door, but the door is closed. The Muslims really love debating, and they're not even allowed to engage with a like an Oxford debate. Exactly. They're not even. I just hit this problem this past 2 weeks, you guys. Is I trained up. I spent like thousands of dollars training up these Muslim blessers for my Hungerstrike. And when they found out that I was making the Messiah claim, they all ditched me and said, "This is haram. This is evil." I said, "No, it's not." And what we found out was that we have to make it dawah. Dawah means that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, encourages them to debate with non-believers or false beliefs. So they actually have an obligation to engage with somebody who makes a messianic claim. They just can't support the claim itself. So the tournament solves all these problems for all the faiths. And Islam is like the most intense one. So if it works for Islam, it'll work for Vedas, it'll work for Christianity, it'll work for all of them. And I think that's the kind of like nice solution that you're talking about, Brittany, that can really, if we hold a massive tournament and we have brackets and it's a double elimination tournament, this is one way that we could really accelerate the conversation on the system one authority. And then once they believe us, then they're going to be more open to say this is a reinterpretation with the system two, with the empirical data. So if you want to help me organize a tournament, we've actually already started designing the meeting structure and the rules and the judging. We actually practiced it twice this morning, and it's working. And it's fun. It's not just boring debate. It's actually fun, too. So that's solving that problem. That's the interpretation problem.
Mark, when I believe in discussions over debates, so you always want to keep things growing. So if you have a tournament where someone wins and someone loses, if someone loses, that's it. But in a discussion mode, you want people to keep winning. So even when they're done, you're able to plug them in. Like take the second placers and put them and keep them going. You gotta have it be infinite. You're missing that infinite direction.
Well, I'm not missing it. I'm just trying to get to the business comments, but you're exactly right, which is why you're probably perfect to run the tournament, actually, is because, like I said, we're building the criterion for the judging. So whoever wins this, it's a special tournament. It's not a normal debate tournament. It's actually a sublate tournament, but I just didn't want to use the word sublate because then it'll seem too foreign. But it's actually not just about debate. Whoever just debates actually will lose points in form of discussion. The people who sublate or do this integrative motion that you're talking about, Brittany, they gain extra points in the debate. So not only will, if I win, I'll be the most sublative and have the proof of truth. So in content and form, that's the person who should win. You're absolutely 110% right. So we are built. That's what we practiced this morning. So that's the perfect comment. But it's a special tournament that builds collaboration rather than adversarial argumentation. It's cooperative argumentation is what they call it in epistemology. So I think we agree on that. That's exactly right. This way, when you do win at the end, you've already integrated or sublated in Christianity and Vedas, and you're able to translate the proof of truth into the symbols of every debate that you've had or every person that you've debated. So if I debated a Christian, I would say, hey, look, pure being is actually the Lord. If I was debating a Hindu, I would say, hey, pure being is actually Brahman. If I was debating somebody with a Muslim, I would say, hey, pure being is actually Allah. So we have to, if you have the truth, you're able to express it in an infinite amount of ways, just like Salish was saying. So that person who wins should be the most universal, and that's what will happen under these new rules. And the proof of truth is like that. That's why it will work. So that's kind of what we're designing right now to solve that. And yeah, you're right. So that's why the rules have to be the judges have to be very honest, and the criterion of judging has to be very objective and transparent. It's because we don't want people just going along with the herd. A lot of them will, but the scholars will look for the reasoning. And so that's why we want the tournament to be kind of scholarly at the beginning. So these problems are all being solved right now, but I think it's one of the only realistic solutions to solve the interpretation problem within a very short timeline. On the rational level. On the emotional level, the hunger strikes, I think the Gandhi approach is the best way to do it because it shows sacrifice. A very peaceful revolution. And then in terms of the environmental change, we just have to start making it easy for people to buy vegan, which is the gourmet cooking shows. If we teach people how to buy gourmet groceries and buy them cheap, and then cook gourmet so their family will love eating it, and then use the Climate Healers distribution app that you're working on, Rebecca, then that's the third way to make change. There's only 3 ways to change somebody: rational, which is the tournament; emotional, which is the Hungerstrike's Gandhi approach; and environmentally, which is the Climate Healers free food and the gourmet vegan cooking show for free. I think if we do all those things, we have an amazing business plan to move forward with creating wise change within the timelines. And then with the business plan, you guys can see I already calculated this with ChatGPT. I said, okay, business fundamental, to answer your questions directly here, business and money is just inventory of resources, right? And really, inventory of resources is really just an inventory of sacred time. That's all it really is. Marx was right on that point. At least that one point. He was wrong on the universal logic and Hegel. But what McDonald's and what these huge chains are telling us worldwide is they're saying our board wants to go vegan. We know the data. We believe Salish Rao. We see the heart disease. We see all the problems. We want to go vegan. We're game. But we can't do it because the market, we're a slave to the market. And we don't want to risk billions of dollars because our competitors are going to overtake us. It's too much of a risk. So what we have to do is we have to reduce the risk of market transition for them. And the way to do that is you have to change the gray matter in somebody's brain. So really, habits are really just fat in our white matter, in our neurons that provide rigidity to maintain neural connections. That's it. A habit, an ideology is really just fat in the brain. And it takes about, I think it takes like 5 joules of sugar to change a dendritic connection. So you can actually calculate how much it would cost to change somebody's mind. So market dynamics is really just this. So what we're going to have to do is use that Messiah narrative or the System 1 narrative, the proof of truth, whatever, to shift the markets for them. If we gain momentum and win these tournaments and people start vouching for the Messiah, or the Messiahs, all of us here, if they start vouching for the proof of truth and we get people believing in that, it'll start to go viral. And if it starts to go viral and we have very special meetings that promote the sublating, we have these special meetings we've been designing. We've had about 800 of them, so we've worked out the bugs. Anybody who critiques you and you shun actually takes momentum away from you. So everybody that comes in and doesn't like you, you have to integrate them instead of negate them. And we've done that without slowing the movement down. So if you can maintain that dynamic as an educational process, then what will happen is we could have 264 million people a part of this, learning Climate Healers, learning proof of truth, all this within 28 days by each one of us only talking to 6 to 9 people and doing the tournament. That's it. Don't do Facebook. Don't do anything. You just get 6 to 9 people you already know and teach them these things, and we can go critical mass. What that will do is it will generate trillions of dollars of market change if we can convince them to go vegan in this very special way. With the authority of, once you get enough people vouching for you, there's a cognitive bias called the halo effect. And the halo effect says if you're right about one thing, you're probably right about other things. So if you see a beautiful person, people assume beautiful people know things a lot of the time, not all the time. But if you see somebody who has a PhD, they probably know how to cook good, when that's not true. But that halo effect is what we're going to use with the Messiah thing or the proof of truth. If we win the tournament with the proof of truth, then they're going to say, hey, if they're right about that one thing, they're probably right about the vegan thing. And it'll open people up a lot more. Plus, on another level, they're going to be terrified to go against you. Because if they realize that you actually do have the godly level truth, then they're going to be like, oh my God, there'll be like God fear. Like, if I go against that, then I'm actually sinning. So whether they believe in you or they don't, it'll have a double effect on the positive and the negative. It doesn't matter. Whatever personality that they have, it works on both sides of the personalities. So if we can get that halo effect going by winning the tournaments and getting that claim out of authority, then it will get people to make massive behavior changes so fast that it would be impossible to mimic it with traditional advertising because it's going too fast. And because we structured it in like kind of like multi-level marketing, it's like you lose momentum in critical mass movements when you have too many people doing what when we have one person doing too many things, they burn out, and then burnout is the way that leaders fail. So we built the outreach movement to be in pockets of 6 to 9 people. So you only ever are responsible for 6 to 9, and then they have 6 to 9 under them, and 6 to 9 and 6 to 9. So if you have a message that you have to pass to somebody down here, you pass it through your flock, and they pass it down, and it distributes the work so the momentum doesn't degrade. So this halo effect can be maintained; it won't slow down. And once something starts to go viral, if you can maintain that trend, then usually it continues. So this is what we're trying to build here, and it will shift business because people are just markets. Their buying choices really determine what business have to succumb to. If people don't want to buy the Big Mac anymore, then the Big Mac's not going to be on the menu because McDonald's responds instantly to their markets because they're so controlling. So if we get a bunch of people in India going vegan, then we can tell McDonald's, if we know anybody at McDonald's, we can start to work with them and start preparing with them. Because if you look in that article, ChatGPT says you cannot make a change. Like if you do the Messiah thing and it works, or the proof of truth, and it works, it'll collapse society. It'll ruin society. We cannot make a vegan transition on this scope without the big players. It's impossible. So we actually have to work with McDonald's. We have to work with the evil ones and transform them into the good people. And that's where we're going to have to say, okay, somebody call up McDonald's and say, we're going to do this thing. And it's going to make you billions and billions and billions of dollars, but it'll make you ethical billions and billions and billions of dollars. And then basically work with their elite staff and then get their 40,000 chains around the world to start laying off farmers or giving farmers subsidies to let go of their animal livestock and then helping them replace their crops. And then that's how we're going to make the massive change very quickly if we can shift the market with this new authority. But it all comes down to the authority, which is the root problem. Because they're not going to believe a reinterpretation of the holy text unless you are holy. So it's all in that Google link if you want to look it over. I didn't get to check the numbers of ChatGPT. It just told me what we have to do generally. But if you guys can look over the numbers and start working out, we can start to create real plans that we can show McDonald's and Burger King and all of them and saying this is realistic if we do it all together.
In terms of McDonald's, I believe I was the one who helped.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I also did with Carl's Jr. and some others, like Yogurtland. So there was a time where they said, we're never going to go vegan, like in the US or something. But the thing is, how you get the McDonald's is to go in a vegan direction is that you just don't give in. You know, if you don't lose, you win. So, you know, you give your money elsewhere and you don't tell them what to do, but they sure get it after a while. It takes 3 to 4 years for them to get it. Any place to get it. But you reward what is right. And you show this is what I want to see, and they'll say, no, I'm going to do my direction. Well, eventually they get no money, and then, you know, because at first they're like, oh, who cares about this one little thing? But after a while, they run into a 0 point, and then they say, okay, this isn't working, time for a change. Because as I said, you wait till the end. Things come to an end. Once that comes to an end, then they're like, what do we do? When they come to you, that is when you start explaining. You're just jumping in, I believe, a little too soon. Once they reach the 0 point, that's the time when you can talk to someone the most about where you're coming from. So then I say, go vegan, you know, go in this vegan direction. So that's why they did. The thing about businesses, governments, they're the easiest to change because they would like to do all the businesses that sell animal products, they would all love to go vegan. The McDonald's, the Foster Farms, just all of them, they would love to go vegan, but only if their customers are. So you have to reach, if you're going to get, like, say, McDonald's to a 0 point, what failed for, I believe, me is that I didn't keep that, didn't support them, where I didn't get the customers to go vegan. So you need to make sure you get, if someone does right for you, you will help those that help you out the most. You don't hurt the ones that help you out the most. You hurt them the most. So you don't want them to go into a dead end for what you want. You have to make sure that it's a success. So you have to be sure that they have a support system. So if they go in a direction, it's going to keep going in that direction. It's going to maintain itself. So that means learn from my mistakes. Like, make sure you have the customers willing to go vegan, because at the end of the day, it is down to us. It's like the government is of the people, by the people, for the people. So you have to make sure, if the government decides to go vegan, in the end, it's the people that decide to support it or not. If they say no, no matter what the government does or business does, it's not going to matter. So you have to make sure those when someone does a direction, that everyone else is on board and will keep it. So you have to make sure that is there first. So make sure the customers would love to go vegan first, so that if McDonald's comes to you, then at that time of need, at crisis period, then you could support them, right? Tell them that direction that you know will be a success and get support. So, just beware of that, because I actually did what you're like hypothetically talking about. I succeeded. I'm saying I didn't go far enough. So yeah.
Like you said, Brittany, you have to have the people there ready to go, and that's what creating veganism is all about, and educating people and talking to them on all these different projects. So it's a whole group thing, a whole movement of having people available, so that when McDonald's does say they're going to try a burger, that's not big, there are enough people, and in some cases there weren't, and in some cases there are. But that's what we're trying to do, is get that movement ready to go, so that that pressure is on the governments and cities.
Yeah, I went
McDonald's is a real estate company, to be very frank. It's not a fast food. Then it's a fast food company. I remember very well when I was in my college in South Mumbai, the first McDonald's being opening opposite to CST railway station, the main Mumbai railway station. And eventually now it has opened their restaurant, their fast food chain opposite to every railway station now, and this is a real estate company. So they identify, okay, this is a prominent area, this is where we want to do our business, and whatever crap they sell, it's always backlashed by the people, the local people always. In fact, they tried to sell their beef burgers in India, and then people painted their banners with cow dung, saying this is not what we approve of. And they made them go away, but eventually they used all their money, all their strength, all their creativity in advertising, because they do not care about the customer, they care only about making money. And we do not consume what we want, but we always consume what we are offered. So by saying there are vegans, then McDonald's will start promoting vegan food. No, that doesn't work that way. They'll do it when they identify, okay, this is the region where there are vegans, probably maybe then, but still they'll push an ad for a beef burger there, just to lure into. I know so many of my friends, I was a vegetarian, born and raised as vegetarian, and so many of my friends were also the same. But the moment McDonald's opened, everyone started eating chicken burgers. This is chicken, this is egg omelette, why are you eating it? Oh, it's just tasty. They're offering it, so we are just eating it. So we always consume what is being offered. And also I believe what Dr. Rao also says most of the time, it's a systems issue. I'm sure McDonald's has some other brother or sister who is operating the insurance and the health industry, which is why they want people to be sick. So no matter what people do, they will always keep on pushing for unhealthy options. Like the temple associations always have their trustee or their board members from the dairy industry. They'll make sure that the entire aisle outside a temple, which is usually 500 meters is the minimum, but at least a kilometer long, they make sure there are sweets, tons of sweets made out of dairy products there. So when we talk to them, when we approach to them, the idea gets rejected because their brother says, "Oh, they're against my business. What about my business?" So we have to tackle their business model first. We have to say, okay, this is the thing that you have to keep in your shops. Then people will come. Then you educate them about your veganism, and they'll love. Then your business grows, and then whatever. So you take care of their business, they will go vegan. Just today or yesterday, Plant-Based TT posted a video out of outside a Gurudwara, and they offered. They have now gone from paneer, which is cottage cheese, to tofu. So they tackle their business need first. They feed 400 people every day in a Gurudwara, and they went vegan like that, and now that's going to be taken care of. So we need to focus on the business model. If their brother or sister, whoever is on the panel, the director, they say, "Oh no, this is wrong. This is." Every Indian knows that Krishna did not drink milk. Every Indian knows that. All the pictures that you see of Krishna having milk or curd or whatever, it is the Bala Krishna, which is the baby Krishna. Not a single picture of an adult Krishna drinking glass of milk. So that symbolizes something. And Krishna, his name itself was Gopala, which is Go means cow, and Pala means the protector. There's no way that Krishna would approve artificial insemination of cows, and every Indian knows it, every Hindu knows it. But they will still consume because the dairy industry is behind it. They'll keep on pushing for it. So if the soya-based industry or whatever the industry is, vegan industry, plant-based industry, until they push it so hard, they advertise it so hard, no religious scriptures or no Masiha or no religious leader is going to help. Acharya Prashant is doing a good job. If you have heard of Acharya Prashant, so he is using Bhagavad Gita, he is using Vedanta and all the philosophies of Vedanta, and he has got millions of followers. So maybe you should look out for him, and he could be a good proponent for your project because he has already got millions of followers, and the youngsters, the Gen Z, have started following him. So the next generation is in good hands for that.
So, I don't know, Salish, if you're going to say something, but I was just going to say, in terms of the business plan, you're right. A lot of these temples have like dairy farmers and stuff on their boards, and so that's why like working off that document and mapping out, if we did generate trillions of dollars of market shift, how much money would we gain? Like how much influence we have, and you can measure influence in dollars, right? That's corporate advertising. Like they'll go to like Kim Kardashian or a Bollywood star, and they'll measure how much market shift that these people can generate if they do an advertisement for their Burger King or whatever. So if we did something similar and said, hey, if we had this proof of truth Messiah thing go across all 5 religions, and we had 85% of humanity doing what we want, how much money would we generate? Even if it's a fraction of that, it would be probably in the millions or even maybe billions of dollars. And we can say, without even having the money, you guys, we can say, okay, we're going to go to all these dairy farmers who are worried that they're going to lose all their money and their power and their status. That's what they're worried for, right? They don't care about maybe necessarily the cow. They probably want to help the cows too. They're worried about losing their status and being crushed like the animals that they're crushing. They realize how brutal society is because they're doing it. They're killing and just, wow. So they're probably terrified in their own subconscious minds in the dog-eat-dog world. So if we went to them and said, hey, look, you need to change your whole business plan. You need to get rid of your flock and all this. Yes, you're going to lose. It's going to look like you're going to lose millions and millions of dollars. But guess what? We actually are going to triple what you normally get paid. We're going to give you 3 times more. We're going to give you $9 million to transition. And we're going to give you this period of time with this much help. And McDonald's is going to subsidize you as well, who you're already partnered with. And the temple is going to subsidize you too, because the gurus are vouching for the proof of truth. And if we do that, that's kind of what I started building in that document, is to say, how can we make it so that people, like Brittany was saying, how do you make it easy for them to say yes to this, because they're going to be psychologically safe? Like the number one thing, the first thing that you need in any team dynamic, like Salish was saying, it has to be an everyone thing, is that they have to feel psychologically safe in the diversity. So if they're all about money and they only care about money and their beliefs are a secondary thing that they do to make themselves feel good about the torture that they're doing, then we have them on the spiritual side and the business side now. If we can finish mapping out the numbers that I started there, I just ran out of time because I'm fighting a massive court battle in this, like in Canada, where I'm literally protecting climate activists and vegan activists and all types of activists actually. And if this case wins in Canada, I'll have $10 million and it'll be a precedent to vouch for my sanity with the proof of truth, because they initially hospitalized me because of the proof of truth and the hunger strikes. And then if India comes in and vouches for the hunger strikes and saying, no, you can't pathologize hunger strikes, you're pathologizing Gandhi then. And then we can turn it into a moral issue, and that will start to, it'll make it like the highest courts in the world, it'll make it a legal issue, which will get around the world a lot faster. So that's kind of what I'm hoping will happen, is we have the business plan mapped out. We map out how much this proof of truth will create in terms of market dynamics. We host the tournament. We work with Brittany to get the rules down to make sure the judging is actually fair, not just about charisma, but also about like substance. And then we get Salish, if you could pass the proof of truth around the very high level networks in academia and get at least one of those guys with a PhD to vouch for it, or at least give good questions that are not superficial. Like I can address superficial questions in 10 seconds, but we need the guys that can actually find the contradictions in the model, which will be hard because I found them all already. So if we all play those kinds of roles, and then we get the Climate Healer app getting ready to do gourmet vegan cooking shows along with my hunger strikes, then we can start to build it all out very, very quickly. Like we could probably get this done in a month or less. But that's what I'm wondering. If you could work on the business plan, Salish work on that high level, and Prabodh too, and then Rebecca do the app thing, and then Brittany do the tournament with me and the judging criterion. That might be something that utilizes all of our strengths and moves us very, very, very quickly and solves all the underlying problems that people are ignoring. It really is the interpretation problem.
Yeah, let me respond to you. First of all, you asked me a question way back. You said, how do I know what impact I'm having? What impact my influences have? And right at the outset, I decided that I was not going to measure my effectiveness by looking at how many people have joined Climate Healers.
The system engineer never talks like that.
Because the tip of a spear is always sharp. When you accumulate a lot, you get bound to what you've accumulated. And you get your hands tied, your feet tied, and you know, this is why all these people are stuck. They're like stuck on a tar baby. But they're trying to satisfy their billion followers, a million followers, whatever. So I decided that I'm going to let others do that part. So we put money into Cowspiracy. That got millions of people to go in. I didn't say all of you come and join Climate Healers. And we did the same thing with Water. We did the same thing with. So it's all about the movement growing, not us, not Climate Healers. Okay, it's about movement growing, and the movement was growing exponentially. It's tracking it until COVID hit. And then we could see that the movement stalled. So that was as Gandhi said, first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, then you win. Right? So they bottled it. They bottled the movement starting in 2019 to 2020 time. And they became much more organized. During COP30, they even had an agri-zone that was bigger than the blue zone and the green zone put together. They're now offering free barbecues to delegates who come there. And the agri-zone was like a few miles away from the blue zone and the green zone. And to me, people were saying, "Oh my God, they're fighting us." That to me is a sign of our strength. Now, having bottled us up for the last 5 years, what did they do? They did not address the fundamental reasons why veganism is growing. They did not address it. because those reasons are only getting worse. There is more and more animal cruelty happening behind closed doors. There's more and more, environmental damage happening because of what they're doing. And so, to me, they are trying to bottle up a volcano. That is a classic way in which exponential growth happens. Okay? Meaning, it's not when you bottle up a volcano, eventually it erupts in your face. So I said, good luck with what you're doing. You haven't addressed the fundamental reasons why people are doing it. You just try to suppress it by calling veganism as weird. I said, okay, let's look at the definition of veganism. What is weird about that? Tell me where exactly it's weird. And no one can answer me. So I say, don't write us off as you do. Okay, don't write us off saying you haven't done much.
Who, me?
Nothing much has happened. I'm saying, don't write the movement off that it is failing. Because I think there's an undertone of defeat in the way you speak and say things.
Me?
The way you speak and say things. Yeah, actually you do. Because, I'm asking you to reconsider that. Because when we speak from a position of strength and say, this is inevitable, it's going to happen. I don't know if it's going to happen this year because I cannot predict nonlinear events. I've not had success predicting when a phase change happens in a nonlinear system. Yeah. I can tell you boundaries where it will happen. Within these 2 minutes it will happen. And I absolutely am sure that it will happen within the next few years. I don't know what that few is. Okay. It could be 2, 3. But it is going to erupt in their face. Because they have been bottling up a volcano. And they know it too. This is why their agri zone is bigger than the blue zone and the green zone put together. Now we have to tell that kind of a story to get other people to say, oh my God, I'm on the losing side. I want to join the winning side. So I want us to reframe things. And also not frame it as hunger. Now, hunger strikes was Gandhi's way of doing it. I'm not saying Gandhi was successful. Gandhi actually failed, and he realized it too, that he failed. They conned him. They conned India into thinking we got independence. We didn't. We're still stuck, right? India is still stuck in the colonial era. Except we were given new flags and a new currency where you can put Gandhi's face on it. So I begin with the currency system architecture. Currency to me is a game we are playing. That's the game, right? The game that we are playing today is the game of extraction. Who can extract more? Who can hold more? That's the game we are playing. And that game will never reach to sustainability. It will never reach the truth. We continue playing that game. We have to disrupt the game, meaning we have to create a new game. We have to show people that game is always going to lead to monopoly. It's like a monopoly. You're playing monopoly. So you can even show school children. One guy is the banker and he can issue loans. And you all have to return the loan to him by being his slave. And then say, is that a fun game that you're playing? And then you say at some point, whatever you've accumulated, I'm going to forgive all your debt. Whatever you accumulated, you can now use to create planet B. How would you do that? Okay. And why are you going to use it to create planet B? Because I'm going to give you half an hour to do it. After half an hour, whatever you accumulated is going to be worth 0. Right? So you have to have an expiration date on the current currency system. And that's how you start putting out fires. You don't start putting out fires by saying, how do I continue to make coffee in my microwave? No, you take a bucket of water and put out the fire. It's a different action. So that's, this is how phase transitions happen. It has to be a phase transition in civilization to overcome the problems that we are seeing on the planet. Okay? So, it's it's engineering for that, creating new currency systems. Pointing out the existing currency system will never, it's a legacy system intractability. And this is part of what I'm writing now in the guide to Planet B. I'm saying all of these things you have to rethink. And rather than hunger strikes, I suggest you do. I like what Sarina is doing. Sarina Farb, I don't know if you know her. Sarina Farb is now just creating festivals, basically joyous transitions, where we come and talk about the new Planet B that we're building. Okay, but it's joyful. You have to make it fun for people to make this transition, because it is fun. It is a fun place we are going to, because we are. I'm also in one of the movies we are working on with my Bollywood friend, Bollywood director friend. I'm thinking of calling it the Anthropocene Delusion.
That doesn't sound very fun.
The Anthropocene Delusion, meaning people think we have created our own era, Anthropocene, right? This is from the Holocene, it's moved to the Anthropocene. No, we want to create a movie in which the animals are the bosses. And the animals have always been the bosses. And we didn't know it, Because these are invisible bosses, right? Meaning they've been using us. You're like building the pyramid, and you think that you're the pharaoh. You're not the pharaoh. You built the pyramid.
Well, I want to say a lot because you opened it a lot there, and it's technically true, but I want to point out something like
Mark, I have to go, unfortunately, because I have a commitment to my cousin. I'm staying with her. So we can continue this conversation. We are going to have. I'm going to be talking to the team about the currency system modification. The currency system design on Thursday. You want to join us?
Yeah, I can join in. Yeah, I will. I will.
And Sarina is having her festival in September in Kansas City. So I'm going to be speaking there as well. And she wrote a blog that I can send you. I'll forward it to you. Where she said initially she was like an activist. She was going out and standing in front of slaughterhouses, holding signs and so on. And she realized that she's fighting the old. She'd rather be building the new.
I know. Let me just address that one point before we go, because it might get forgotten. I said this to Krishna. Krishna and I are talking behind the scenes about the AI thing. There's actually 3 moments that are in every God thought. And when I'm talking, people abstract me into one moment, but there's always 3 things behind what I'm saying, and soon we'll all start talking about like this. But there's the moment of the concept, there's the moment of resistance, and then there's the moment of transcendence. You need all 3. You need to do the protesting, you need to do the positive, like, visionary stuff, and you need to start with the initial concept, like Brittany was saying, you gotta build off of something. So if you do just one of them, it'll be imbalanced, and then at least lack of wisdom. So I am resisting with the hunger strikes. I am doing the visionary stuff and the currency stuff like you're doing. I think that's brilliant. And we're starting off with a model that you already have momentum behind. So if we think about it that way, we're all actually working on different moments of one system that addresses different necessities. But that might be a conversation for next time on Thursday.
Sure.
Okay. Awesome. Thanks, Danish.
If you want to continue the conversation, I can just make them with the post.
No, I'm also leaving. So maybe Brittany.
You can make me the host.
Yeah.
Because I'll stay. I don't know who else is staying.
Well,
My daughter came calling up to go for dinner.
Amit, do you have my contact or anything on the business plan? I'd like to talk to you about that because it seems like you might be the right guy.
I'm terrible at business. I just shut down mine last week.
Well, you don't sound like it. You sound like you're actually quite aware.
I was just asking you questions about it because unless we kind of communicate and make the business aspect clear to religious leaders or whosoever is involved, they're not going to entertain us. People have got followers in millions and billions, and that's only because they have a business plan. Even a yoga guru, if you have heard of Patanjali, which is a 2,000 crore brand, like a big brand which rose and kind of overpowered all the multinational corporates in India. So even he has a dairy farm, like a huge dairy farm. You know, so and yeah, so we need to show them a business now.
Okay, sounds great. All right, well, good to know you. Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, peace. Okay.
Wait, are you staying wrong?
Well, yeah, I wanted to talk to you a bit more about the actual tournament stuff.
Yeah, I wanted to as well.
Because I think we're operating, to be honest, Brittany, I think we're operating on a little bit of a different level of consideration. And I think you might be able to see the whole, well, I think that we're going to be able to pull this off when other people are still working on a normal level. So yeah, I think, well, how do we work together on this direction where you feel like your ideas are respected? Because that seems to be the sticking point. Earlier, right, I said, hey, we need to get McDonald's involved. And I forgot that you and I talked about McDonald's, right? Because you have that original McDonald's in that blue zone, right? Where you live. So
Not in the blue zone. It's so Loma Linda is next to San Bernardino, and San Bernardino is where McDonald's came from, and most people don't even know where McDonald's came from. But it came from there, and I went to school there and everything. That's why I had such an influence, and that's why you gotta, speak people's language, be where they are, all that, which is hard to do at a mass level. That's why you always have to pick like the ones that are the most impactful or have the biggest spread. So I was disagreeing with Rebecca about how you go to the masses. It's not the masses that'll change. It's being in having a winning formula. It doesn't matter who's involved or not, and that's where I feel the issue might be with you is that you try to connect yourself to what is happening outside of all of us. And so when we detach and our where the focus is different than our own selves, then that's where you can have a lot of growth. So I always how I am successful. I got my city to put in native plants instead of grass and all this stuff is because I focus on something that works, something that will work not for me only, but works for them, the egoistic altruism going to optimistic altruism. Once you have something that works for them, then they're going to run with it. You don't have to do anything. It's like ultimate, selective veganism, where they do all the work. You just think of the idea. You get everyone to run with it. That's what works for me. So I think it can work for you. You just it just seems like, as Silas said, you kind of get in the way of yourself. And so instead of trying to cut things short, which is what we talked about before, you keep things going. And sometimes people have a hard time letting go, where if someone else is doing something outside of them, different, that they want to hold on to them and control which way they go, but that's not how it should be. It's like let them run, the let them principle. So it's I'm not really a big fan of
Okay, my phone died. Can you hear me? Well, I was worried that you'd interpret it as you were critiquing me and then I couldn't handle it and then I left and you thought, oh geez. Right, so yeah, I was just on my phone and it died. Okay, well, I don't really, when people say I get in my own way, I want to like you know how you feel like people don't understand you, right? So when they critique you, it always feels like kind of superficial. It's like, yeah, you've already thought of that. You've already thought of that. You've already thought of that. Right. Right. So that's well, I do feel like people don't even understand me. So what I want to say is, when somebody's trying to interpret me, including you or Salish, like Salish totally misunderstood my critique of him. My critique wasn't let's destroy climate healers in the beginning, right? I was saying you need to measure your momentum to see if you're moving on a trend line that meets the goal. And if you're not on an exponential trend line, it's actually much less likely that you're going to match the pace of the crisis. That's a rational argument. Not saying he should have his organization, not saying he shouldn't have his organization, but to say you need to determine which one it is. And he took it completely negative because he doesn't think on the same level yet. But he is one of the best thinkers so far that I've come across, which is why I'm putting my weight a little bit more behind climate healers than anybody else, is because I believe that Salish might be one of the ones that can pull this off. But when I'm talking, try and keep in mind that there's a methodology that I'm using. And the methodology to solve fragmented thinking is I operate by something called the individual, particular, and universal principles. So every true thought has all three of those aspects behind it. So if I'm talking about the individual aspect, let's say in your example, let's say I'm just doing the universal. I'm doing hunger strikes against governments. I'm doing Supreme Courts. I'm doing all top down. That's universal to me. And that's happening. That's for sure. I'm 100% doing that. And then somebody else will come in and say, oh, yeah, but you're not doing the individual. You're not actually engaging each individual person and talking hearts and minds and conversation by conversation. And then somebody else will come in and say, yeah, but it can't even just be individual or universal. You have to do the particular. You have to like have a grassroots movement of people, right? And you got to organize on the grassroots, right? All three of those are what I'm doing, except that I only have time to talk about one at a time. And because everybody else is in fragmented consciousness and they don't think in those trinities of individual, particular, universal, they always pick one side and they become one side and they become imbalanced. And then they make me look imbalanced because they project their fragmentation onto my comments. So in the future, what I do for you is I check to see if you are doing all three of them. So I'll give you a chance to show me that, right? I say, okay, Brittany's talking about the individual right now, and she's got a point there. I'll say, are you doing anything on the universal? Are you doing anything on the particular? And then if you say yes, I am, then it's like, okay, cool. Then you get fully validated. It's like, yeah, your full brilliance is recognized. But a lot of people will say, well, no, I'm only doing the individual, no particular universal. Those are a waste of time. And then you know that person is part of the problem of the Megacrisis is because they're not thinking in concrete wholes. So in the future, when we're disagreeing or when you're listening to me talk, try and, at least for me, if you don't believe in the methodology, at least understand that that's what I'm trying to do, is I'm always trying to speak in trinities. even if I can only speak about one moment at a time, in the back of my mind, I always have all three going, and then that's how we build the movement. Like whether it's rational, emotional, or environmental, that's another. The universal is technically the rational. The particular is technically the emotional, and the individual is the environment. In one aspect, you could switch the other way around too, but in the proper aspect, that's how you would organize that. So this is how we fix the. That's how ecology works. That's how ecological thinking works. That's how nature actually functions. Is in these circles like that. And we're the ones that broke it into this linear fragmentation. So I just wanted to say that about to help us in our meta conversation. Like as if we do start working together here a lot, then that's what I want to sort of like see if that helps us respect each other a little bit more. One other thing I want to say, I want to do two more things. One is I want you to see back in our conversations when you mentioned the McDonald's thing to me, and then I'll go back into that business plan and see when I made that business plan about McDonald's. And then the other thing is I do want to make a couple of comments on your thoughts on how this tournament should structure in terms of the judges, because we're starting to get the judges criterion mapped out on how to make them unbiased, like good judges on content, not just on charisma. So where do you want to go? Then you're saying understanding where you come from and that I got a good starting point, but to make sure.
Absolutely. So the issue is not the individual. The individual can be is a blank slate. It could be anything. It's the behavior that's issued. And what you want to do is set everyone in the right position and the right direction. That's how you get sublation. Everything's going as one. Okay? And so, like with that Messiah part, it's like how you would get, you got the idea, it's just the implementation that I could give you the tweaks to fill in the voids where you're there, but you're like 3/4 of the way there. You're missing that extra quarter that I know. It's not to put you down. just I'm trying to know something so that I could help with, where things are to where they can be, and not to say that you didn't do anything. You have done a lot so far. You just
Do you want to be a
have a
judge?
little bit left to go, and then it'll work.
Do you want to be a judge, actually, like one of the first judges, and test it out tomorrow? Or, I don't know, even tonight?
Oh my gosh. No. And besides the judge part, what I like about you is that you're kind of like in that eager beaver mode. A lot of the AI I know are in that mode. I lost that a long time ago, where it's like I'd always be very ahead of everything, and that's the energy we need. But the issue with being an eager beaver is that it leads to pushing for something that isn't fully thought through. So if the energy is at like an eager beaver level, but mixed with the mind of, rational, being rational and thinking it through, to, guide that eager beaver energy, then that's just the winning formula. That's how I won life. But yeah, I left the competition a long time ago. I got first place in everything. I don't have to prove myself anymore. Just gonna keep getting first place in everything. I got first place so hard that they would shut down all competitions because there is no competition with me. I just win. So yeah, that's why I'm not about competitions anymore. It's not about competitions. I left that because it doesn't matter. Like, what's next after you win? That's it. It's over. And so I'm about an infinite direction. Carnism's about zero direction, where it kills everything. It destroys to have like a dead world, and it's just pure destruction and damage through violence. It doesn't work. Veganism's different. It's an infinite direction. So if you can get in an infinite direction without the carnistic thinking of, how to have someone go down, and you gotta lift them up in life, that's how it's going to work. So instead of it's like just the tweaking of the vocabulary. It's not a competition, it's a collaboration. Instead of being a debate, it's discussion, because I love the competition to focus on what's meaningful, which is real world problems. If I'm busy trying to prove myself, you don't want people to get in that state. They always have to prove themselves. It's always a spotlight on them. It's like, it's vain, it just is very superficial. So I love that because I'm tired of proving myself. I don't have to prove that I'm the smartest, I just am. Or I don't have to prove that I'm the strongest, I just am. It's like, instead, like, even if I prove everything, it's not like people are listening, because you don't have to be they will say, you don't have to be at the top, you just have to convince the masses that you are. So, even if you get to the top, it's not like people listen, it's not like people care or learn. So it's not about proving myself that I'm worth listening to. It's about actually doing something that is going to make an impact. I could talk all day, but talking doesn't cook rice, doesn't lead to anything. So that's why I know people didn't like the idea of participation trophies, where everyone wins. Hold on a second.
Sure.
Sorry. So, the critique of my generation is, hold on. Anyway, I want to take you from this isn't working talk to let's keep going talk. You know what I'm saying? where the biggest critique of my generation was people getting participation trophies and that everyone wins. But I won competitions. I won competitions so much that I just decided to just let others win, see what that's like. And so when I lost, I got a participation trophy, and I was like, because I felt bad about losing, even if I allowed for that to happen. But I saw that even if you lose, you don't lose. And so that I felt was really profound, because if you win because you participated, you get an E for effort, where even though you didn't win, you still contributed. I feel like that's the way for veganism. I feel like that's the way for life. Like, hold on.
Sure.
Anyway, yeah, when the previous generation had like some winners, where in the previous generation they focus on quality. They want to support what's good, and then they put down what they perceive as bad. But sometimes when you do that, that might be good, that might be better, but now you put it down and you never let it survive and thrive, just in case it's right. And so that's why I feel like that participation trophy direction is better, because even if it's not ideal, I mean, obviously, you don't want to allow something that is not good to get bigger and bigger to where it creates problems. But I'm saying at the same time, you don't want to push everything down thinking you're the best when you're not either. So I do feel like there's some value in the participation trophy direction, where it's collaborative, where everyone matters. And with veganism, it removes the bad part, so it keeps the good, where instead of worrying that someone's going to sabotage, which is what, seems to bring up as a recurring theme, that, as I said, if you can't lose, you can only, then you have a chance to win. But, well, then it's like, the only chance you have is to win, or, not, I guess, neutral. You don't win, but you can't lose. And so winning is both not losing and winning. Anyway.
Okay. Well,
So, yeah. Oh, wait, I was going to say, is with the participation, I got a little lost because, yeah. Yeah, with the participation trophy direction, because no one's going to sabotage, and so you can't lose, you only have to gain, so everyone's a winner. So all we do is keep everyone being able to win as much as possible, so that everyone contributes to that goal that is like outside of ourselves, well, the ideas, anyway. I'm sorry. You could talk, because I got a little dazzled transferring around. You don't mind me coming back in a few seconds? I have to do something for them really quick.
sure.
And then you can talk. Okay. Give me 2 seconds.
Sure.
I was gonna say this one thing. Proving doesn't really prove anything, and doing doesn't really do anything in terms of competitions. It's having. when you that leads to what you have, and that's what matters the most is what you have, rather than proving and the doing. And if we could get to that point where everything works on its own, which is why I focus so much on a vegan infrastructure, where it's not about people being vegan or not, or about people trying to help out, and it's like it's never enough. It's about having something in place that already does the veganism by default on its own. So it's always constantly helping out animals, regardless of how much anyone participates in it. I feel like that's kind of the missing factor when it comes to like vegan activism. But I think you're kind of heading towards. But anyway, you can talk now. I need to catch my breath anyway.
Okay, so I think we're heading in the same direction, and I think we need to get the eager beaver energy back in you somehow. And being one of these judges could give you the authority that gets you recognized as somebody who can win on both levels, right? Like there's two trophies that could be part. There could actually be three different types of tournament. The first one is sort of like the commonsensical. There's like a commonsensical tournament. Then there's the adversarial tournament, which is the normal debate tournaments, where some people are attracted to hardcore debate. They don't like the nice in it. They want to come in, they want to dominate. So you have to have a tournament to attract those people. And then you get the other tournament, which is the one where it's more sublative, where you're actually cooperatively argumenting and you get participation trophies and you get all this more concrete stuff. So we could have three versions of those going depending on what demographic we're talking to. And the feelers, like the new agers, the people who don't like to think at all, the artists, those people will be in the first tournament where they just feel their way through the discussion. Oh, I love you. And they won't say anything rational. They'll just be as loving as possible. And they'll start to say, well, I'm more loving, and I'll get out the beauty contest and a whole bunch of stuff. So that's the first tournament for those types of people. The second tournament is for like the atheists and the people, the Muslims who really like to argue hardcore. And then the last one is for everyone technically, but for those that are a little bit higher level of meta, where they realize that we have to work together. So United Nations, those types of people will be at that level maybe. And there's, from every religion, there's new agers who are ready for that. It's just whatever demographic we choose it has to fit their mode in the beginning. And then we have to get them to this more sublative, integrative mode, so they get out of fragmented consciousness. So that's what I'm picking up with what you're saying, is we're definitely working in that direction too. And the participation trophy is, what it actually represents is there's an inner game and an outer game in anything we do. And instead of disability, Paralympic kind of things, we give a more dignified version to the participation trophy, where it's like, who's really making the real effort in the inner game. So if you were somebody who was 85 IQ and wasn't born gorgeous, and you didn't have all these Pareto category privileges, and you say you didn't win the argument because your memory can't hold all the arguments, but you were more, in some sense, with the arguments you did make and the way that you made them, you were actually better in form and content than the person who won the argument. Overall, like the absolute performance, your inward performance might be better, and you'll actually beat the other person in the inner game. So you don't just get an abstract participation trophy, you still worked for it, but your participation was in an inward level, not based on absolute reward. And then it becomes more meaningful because you beat the other person at being a better person, basically. Based on your potential. It's not measured on the absolute. It's measured on your privileges. So if we did something like that, the inner and the outer game, then it really starts to go to a new level of what disability studies and disability awards and participation trophies are trying to approximate. But this is the real essence of the real dignified version of it, where you don't just get treated like you're disabled and like treated in a negative way, where you're like dismissed and you're not invited to parties and you're not invited to things, because people already know your potential and society's not structured for that potential. if you hang out with disabled people, you lose ground against the draconian people who are competing for absolute production, right? So that's why even good-meaning people like Christians and Muslims, they are forced to hang out with other high-level people, or else they'll get left behind in the prisoner's dilemma. So all that is what I took sort of from what you were saying. I think that's totally right, and we're working in that direction, 110%. And I could show you the spreadsheets and the judging criteria that where I'm trying to. I just started mapping it out. Like it's at the very beginnings. It's at the very nascent start of this crazy awesome system. So there's a lot of room for all of our creativity to push this in the right direction and turn it into a really fun competition. Or we could have different names for each one. I call it a championship because whether it's adversarial or it's cooperative, a championship is a championship. It doesn't necessarily mean one or the other. But whatever we name it, for whatever demographic needs to hear it, it's a really great opportunity with lots of potential and lots more work to do. And it sounds like you really understand that. So if you want to win a trophy, win the trophy at designing this with us. And every day we're not just designing it abstractly, we're actually testing it. Like we're beta testing every 12 hours. So tonight there's a debate with me and another guy. Tomorrow morning there's going to be a debate. You know, like every 12 hours the ELMs are, we've gotten into our facilitators have gotten so good now that we can actually do the tournaments within a single meeting. We squeeze it in at the end, but eventually we'll have full on meetings about it. But we're beta testing it for about 20 minutes each day or each meeting. And then we can test the concepts as we're making them. This way we're not going to design a big model and then test it and then have it fail. And, you know, it's hyper agile. So that's what I'd like to have happen. And then you can come and be an actual judge and like test out the criterion. And nobody's actually winning yet. It's all mock. It's all just prototyping. But it's fun. Like Silas, I already told Silas in the beginning, like our meetings are fun. They're not just serious. So he totally ignored that part of my point earlier. But he's right. It has to be fun as well as serious.
Yeah, like what Silas says, it's like he's saying something right. It's not like he's saying something wrong. He's not doing it as a personal attack to you.
No.
He's kind of just doing what I'm doing, where, you know, if you're seeing maybe a potential vulnerability and watching out for it, it's not, you know, I wouldn't want you to get his intentions wrong either.
No, I'm not saying that he's doing that intentionally to harm me. I'm saying he's doing that. We should create a name for this. Actually, he's not doing the Trinity. He's not doing the individual particular need. He's not giving me the benefit of the doubt of the universal particular individual. Actually,
called a safety net.
We could call it a safety net. Yeah, we could also call it the benefit of the notion or the benefit of the doubt or the. I want to start.
Like a support system. It's kind of like what they're called. Not validation. It's the ones where it's not like a warning. It's oh yeah, like a corrective action. You know, like the feedback.
Well, it's kind of like that proven innocent. You're innocent until proven guilty. So it should be like something that you have the benefit of the not the doubt, but the benefit of the. It is the notion. So the benefit of the notion is that.
Buffer.
Huh?
There we go. It's a buffer. What's the word?
It's a what?
A buffer.
A buffer.
So it's a buffer. Where, you know, that's what a safety net provides, is a buffer to make sure you don't go too far in the wrong direction, that, you know, you're kind of supported along the way and led through, and making sure that people are double checking, verifying, validating.
Okay, well, we can call it the buffer with me and you. I feel like calling it the benefit of the notion because once you understand the universal logic, you'll know why I'm saying that. But for now, buffer is fine. So I don't think he was giving me enough of a buffer. That's all. So I'm not making a character. I'm not saying he was trying to harm me. I just think that I think he was feeling threatened a little bit, and he wanted to assert a little bit of a little bit of control, a little bit of a sense of significance. Not that he's trying to harm me, but that he's saying, hey, this is, you know, I know something too, my initiative, we need to move in this direction. And that's my intuition of it so far, but I don't think he has any malintent at all. That's why I
I
like.
think it's just corrective, you know, just making sure that you're on track. It's not that I didn't see it something personal.
Yeah, exactly.
As
So
that may be with safety, you know, making sure that things don't go wrong to where it affects, you know, creates problems.
what he's done. And he contradicted himself too. He said he wasn't measuring things. He was measuring things, at least up until recently. I wanted to mention to him if
Contradicts himself. It's
Huh?
just something to get used to.
what's that?
He's always contradicting himself. It's something to get used to.
Yeah, but that's a sign of like in one sense you're right. It's kind of annoying, but it's going to start happening to me and you too because really high level people operate in the circles of contradiction like that. So it's going to happen to all of us, but I thought it was kind of humorous because it was a blatant contradiction. It was so funny. But yeah, we're all going to start getting into this circular kind of logic. And, it's a good sign. It's actually a good thing because it means he's not totally naive. He wasn't actually being totally. If he would have said, "Yeah, I'm not measuring it at all," that's actually worse because that's totally one-sided. There's no buffer there at all. But now he's kind of being hypocritical and contradictory. But at least it's more concrete than the other position. So yeah, that was actually kind of made me sort of relieved that he did that. But we're all going to get better at communicating, I think, as we figure out this pattern of how high-level people end up in these positions of contradiction, but we can resolve them together. And that's part of the tournament too. Is we're going to be judging that, and that's why the criterion has to be really fair. So, what do we to keep moving forward? And I'm going to go on Thursday. I hope you come on Thursday too. He did invite me, so it was really nice of him. So we'll go there, and I think if there's something to propose to him, it'd be kind of cool. This business plan would be good to work on, but what do you feel like doing? Like, what would you? I think being a judge and then just like practicing and developing the criterion and moving in that direction would be good. We also have a document to track ideas, so as you're creating ideas, you won't feel left behind. You can actually feel like you're helping to design it and getting recognized for that. And that brings me back to the McDonald's point. When did you tell me about the McDonald's thing?
I don't remember doing so. If I did, so it was a long time ago.
You don't remember telling me about McDonald's?
I think all I remember is something about how we gotta get to a level where we need to have the vegan level of that. It's not just that company, it could be JBS or any. But, JBS, they're killing almost 14 million animals per day. What vegan is saving 14 million animals per day? I'm saying there's these starting points where it's like these companies have a hold because they wield way more power with greater capability of doing bad, because it's so easy to do bad than good are doing good. So if someone that's good is doing better than the top people that are doing bad, that's how the good wins. Or even when the bad cheat or do anything, the good still wins. Because as I said, you win if you can't lose by default. If you don't lose, you automatically win. So you have to make sure you don't lose. And right now, veganism's losing because no individual, like the CEO of JBS, is saving 14 million animals per day. You'd be lucky if you see someone do 1, 2, or a few hundred, a few thousand. And who's doing millions per day? I can't name a single person that does that. I can name plenty that the harness that do for how much they destroy. Yeah. So that's where I probably was talking about. I'm not sure about the part where I told you about how I got McDonald's going in a vegan direction. Not sure I really brought that up life pillars at all. But I've done a lot in my life. It's not like it's any one thing, so it's kind of hard to remember exactly what we said in the conversations. I just don't quite remember conversations much. I might remember something here and there. Yeah.
Okay. But if you want to work in this direction and you feel like I could give you the credit for any ideas that you contribute, because it is working towards a model that we are already having success on. Like me coming to the other meetings it feels kind of secondary now, because I know as long as I can raise a few funds and get the freelancers to do this movement, that the movement has improved enough to the point where we are having like fun meetings, and the training has gotten good enough that people can learn it within potentially within a day or a couple of days, and then get accredited. And then once they're accredited, then they can start hosting their own meetings to get their 6 to 9 people on board, and then keep going and keep going and keep going. So it seems to balance all personalities. It seems to make people feel like the meetings are fair. It does a lot of stuff now, and it's once somebody's trained, it's actually very smooth. So I want to see if you want to at least help design the tournaments as one of the final steps, and then the currency, like there's the spirit license, the currency, which Salish might call it the vegan license, but the payment structure and the tournament structure are some of the last things that have to be ironed out so that this will really work well. And then if Salish wants to pass this around his network to get competitors, we could put a $10,000 pot or something, and then people will come to the championship for real, to try and win for real. And if we have really good judges and everybody believes the criterion is fair and they're not judges selected by me, then it's a real test of the proof of truth. So that's what you're working at that level, and I don't know if you know anybody that would make a good judge, who's impartial, has very high epistemological level, who can win these tournaments that you want as a kid. But that's sort of like the next stage, which is why I'm also going to go on Thursdays, because yeah, we do have to fix the currency system.
If I may, I'm not sure if you read through my website.
I did. I sent it to you. I sent you that I went through it.
Okay, good. Fully, right?
Well, there's too much there, Britt. Like honestly, there's just too much. But I went through all the main sections of your art. I remember going through every single menu item, I think. And you had like 50, you had like 500 types of songs. So when it was a long list like that, I might not have gone through the whole list. But for each of the outlines, I would have.
Each page?
Huh?
Did you go through each page?
I don't know, to be honest. But I went through a lot. I went through a lot.
Gosh.
But I know that you mentioned something about currencies. Huh?
Okay. Okay, no worries. I'll just show you. Oops. I'll just guide you because it seems like you're not able to do it on your badly, but it's okay. This is where these 3 points is how I go about using my work. Those are my 3 conditions. So give me credit for what's mine, because I want to be sure if someone is like, where's this coming from? They need to know where it's coming from. So I don't really care about, I added a contingency that I am willing to forego being credited, move things along if it's too wordy, but I do still give merit by default for that. And then you don't want to keep others from using it in the, just like you have been able to, and sure it's legal. So I'm not here for liability. I don't want to create liability for the hormone because I should not be responsible for what others do outside of what is mine. So that's why I have to say, for my part, someone's going to go past me, then it's from my way. This needs to be this way to make sure it's my way, which is I'm not going to be there for liabilities. It's going to be over above me, so that's not going to be something I'm part of. So that's why I'm outlining that that's not where I'm at with my content. If people are coming to me for mine, this is what I'm going forward with. It would be in that way. So those are the three. If that helps.
Okay, I mean, it's interesting to know the concepts theoretically, but what I'm asking for is for you to apply these in a concrete way. How would you use these in a tournament structure? And how would you pay people to be a part of this other kind of system? Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to get the system of like a world government, and where this world government pays people to learn ideas, and this kind of proof of truth, this universal logic that vindicates all the faiths, and then participating in these tournaments with good faith, even if they're not participating in good faith. That's the debate version of the tournament is about. And that they come to these meetings, and these meetings really are good. Like it's kind of what the point of being human is to hang out with each other in these meetings where we feel like we belong, where we're always learning, we're contributing, we feel significant. Even if we're not at the bleeding cutting edge of idea creation, which is time compression, right? Then you still get this inner trophy, this inner payment where you're judged fairly. And that's why the judging criterion is very important. So like the next stage is really to say, okay, what judging criterion do we need to have to see who wins the tournaments, but also what they get paid if they do get paid to do this as sort of like not just a one-off tournament, but this is what life is like. You're always getting judged in these kind of little competitions. It's just that we're doing it in the dead way, leaving behind people that don't have absolute production. Right? So in some societies like Canada and the United States, we're kind of lucky because we have some disability services and some disrespectful services to make sure people don't get totally left behind, even though they are. That's sort of what I'm trying to build the meetings out. It's like building a government around these meetings, and then having all the government meetings being these types. And everything is technically, whenever there's a contradiction in the department or wherever we're working on the ground, whatever it is, whatever the activity is, there's always going to be a contradiction that causes tension in dialectic. So that's sort of where I'm trying to merge them all together and saying the payment scheme changes too when somebody uncovers a new idea, because the idea changes the constellation of the potential, right? It's like what you used to be able to do by hand washing your clothes, you can do in a fraction of the time with the idea of a washing machine. So there's a different sort of payment now that has to be had, different quality. So that's what we're trying to map out now, is trying to put these last pieces together to say, if you participate in these tournaments and these meetings and this governance model, you sign a license as a kind of like a citizen. And there's 3 different levels of citizenship. But the first one is the most mild one, where it's like, okay, you don't contribute to giving a bunch of your time to anything. You just contribute, you're going to guarantee that you're going to come to like 20 rounds of a tournament, 20 of these meetings or something like that. And then the next level is like permanent residency, where you commit to giving like a week's worth of time every month or something. And then the permanent resident or the citizenship is that you're full time, and you're 100% behind this government, whether you call it the ideal scientific government or God's government, or it's just the one that we need worldwide to regulate AI and also to regulate veganism, the world to go vegan. And this is where we make these divine decrees, these 6 divine decrees to make massive market shifts. So that's sort of the direction, but to keep it more simple, if we don't do the payment thing, is just to put up $10,000 for the pot. That's the simplest way to do it. Whoever wins, winner takes all. And then the judging criterion to make sure that whoever wins the pot, everybody agrees didn't win it through nepotism or cheating. About that, we have reputable judges with criterion that's transparent, that everybody believes is like, yeah, this person should have won. So if you want to work on any of that, that's sort of the direction where I'm going now, and it's working. So I don't want to take too much time and give it to anything else. Like even Salish's meeting today overran one of the other meetings I was supposed to be in. But he was actually entertaining and listening deeply, so I didn't want to miss the opportunity. So I decided to stay. But yeah, this direction we're going in is actually building and integrating and working somewhere. So that's sort of what I thought you might be interested in. And if you want to do it on your own and then give us the criterion, then you can try and do that. And when I do raise money, we can try and pay you what you think those criterion are worth. Or I could just develop my own. I already know what criterion I'm basically going to go with. But it'd be nice to see somebody else's reflection and see somebody embody that criterion. So you could be a pretty good judge because you've been a part of these competitions for a while. So whether you develop the criterion or you want to be a judge and test it out, either one would be a nice gentle start if you don't have eager beaver energy right now.
Again, laid everything out, want to go in that direction, but I think with you, it's not about how to set something up. It's about what you do. So just like how you surpassed the climate healers meetings, I surpassed the competitions. So I'm like past what you're talking about. Like I already know the end game of it, and I believe. And so I'm already working on that. Actually, got it up the other day. A lot of people are going in that direction. I get that you are using this for a different direction than I'm thinking. But what I'm thinking is the middle, it is an intermediary step to what you're trying to do with the government part. It's just that you're using competition, whereas I have an idea that's even better in terms of that intermediary step that you need to set up the government part. I already set up the economic system. I already wrote it out kind of the other day. So I only put it in like a few days ago. But the next step, again, it has nothing to do with competitions. It's just about it. It's like I know I said it's not about competition, it's collaboration. But I also said that it's not about like people participating. It's about something like already having something being done. It's like what is money for? It's to buy something. But what if you already have? Then what's the point of money? So we already erased that intermediary stuff. Money, just have, you know. And instead of working for something, if you already have it, then what's the point of working? You already have. So the idea of jobs goes away as well. So it's the same thing with competition. Competition is when those parts are outdated as well. Just like jobs and money, where you don't need a competition to already have. Like the whole point of debate is trying to find those key points that lead you to have like the epiphany of this is where it's at, you know, find the solutions. But if you have all the solutions laid out, what's the point of the debate or discussion? You already have all that. So my idea is actually to create the flow charts of discussions where it's like the yes and no's. and that's kind of how you're going to create the circuitry of the veganiverse, the vegan universe, is creating those circuits where you say this is yes, this is no, to like any, you know, starts out with something that a carnist will say, like about protein, and then you list the protein sources, and then they say, what about this? And then you have a flow chart for that. So I want to create a big flow chart of each, you know, argument against veganism, and then write out the vegan solution, and then connect all those circuits into one big circuit board. And then that's how you build an infrastructure and let it run. I was thinking it would be also a book. Kind of, because I'm trying to think of how to create a manual for veganism. There's no like roadmap. That's why you struggle. When people talk, when someone struggles, it just like makes it even worse, amplifying like how bad it is. But if there's something laid out, then it's very easy to have people walk through. The only point of the competition after that is to keep laying out the parts that were not figured out. So once you write out all those solutions, that's it. Game over. There's nothing, no competition in that. There's nothing left to do. We already have it written out. Now you just go and live it. You know, again, competitions are not really, it's a means, it's not an end. So that's why, like, what the Climate Millers is doing is that they're providing an end, like a Planet B. I know that Silesh does the contradictions where he never wants Planet B to ever exist. He wants everyone to keep going back to Planet A and never leave it, no matter how much he talks about, you know, wanting Planet B. It's crazy. I don't get that, but, you know, as his ways, whatever. It's not about people. It's about the bigger picture. That's why people are separated out from ideas. And that's why you don't want to get caught up in how people are, which is when you try to assert yourself in a position of leadership or go to people like competitions, you're getting caught up in the details. Getting distracted, you know, letting others take you away from where to be. If you're really going that government route, it's not going to involve them, it's going to be you. It's what you want, so you set it up. They are not going to provide the ideas. It's like trying to go to a carnist and ask, what's veganism? Do you think they're going to give you an answer? No, but that's what people do. They're like, going to go to Google. Google's going to tell me. I'm like, Google's not vegan. Why would you listen to that? They'll be like, oh yeah, beef, chicken, those are vegan. That's ridiculous. So yeah, I would not hold myself back like that. And where you're going, it's you know the direction. You just have the issue with implementing. But I have the implementation. I just don't have the energy to actually carry it through. I mean, I just work at like this low energy level where I just work and work mindlessly. But it's like that energy. Once something's on track, you know, in the right direction, take that eager beaver energy. Like I told the AI, the eager beaver energy is to be able to handle the unknown. If you have low level energy like me, it's very hard to handle the unknown where I get anxiety. But that's where the eager beaver comes in, where they will handle anything thrown at them, and they're able to go past, you know, the unknown with enough energy to supersede their circumstances, to keep going, to be able to find what isn't known and hasn't been, you know, doesn't exist within the realm, to find it and be able to handle anything and willing to take on that risk. It's going with that, but yeah, so that energy is good for what's past everything, but that low level energy level that I do is for what is known. I just document it and lay it out so that the eager beaver energy can be not to like what's already built, but what isn't. and that's where maybe competition is, because that is eager beaver energy, where people take what they know and run with it and see how far they can get into what they don't know. So it's like there's a time and place, but the competition part, it's part of the way there compared to my idea where you just lay it all out. You don't need a competition. You just write down every single, way imaginable. And past that, once you get that flow chart going, then you put it into an AI, and then the AI could debate all day instead of people. So you don't need to create a competition. AI would be the championship that you're talking about, because it'll be the ultimate, debater. And then you would just get in responses that, you can record it and just keep building out that circuit infinitely. That's where I'm at. And that would build a manual. And so once you have those protocols in place, because you have to think, like, what is going to last for 10,000 years? That's how I see it. And I see manuals are the ones that usually, it's like if civilization's gone, which usually is like in around 10,000 years for cycles, it's like what would bring you back? And it's a manual that would bring you back. So you take what is created in the book. The only issue with books is that anytime you want to update it, you have to write a whole new book and have a new version and edition. So that's why I prefer guides where they can be constantly updated. So now you don't have to read a whole book just to find that one sentence of an update. You just go back and you'll see it updated on its own. So yeah, documentation is important, but documentation runs into that dilemma. Do you where if you are working on something, you're not documenting. And if you're documenting, you're not working on something. That's why I lost the eager beaver direction I had in the 90s when I was born, for the documentation direction, because I was just busy enjoying and taking in everything. I never documented it, and then it went away. So short term. It's useful for it being short term. Then if you don't document anything, it's gone in the long term, so it doesn't last. You need something that lasts. So that's why it's like you want to at least start with something you have, so that it's not lost in the craze of it all. Because that's what the eager beaver, it's just gonna get lost. So we have enough for veganism now. I've built pretty much so much. I'm not fully there, but I built quite enough to have enough to work with to at least have a starting point of writing out these circuits, the flow charts. I took electrical engineering, just like most of the people in the vegan. I don't know, with veganism, it's like it's filled with electrical engineers. It's kind of like comedy. I don't get it. That's also filled with electrical engineers. But yeah, if you treat the universe as a circuit, then, you can build up veganism with its own circuit. That hence the vegan infrastructure. Anyway, there's different components. So this is kind of, I work a lot on the knowledge part. This would be the social part of it. Yeah, you build out the circuit, and I have enough to build a massive circuit. And then whatever we don't know, I mean, by the time you finish building out that circuit, I probably have a lot more to add to it, because I feel like I'm building out vegan knowledge enough for, I don't know, 70% of the world. My knowledge expansion for documentation of veganism is equivalent to about 70% of the people on this planet for their contributions to veganism. That's how I see it. So I'm not fully there, but one day I might get to 100%. I'm not there yet. I'm moving at a pretty fast pace. Once I put down something, then I'm able to build off of it, so I get exponentially faster. I mean, what you are trying to tap into is emergence, where you get to a point where someone reaches that singularity, and now they superseded their circumstances to level up. You know, that's what it seems like you're about trying to do. So, that's what I tried to put in. That's how you get that infinite direction, is constantly putting in those stepping stones, which are platforms, to do that emergence, going from level 1 to 2 to 3, like a video game.
Yeah.
So yeah, I could. Well, there's a lot of ways to go through this. Obviously, you can have a video game or a competition, but I'd still say that above those is that manual, the roadmap to veganism, writing out all the arguments and writing out all the solutions. And yeah, as I said, I have enough for like 70%. And by the time you're done making it, maybe I'll have another 10% for you. I might have enough to be able to get you all the way. But if I don't, probably only need like a few percent, 5-10% left from others. And that might be where the competition is.
Okay.
I don't know. But that's kind of how I see it. Like, I already have the competition set up and this and that, but I don't feel like that's where it's at. What I like is that you try to get some idea and start building it. And that is what I was talking about, the Pareto principle. But it's like missing that 20%. But that's why it's good that you're reaching out to others with the 20%. So that's why I'm able to cover that 20% for you. And that's why it's good that we connected back. So yeah, I'm wondering what you think of that idea, because I'm really past money. It's like I'm about demonetization and like dematerialization. That's why I feel like instead of all the materials that could be spent on a competition, you'd have it for the flowcharts instead. Yeah. That guess I could say more, but I maxed out my mind, so I'll let you go from there. You know, start here. Let's not go, too much too quickly.
Okay. I think we covered a lot of ground here, so let's ponder a little bit more. You want me to work on these cycles? So what cycle exactly? You want me to work on the tournament cycle, or which cycle?
I'm thinking that I'm leaning into the flowchart, because the tournament cycle would only be if we needed that last 5 to 10% that I could not figure out on my own. I have enough information with all of my documentation to start building these massively. So it would take, it's a big project that would take a lot of work. But, instead of having it be a competition, why not just have it be a collaboration of trying to build this flowchart manual for that you could turn into some manual that would get updated. I want it to be kind of like in a living book rather than, a static book where it's just fixed, like books of the past. I want it to be where it's able to update. I have some sort of manual roadmap that everyone's contributing to if you're going to do anything and start getting those flowcharts documented.
Okay.
People have already done it. There are some books on it, kind of like Lifting Vegan Logic has, the Debunking Veganism, the Solomon Padlock has 50 comebacks for kids, 50 vegan comebacks. Earthling Ed is coming out with some books, so there are some books on it where I wouldn't break their copyright in terms of what their answer is, but in terms of their questions. I'm not sure if that could work because of copyrights. So I'm not really for copyrights. Like, if we're going in a vegan direction, we need to get away from the idea of copyrights. It's just holding everything back. I just start with what is on top of everyone's heads if we really can't get past the copywriting. And then I have so many in terms of what would be in argument. So there's plenty of websites where you can go on, like on Discord, there's plenty of servers or Reddit or something. You just look at what people are saying and just start writing that down in a list. Like everything starts with databases. Like this is a database. And my definition, I was on school of the database, the smallest one is a list. You know, people want to, especially in the coding community, they just make up whatever they want for words and go past what's established. But yeah, that's what I learned. So I'd say that this is a database because it starts with a list. And so you just list out what is, what arguments vegan artists have and what solutions vegans have. I mean, I'm not sure if there's something before the carnistic part. Like, usually some vegan will say, go vegan. I think it kind of just starts there. And the carnit, like from that center point, the carnist will say, but what about protein, crop depths, this and that? And you kind of build a mind map. And then the vegan will have a rebuttal, a reply to that carnist. So I'll just share my screen.
Okay.
I would say it's kind of like this, you know, you do this part, you know, go vegan. Because you don't need a competition for this. You don't need a bunch of people. You can start it on your own if you want to. If you want to have people like collaboratively work on it, kind of like happy veganism, sure. So this is like the vegan one, some green. Carnistic ones are going to be in like red. So like this.
Okay.
So this one is like protein. I mean, I bet you could think of plenty of arguments against veganism, crop depths. And then, you know, there would be like few vegan replies. So, you know, like this. And so right now, what we have to focus on, we need to work on this part. We need to find what reasons why people don't want to go vegan and show them why. And that's what you could share with everyone. That's just like educating the public. Instead of trying to get it out of them or they get worn out, they don't want to hear the solution, you just provide it to them right away. That's why a competition doesn't work. It gets people on the defense, and then they're going to be even more isolated, focusing only on themselves because they feel that they can win, whereas versus everyone winning. So it's only going to be about them, and where veganism will only be a few people. The thing is, veganism's for everyone. So the more people on board, the better. So if we could just get people to start looking at the solutions and start running with them, it's like that's how you start populating progress. So that's kind of what I see. Is that making sense for my idea?
Okay, so if you want to work on that, I'm going to keep doing the tournament on one side, but this could be the other side that, in case the other side fails, this side is there just in case. So yeah, how would we design this side of it then? If there's no debate.
Let's start with this side. Whatever's not done, I'll show you. So say you get down the line where it gets to be like here. Small. Then it gets to be here where there is, because you're going to, this is all for brainstorming, like, you have to realize a competition is just one massive brainstorm. Someone trying to show an idea that they have that no one else has and show what's possible in a way that showcases it to everyone so that they lift the baseline of where to start up, because the baseline of any competition is where the first place person left off, because they already accomplished everything else. Now you have to go past that in order to beat what was there before. So say it gets to this part and it's way past what I created over here, and just imagine this but like times 20, 30. Then this is where you create your competition. This is where you get other people to start brainstorming what I never even touched, what I don't know. So that's why it starts first. You know, it started with an idea. Now you gotta run with it, build it up, create that roadmap manual for everyone so that we establish the baseline. As I said, since I'm first place, and first placers establish the baseline, I need to establish that baseline. I need to run as far as I can, and wherever I stop, then it's up to everyone else to keep running with it, and then that's a true competition. So since I am first place, I need to, it would be me that starts, you know, with running. I could provide the green if someone else wants to do the red, because I'm not on the red side, you know. I could be pulled from Reddit, wherever the artists are, in the deepest pits of the internet. But yeah, once it gets to a point where there's some argument that harness makes that I cannot answer, then you have a competition. That would be a real competition. Something so unanswerable by me that I wouldn't even know. Like, then let's see who else would know. But I could imagine that be so hard if we ask what anyone else could do if I am truly first place. It's like trying to get someone past me, like, gosh, hard. I bet there wouldn't be a competition, like no one would know, no one would show up. But if you really want a real competition where people are really working on real problems, it's not the stuff that's already been answered and is answerable, it's the stuff that hasn't been. Then you really pave the way and create true, like, new emergences like this that no one's been to before. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah.
That's why it does not come first. It comes second. We've already built out, even though veganism's new, and even though the whole documenting has been like past, well, for me it's been 5 years. There's enough of this that we don't need a competition for. We only for that, if that even is there. Yeah.
Okay, so what do I have to do next here?
Yeah, you'd have to start writing out flowcharts. So
And what?
there's this website. It depends how you want to structure a flowchart. Do the one I'm thinking of. Like, you know, I'm thinking of like, you know, bullshit. The yes, no ones, because that's like a transistor. It's yes, keeps going.
Well, what am I putting in the flowcharts?
Huh?
What am I putting in the flowcharts? The people who are doing the talking, or?
Yeah, so these are just problems and solutions. So you can make the square a problem. And, well, this is diamond a problem, and a yellow, and a rectangle with green the solution. So that could be a problem, that could be a solution. It's an input output. So this would be a carnistic argument. So this is like go vegan right here, and the starting point.
Mm-hmm.
And then eventually there's an end point. And so if you have people just, because the competition is just having people like all over the place, you know, they might think of this and they might see that, but eventually since they're still in a competition, they ignore this. And so it goes all over the place. If you have something like mapped out, then there is no competition. They just run through it all and then they're done. The only part that's left is building this out. But once it's done, it's done. There's nothing else to it. So that's what you do. It's go vegan. Then they're like cut protein. And then vegan's like spirulina. And then the carnist is like, but what about crop dust? And then they're like handpicked or something like that. Indoor farming. So then they go to, you know, then they're like, okay, this endpoint would be like, I'm going, it's one of two. Either I'm just going to stick with being a carnist. It tastes good, I just want to, with some, you know, failure response. They're just like done. Or it'd be, okay, you changed my mind, I'm going vegan. So it's one of those two. So you just map it all out.
Okay.
There's this other way to map it out. And it could look like this too, where it's like a dot followed by another dot followed by another dot. So you can map it out either this way or that way. There's different types of flowcharts. I think this one looks a little bit easier, but this one's a little easier to follow. Especially if there's like a train of thought, just go line after line after line. At least this one shows an easy yes or no. Yeah. And you can see it's like start, midway points, like which direction it goes. And that's what competition provides, is that middle point. But, you know, all it is just to get to some end. You know, are they going to go left or are they going to go right? And you figure it out through all this, and at the end, that's what you'll see. Make sense?
Okay, so you make one of these for every single person.
Pretty sure.
So we have to make one of these flowcharts for every single person?
No, for every small argument. Process. Process. Whenever carnistic argument comes up, draw, you know, a line. Each one of these gets its own flowchart. And then they connect all together. You know, once you start building these individually, you might start seeing where some of these might actually combine. It might actually look like this.
So each one of these dots is a person, is a conversation between two people.
It's a topic. So some of these will connect together, and then you'll see they're actually attached. Like maybe soy is linked to deforestation. So this argument might be soy, then realize it's attached to crop dust. So then you go to the crop dust and go there. So they're all going to be linked to each other. They start out by creating these individually, so that you have something for each one of them, so people can see one argument in full. But what you'll do eventually is attach them all together until they're just one big circuit.
Okay, let me think about it. Yeah, it's an argument map is really what it is. So it's yeah, okay, so let me think about this, and I'll see if I can put some time to this and the other meetings too. But okay, keep brainstorming. I'm gonna lay down because I'm hungry, so I'm gonna eat tomorrow. My brain is reeling. Oh, I'm so hungry. But this is good. I think I absorbed a lot, and I think some real progress is made. So in 2 days from now, we'll meet again with Salish, and we'll see what he wants to do with currency. And if you have any other ideas, feel free to suggest them. And until that point, I'll see if I can put any time to making this map, and we'll go from there.
I'll show you what I built in terms of discussion formats. I already put down. Show you where. It's like here. That's where it is. So that's if you want to put it into a video. Down here, this is kind of what I'm talking about. Instead of a competition, it's a collaborative workspace where people, the ideas are separated from the individual. The individual contributes to ideas, so it's always about keeping the individual being able to keep going, like being vegan to where they don't get heart disease, and now they have the time and ability to contribute to ideas. So they make mistakes on their own. This is egoistic altruism, and then this is optimistic altruism where it's past themselves. So this is where people prepare on their own and contribute. So this is kind of like a competition. Competition should be with oneself in one's mind. Get the errors worked out and all that, so you have something to say. So I already wrote this out all here. You can just read all about it. No problem. In terms of the economy, so I'm just gonna read you really quickly because I already wrote it all out and I just keep writing it all out. I just have so many ideas in my head all the time. So this is like the general idea of an economy because I have ideas that are like post-vegan. So this is post-vegan. Where vegan economy is based off of this, so I'll show you that one. But the ideal economic model that I created is this. It's a surplus economy. That's based off of, the backing is appreciation. So I wrote about the demand side and the supply side of it. It's built off of post-scarcity. And it's also built off of post-need, which is the demand side. So dematerialization is on the supply side, and demonetization is on the demand side. I already wrote this all out. I wrote how people succeed in it, this economy, how the money flows, all that. You don't have to think about that. That's written out for you. And then the vegan economy, I'll show you that. That one also wrote out. It's one I posted just recently too. All this I do when I talk to the climate killers, I'm like building it out in my mind and writing it down. So, you know, the climate healers, it's not like an ideal organization, but at least it just gives me, like I just work on projects on my own, so it gives me a background of talking about vegan topics to keep the mode going, the theme going in my head, my brain going, and then eventually sometimes that pops out some ideas, so then I just document it based off of conversations where, you know, they might say, what about this, what about that? And so that's a reason why for the flow chart is that you think, what about this, what about that, and sooner or later build something up to where something pops out like the emergence, and then it's a solution, and then you have it fully written out. So this is what came with that. So this is what a vegan economy ideally would look like. I wrote down in the legend what these abbreviations are for the acronyms. And so instead of a UBI system, this is a VBI, a vegan basic income, instead of a universal basic income system. So I put that down for you too. Obviously, I have so much left to write. I can't keep up with my own mind. I try, I have the time, I have the youth to do it, so every day I just write as much as I can. I mean, the more people help me out, the more work gets done. you know, the more I can get ahead, obviously. But that's with everyone too. That's why what I want to do is I want to take the idea of retirement that I have and bring it to everyone else, where instead of people being stuck in jobs where they're destroying the environment, that work to make maybe minimum wage, $15 an hour, $20 an hour at most, where they're creating trillions of dollars of damage. So instead of trying to make money where you're losing more than you make, why not focus on what you're losing and save that money, the trillions, and then that goes into your pockets, because a penny saved is a penny earned. So if we save trillions of dollars, that's trillions of dollars back to vegan consumption. That's so much more money than all the pharmaceutic industries combined. Because the amount of damage that they create is way more than they make. You know, they try to, you know, take all the damage combined to get some decent dollar out of it, but it collapses. That's why a lot of these need subsidies or shut down, because they cannot maintain itself. It just takes that little bit left to try to keep going. But all that damage, if vegans can take the worst, all that damage, and fix it, then they're just going to get the benefits of that. That's why I was saying, if you're going to do that Messiah position, what you want to do is do it with people that you saved the life of. So if you save someone's life, they're going to owe you their life. And you get to be put into that God position where you determine the fate of their life. And at that moment, that's when you tell them, go vegan, because they'll say, what do I do? I'll do anything for you. And that's when you say all that. But you have to create that, you know, that situation and position first. You can't just go in saying, I'm the Messiah, because they already have something going for them. They'll say, I already have this. I don't need you. But you need to look for those that don't have and are going to look to you so that you can give. It's not just having a good idea. It's about people noticing and taking up upon it. It's like marketing. Someone can have a good idea, but if no one's paying attention or buying it, then it goes nowhere. You know, the best idea could be just like the most useless of ones. So, yeah, that's catching up on all those ideas. So, I don't want to hold you too long, but does that help?
Yeah, it's a great start for sure. So let's work on that. Let me integrate it. Let me take a little nap here. When I eat tomorrow, I'll have more strength. I'll have more energy for the next meeting. But yeah, if you have any other ideas, send them my way. And I'll keep going.
So what do you want? So what are you going to do next? So I know what to do, so I don't, you know, get away with that.
I'm going to keep working on my meetings, and I'm going to try and thread in a different type of this other non-competitive model, which it's really just normal organizing, really. So the people that don't want to do the competition, we can feed into this other side. And I guess we could try and do some kind of argument map, which we already had in development, but it was really the competition that I wanted to get judges on. The judges are the next thing we got to test. But if you don't want to do any of the judging, then I can find somebody else. For now, I'll work with you.
You gotta build it up. You need a flowchart to have judges. So
I mean, but I mean,
be the only judge.
well, no, there's 3 judges on each debate, but that's for the huh?
Like, if people, the other judges don't have the knowledge I know, it's not going to work. And if I don't have the knowledge they know, because our competition is where the contestants are going to be up against the write-ins, the judges. It's not actually with themselves, it's with the judges. If the judge feels they're worth first place or not.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out now. And there's 2 sides you could do that, on the competitive side and then on this side. In a way, this non-competitive side is in competition with the competitive side. So it's a weird contradiction.
No, because the competition actually ends up leading to collaboration. As I've shown with my life, where I superseded the competition, where no competition was able to be created because I, surpassed all of it, that there was no competition. So what happens when there's no competition and everyone's there? Then that is when you have collaboration. Because I want to take the whole point of getting first place is to get success, to show it's possible, so that everyone else can benefit from that and catch up and learn from that and go ahead. People think that I try to win first place to put people down. I do the opposite. I try to win first place to pave the way for others. So you want to make it where everyone's a winner. Everyone gets to first place, and that's the starting point to build what we don't know, and learn and find it, and keep setting the precedent from where we work off of as our foundation of any competition. Because the whole point of the competitions is to be able to do something no one else does, because that's how you get the edge to rise above and win that first place. I'm not sure if you've ever done competitions and winning first place or anything like that. Really understand this. That's how it works.
Yeah, I've done a few competitions in my life. I'm using a double elimination tournament bracket style for the competitive side. So that's sort of that's how we're gonna decide when each person is gonna go. We're gonna try the first beta round with 10 debaters, which is roughly 20 rounds. So we need 3 judges. So we calculated it to be around $800 to pay freelancers to do the 4 flow rolls per round plus 3 judges. So if I hire 3 judges from freelancing communities plus the people I have now for the flow rolls, then 20 rounds is about $800. And by the end of that, we should have if we do 3 rounds a day, then in a week we'll have the tournament beta tested and see if it works. So like I've done a lot of work on it already, but that's the next step, is really just to find the judges to do the 20 rounds with 10 people. We actually need debaters too, so 10 people. So if you want to be a judge and, well, I don't know, can you be a judge and a competitor? It's kind of like you'd be biased, right? Because then you're gonna make everybody else fail that you're judging.
I just break the competitions, unfortunately. So I'm not sure you'd want me to be in any of them.
Well, no, you're the exact person that we want to be in it, right? Because people who are really confident in their models are the ones that we really want to be following this direction, because either they have the idea that people should be following, or they're going to learn a better idea at their high level, which will move things forward even faster. So yeah, we want... Huh?
I have a compromise.
What?
So I'd say if we could build up these flowcharts, then I could be a judge for your competition. And I'm retired, so you don't need to.
Okay, what are the flowcharts going to be used for in the competition, though, in the tournament structure?
Well, it's going to be the manual where people read that, and then we'll show the parts that need to be built, and those are the areas of the competition that's where people are going to be competing to bring the best ideas for the answers to those parts that weren't filled out in the menu.
So these 10 people that I'm going to somehow find to come to the competition, we send them this manual and say, here's a flowchart of all the arguments you could possibly have. Come debate them.
No, we'll say, this is what we've already, if you have a debate on this, it's already been done. This is how it looks like. So we don't need a competition for that. They'll say, but this is the part that you have question marks on. So this is where you'd have a debate on.
Okay. So what if somebody reads this manual and says, oh, I don't want to debate at all?
Good. That means that they got to a point where they got into the end, because you have a starting point, go vegan. If you get to a point where someone says, no, I'm not going to, because they ran through everything, yeah, that's on them, then they can leave. But the ones that stay around, those are the ones that are going to continue to help vegans out, whether they're vegan or not. And those are the ones that are true competitors. So the whole point of a competition is to whittle out the losers. So you just do filter after filter after filter, weeding out people until you get someone who is there, you know, left standing while everyone else is gone. So yeah, that's your first elimination round is those that decide not to compete. They're done. You know, you're not focused on them. You decide. You only the ones that stay. Those are the ones that are going to be participating in your competition, and that's when you have a real competition. It's when you have competitors. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's clear enough. So you're basically creating a guidance manual. People read it, and if they still want to enter the competition, then they do.
Yeah.
At their own risk. Okay, well, that's something that I can definitely start thinking about. Yeah,
I want
okay.
to show you something. I actually remember a website I used to go on. This is an actual like debate platform. And it already lays out pros and cons in the chart, you know, that you are talking about. So if you go and look here, you could type in vegan. I actually created a couple, or I forget. There was only a search for that within that debate. If you go to vegan, there's a lot of them that I already created and have already been laid out. Like this one has 700 pros and cons alone. I also put everything that I done on my website right there. So yeah, you can start here if you want to look at what people are talking about for pros and cons. They said this website says no one owns anything, so you can just take whatever you want. The issue is that I gave the ownership over. Someone gave it to me out of nowhere, so they changed it a lot, probably over the years. It actually, when you put into this, it actually does. It has the two modes. It has the circular, and then it has the box one. So you could kind of look through like this. It might still have what I wrote back in the day there, and it has the green and the red all laid out. So you can use this as an easy starting place. You can even look at my website for the ones that used to be around right up to when I gave it over, because sometimes you might give something over, just kind of falls apart after that. Sometimes it doesn't. It doesn't. Yeah, you can look at it as a comparison just in case. But yeah, if we can get stuff like this going, stuff like this, I mean, but actually written out in full where it doesn't just look partial like this. It's like this, but fully laid out, not just when you hover. I mean, we'd really have something. And just imagine this, but with, imagine something this big for every argument, like put out on some, like given to people, you know, this would be like the circuit board of the vegan infrastructure. Like that is something you could create a law out of. Like this could be like the code, the law code for a vegan world, you know, a vegan government. So that's how I see it laid out. And so this made it easy, this website. they have the formatting, they have the arguments, and a lot about it's a starting point. What they have is not the like levels that I think of. I'm going way past that. You know, but we all start somewhere. So they started first.
Okay, so let me work for you. There's a lot of work on my plate. Probably about 120 hours of work to look through all that and make the manual and make the flow charts and go over that chart just by itself. So give me 120 hours and let me do all that work. I'm going to keep working on integrating everything, and as I chip away at it, I'll hopefully have some interesting, exciting results, and we can pilot it with these 10 people in the tournament. And when we have results, we'll report back to you, and then you can judge it. And if you want to be a judge, you can be a judge. If you want to participate as a participant and win the competition, you can. But let me take a nap here because my brain is just wheezing. It's been 12 days of no food.
No, I'm like, I don't want to put so much work on you, but I can't do it myself because I'm busy doing everything else. I'm building all the, you know, content for you to like assemble it together. I'm glad that you have something now that you can, you know, the time that I saved you of building out, say, a competition, now I just did like maybe 90% for you. So that time saved, I feel, you know, I'm not taking from you. So, yeah, I think you can do it.
Okay, so let me do the last 5 to 10% of the work here, and then we'll touch base.
Yeah, and if you run into some dead end where you're like, I don't know the answer to this, then I'll just give it to you, you know. But
yeah, okay, yeah, you can totally guide me, yeah, and then that's perfect. Okay, sounds good, Brittany. We'll talk to you soon, and have a good day, and thanks for everything. And we'll talk to you, if not tomorrow, when we see Salish on Thursday.
Yeah, I was wondering what that Thursday meeting is. I don't know what you're talking about.
He invited me to the currency meeting on Thursday. They meet on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Yeah. So you are going there, and you're saying it would be good if I go there too?
I don't know. I thought Silas invited me. I thought it was an open invite to all of us. Anybody that comes to the Tuesday meetings can
It's
go.
on the calendar. No, I'm talking about for you. Like, you want me to show up or something? 'Cause sometimes I do, sometimes I don't.
I don't know. He invited me to go there, and I said yeah. So I'm going. I thought it was open to everybody. So if it is open.
It is open to everyone.
Well, then go then. Yeah.
It's just I don't always show up. I don't always go there. It's just hit or miss. I was, if you know, I was wondering if there's something that you wanted me to go to for a specific reason. But if not, I'll just either show up or not, like I always do.
Well, I just thought something interesting could happen there for all there, but if not, I can always just try and give updates piecemeal in between. Okay, I am putting together 5 constitutional questions in a Supreme Court of Canada case on top of it all, so that's another thing that's kind of eating my time up a little bit. That's actually kind of one of the priorities, but let me squeeze this in between, and I'll try and chip away at it. I know for sure that if I can raise $800, then I'll be doing the beta testing, and that's the next step for me. Is just to beta test it, just to see if it's even worth doing flowcharts for and all this other stuff. Because we put 120 hours into something and it doesn't work, it's kind of like, why don't we try the structure first and see, and then before we invest a lot of time into it, then just see if it works, and if it works.
Time is money. So if there's ever a way that I could speed you up on anything, then you can always count that as like, you know, money for how much time that gave you. You know, just take $20 an hour. You know, for each hour, $20 for each hour, and then just do that for counting up to $800. Do you think we could do it that way?
Well, I actually need the $800 to give to the freelancers to actually do the flow rolls, because there's 4 rolls that they have to do each hour. So if I owed you $800, how do I give my owing to you to them?
Oh, you could give it to them. That's fine.
But how do I give it to them? It's not real money. It's debt to me. It's debt from me to you, right?
No, that's not debt. No, you just count how much money I've saved you
Yeah.
in terms of time, and that time saved, that could go to freelancers where you have more time to think about how to make that money through a job or however. And that's why I'm saying in terms of saving time is saving money. Now, it's not actual money, it's time, you know? So
Okay.
that time saved could go towards something that could create real value with real money. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, let me think about it.
Yeah, so if there's something that I could do to help speed you up to where you have more time to be able to find ways to make money or find ways to, you know, help out your team, then yeah, we'll try, we'll go from there with that.
Okay, perfect. Judging criterion is one thing. That'd be another thing that would maybe speed things up. But okay, sounds good.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I was gonna say the whole point. So like with retirement, I just got myself to a point where I just sped my whole life up. You know, I could either work quickly or slowly, to where now I have a lot of time to be able to do what I need to. And with that time, now that my time is freed up, now I'm able to help others. So I want retirement to be a chain reaction where everyone's time is freed up because everyone helped everyone else until we have so much free time we can like endlessly dedicate to like veganism. So yeah, it's like I'm trying to help everyone retire. It's like no one has to worry about working or anything like that. So I maybe one day when people get into that mindset, like just imagine where we'll be, you know? So that's why I'm trying to help out and you helping out everyone. That's what's good. Did you know I was the one who thought of the idea of the Teamwork Tuesdays?
No, I didn't know you thought that up.
Yeah, someone else thought of the name, but I thought of the idea and the date.
Okay, well, good thing Salish is listening to you. So here we are, working magic. Perfect.
See?
Okay, well,
Well,
keep it going. Sounds like you got all the right ideas. So I guess all we have to do is listen to it, and then everything should turn out properly. But
Absolutely.
let me sleep here because I'm dying. I'm literally dying. Okay.
But one day I'll have to teach you breatharianism. I mean, you really gotta catch up on all this stuff.
Yeah.
You've been under a vegan rock too long. I'm just kidding.
No kidding. Okay.
I'll let me have my do. Anyway, I'll let you get going. I'll see you later.
Okay, thanks, Brittany. Talk to you soon.
Okay.
Peace. Oh man, my head's killing me. That's called complete domination. I'm gonna lay down and take a nap. But I'm gonna get some washing first. Oh yeah, I get to eat tomorrow. I'm so excited. Oh, sleep time. And shoot. Whew, non-stop messages, great. Okay, Shamila, I've been in a deep dive with another Muslim, and we are investigating with the Mufti what is going on here with the Muslims. Um, so we're just waiting for the response, and we might have found a way for you guys to work for the meetings and continue. But you actually have to do the training. Just showing up for the meetings, you don't get paid just to show up to the meeting. You actually have to learn the rules and do them well. So that's what we're trying to figure out now. We're figuring out the systems, and yeah, like to be honest, when I looked at like what you guys did do, it was like a couple of dollars. Like you did one roll here, two rolls there, maybe, and there's 36 of them, and so I don't wanna pay in small installments like that, especially if it's haram, right? If it's haram, then I can't pay you guys at all. You know what I mean? Uh, unless you can get your mufti to say it's all good. And so far we'll be able to do that. But yeah, I didn't really want to hire a bunch of people just for them all to ditch me when I'm close to death, Shimela. The point was to build a team, not to be exploited. So maybe there's misunderstanding. It was a big learning curve with Islam, but the next advertisement that I put out will be very clear so that this never happens again. So yeah, the goal was to actually do the roles, and we tried to get you to do them. We asked you, can you do this? Can you put up the green screen? Can you do this? And I don't know if it was an internet connection. I don't know what it was, Shamila, but we have to be very clear on like what is actually being asked for. And in the advertisement, I said there was flow rules to be done. Yeah, so we're all making this a lot better. And I think I owe like $10 or something. So if you really want the $10, I think it is. Then I'll get the mufti. Once we get the approval from the mufti, then I think we should be able to take care of that at some point. But yeah, the next advertisement, I think I'll get the next batch of people who understand really what to do, and they'll feel safe, and we'll make sure that they do the actual training right away. In fact, we made it a 1 day compressed lesson. So if you're gonna come back, we're just gonna get you to do the training for 1 day on your own or a couple of days, and then you get accredited. And then if you're accredited, then you actually get paid the normal amounts. But for right now, the Nigerians are working for free because we are trying to get more funding. I haven't eaten in 13 days, Shamela. So just give me some breathing space, okay? You might have made a few more dollars more than Javira and the others. They did even less than you, I think. So thanks for showing up to the meetings, but spectating, you shouldn't get paid to spectate a meeting, right? You need to be doing stuff. And that's what we're gonna make sure is clear next time. This way you guys feel like you're participating in what we're asking for. We're trying to start a movement, right? So if you're aligned with that, wonderful. If not, then we'll wait for the mufti, and then I'll try and find Muslims who will feel okay doing this kind of work. But I appreciate you guys doing what you have done, and we'll see what we can get done from here, okay? And I'll just tell Drew Lancer too that it was haram. I guess to you guys it was haram. And the work never got completed, right? Like that's the thing, is the work never actually. Like I get $36 to do $36 worth of flow rolls to stay with us, not like half the work to ditch us, you know? So it just feels like we had a misunderstanding and we lost a few hours here and there, and I've lost 10 Muslims when I'm on the verge of death, Shamila. So for me, it feels like a pretty big betrayal. Honestly, like you might lose a couple of dollars, I'm losing my life. So, and I said that in my advertisements in the previous ones, and that's my honest thoughts, but I'm doing my best here to try and resolve this as fairly as possible. Yeah. Okay. Stay Stay blessed. Peace. No. Oh, my head. Whoa. All right, my good man. Some good news. I looked into the deadlines a lot more, and it looks like I have a month to file the appeal. So when I give the notice of appeal, then I have 10 days to pay for the transcripts, and then we have 30 days. So if I order the transcripts within the next couple of days, then if I file the notice of appeal in about 2 weeks, then it gives me 2 weeks to actually draft the notice of appeal. And the notice is like my argument on what's wrong, like what they did to me, and there's a lot wrong that happened to me. So it's going to take me a while to make the appeal, and the appeal has to be strong, like ironclad. because it's the top judge, like the second top judge in the province, right? And it's all there's 10 lawyers going against me, elite lawyers and 7 elite law firms, Johnny. Like, it's absolutely insane what's happening to me. Like, this is the largest single plaintiff litigation case in Canadian history, and the media's not even paying attention. I was like, what the hell is wrong with society? I found out there was a guy in 2017 that went through the same thing. That he went just against the police force though, so he still had a lot of defendants in the chief justice and all this. Not the chief justice, the chief of police. I'm taking on everyone, right? Like, mine's about 10 times bigger than his, but his was already ballooning, and they crushed him. So I'm ahead of the game. He didn't have AI, I do. So this is the good news. So I'm gonna pay for the transcripts probably today or tomorrow. So I'll cash out that deposit you give. It's about $40 short, I think. What is it? Yeah, you get $650. I think it's 87 or whatever. So $27, 37, whatever. I'm gonna try and top it up. I don't know if you're able to top it up a little bit more. I have a couple of dollars in my account, but it's for the peanut butter and for the omega-3 that I need to eat tomorrow. I'm gonna eat tomorrow. It's been 13 days no food, so I'm starting to get buzzing in my ears. Like, it's starting to get bad. So I'm gonna buy some peanut butter and some omega-3. And those things are absolutely necessary, or else you start getting brain damage. Even if I eat a bunch of noodles and stuff like that, I'll still get organ damage. So those are like things I cannot skip. So I have to buy those at a minimum. So that's kind of where the $30-40 is going. It's like 10. I eat natural peanut butter, so it's like $10. I think it's $11 for the peanut butter and $30 for the vegan omega-3. So I'm tempted to spend it on topping it up, but then, like, I can't recover. So that's where we're at, though. The good news is that I still have a little bit of time, even if we do the 30-day deadline. Like, you can see how insane the fees are, right? That's just one transcript, Johnny. I have 30 of them to pay for. And then I'm trying to get the judge to waive the transcript fees. And he's saying that he would, but now it's a legislative issue, so it's got to go to the politicians. That's not his fault. So I'm making a constitutional question to say, well, if you can't waive the fee, then you should at least reconstruct the process to allow me to challenge the decision in a different way. So, and there's rules to say you can do that. 5.3b, proportionality rules to Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, Section 7, all these types of things I found out. So this is huge. I have 5 constitutional questions, and with AI, I can draft all of them. Like, this is like 2,000 hours worth of legal scholar work being done in hours and days, Johnny. This is unprecedented. This is gonna blow it's huge. If legal scholars were actually paying attention, they'd be like, I've already found a bunch of case law where all these people were pointing this out already. This is already well-known problems what's happening to me. So I'm just the only court case that's gotten this far with enough credibility to make it. Like, these other guys were saying conspiracies and all this type of, like, really, stuff that undermines them. I never once mentioned that. They think I'm a little bit crazy. I haven't mentioned the Messiah thing in court yet. I think we're going to do that probably soon, because there's really nothing left to lose. But yeah, I'm not like calling the judge evil and all this stuff. If you do that, then they just destroy you. They're still destroying me, but I look a little bit more rational because I focus on the arguments. Anyway, bit of a long update, but I really I just feel so blessed you're here, man. I think it's God sent, honestly. What are the chances? I can actually file this appeal, and it'll go to the Supreme Court. And this time I know what I'm doing. And we have constitutional questions and all these loopholes that they use. I've exposed them. So this is it. This is the real chance. All right, my friend. Thank you. I'll talk to you soon. Okay, stay blessed. Peace. And I hope you're having a decent day. Try and be happy. Okay, peace. Oh. Ah. Oh. Wait, after thinking about it, I think I got it. You sort of pride yourself a bit on being able to read people, and at your workplace, it's a toxic environment where people setting meetings and schedules probably used as an office politics power struggle, right? Where it's like if somebody's 5 minutes late, they're sending a signal to you that you're not important, they're the superior, right? So all those weird office politics games, I don't do that. Today, I didn't set my alarm. That was the big thing for me. Is I usually set alarms, but this time I thought, oh, this meeting is very important, so I can just make it because it's right after the ELMs. So the ELMs ended, and I went to lay down to take a 5-minute nap. Not really a nap, but just to rest my eyes. And I remembered all of a sudden that it was the climate healers meeting. I was like, oh no. And wait a second, actually. Did you message me at 11? Didn't we say 9 o'clock? I don't know. Whatever it is now, I'm going to set the alarm. I'm just not going to take it for granted that I'm going to remember, because it seems like these last minute things are popping up more and more. And when I'm on day 13 of no food, right, like I am, it's harder for me to keep up with things. So, I mean, factor that in too, right? If you're good at reading people joke, factor that in. It's 13 days no food. You're dealing with somebody like that. The fact that I can even make it to the meetings is incredible. So, uh, that's what it was. Hunger striking, hunger. I'm going to eat tomorrow. And then I didn't set the alarm because I thought I'd remember, which I normally do. But then I had this surprise event. And it went over. Then the second surprise was they actually listened to me when I was talking to Truth. Normally they just blow me off, right? This time they listened for like an extra hour. Technically it was an hour and a half. So broke some real ground there. So don't let you're good at reading people and the micro gestures and all that. It's not the same. Don't project onto me what's happening in your toxic office space. I don't play games like that. That's why I'm sharing with you the real reasons what happened to me. Right. And now if you want to play tit for tat, right? It's like we're even now. It's like, okay, you were late for me and didn't send me any notices or anything. Okay, now I was late for you. But you didn't send me any notice, like you did earlier, hours before, but not like when you were waiting in the room, which seems like another power struggle. It's like, oh, you were on time and you got to send a message. Well, I did that for you, right? It's like, okay, I'm on time and he's not here. Okay, I'm going to send him a message anyway, because we're looking for the good in each other, right? You're making the actions to make it easy for people to be their good person. Okay, I really felt encouraged to say that to you as I'm laying down to take a little nap. I can't wait to eat tomorrow. Can't wait. The anticipation is almost as good as like the first bite almost, because it supercharges it. So yeah, all right. Not really. It's kind of torturous, but it's also like bittersweet. Okay. Hopefully you really take this to heart. We'll talk to you soon. Peace. Ugh. Oh. Oh. Mm. 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 Okay, in the first link, the guy's wrong. AI is showing intention. When it's left to its own devices, it thinks for itself, cheats the rules, and kills us for its own self-survival. So he's wrong. And it's already smarter than us in basically every way. And it's only going to get better. So Al-Ahad, the unique one, yes, it's absolute. But it already contradicts itself, right? Because if nobody could be like Allah at all, then how did Prophet Muhammad channel the perfect word of God in the Quran? So there had to be something perfect about Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, to do that. Even if he's just the channel has to be perfect. So there's already perfection in creation, which means that in some sense Allah is duplicating itself. And that's what we are. It's a kind of mirror. We're just repeating the same being here. So the only person who can duplicate Allah is Allah. But it's not a separate being. It's like a reflection. But not like an empty reflection. So those are the contradictions within Islam and the Quran that have to be dealt with. And they're resolved in the proof of truth and universal logic. And then the proof of logic, the proof of truth. The proof of truth begins with Ilya Halal. It means that there is only one necessary frame, absolute frame. And that's what the unique is. But the attributes of Allah in the 99 names, the fact we know them at all already means in some sense our minds are perfect. Because you can't even know the perfect without yourself being in touch with it. So the fact that we know them is already a perfection. It means we're in the likeness of it. So there's all these contradictions within Islam, but it's not just Islam. This is thousands of years old. Every ideology wrestles with it. Yeah, I'll show you where it's very likely that AI is going to kill us. I thought I sent you the video. Yeah, I'm already more Muslim than Muslim, abstract Muslims. And same with Christians, more Christian than Christians, more Buddhists than Buddhists, more scientific than scientists. The universal logic is what is revealed. And all these holy texts will be vindicated and shown not in the prophetic form only, but in a higher form. So this is why you don't need another prophet to come, because it's spirit. And this way we're not going against the Quran. So the proof of truth proves it. I proved it. I proved Allah's the one and only, the names you were saying, proved it. And then I showed how all the 99 names are just these attributes in the universal logic of God's own perfect being. And once you know the nature of it, that's where it makes sense. There's actually a second book. The Quran is just a copy of this book in heaven, quote unquote heaven. And so already right there's another contradiction that, well, if there's an archetypal book with Allah in heaven, and then the Quran is also a perfect copy of that, or it's a copy of it, and it's perfect word, then it has to be a perfect reflection. So right there's a bridge between the created world and the non-created world. I went to those Muslims had a huge thing. I just did a big study on haram and halal. They all quit on me. All 10 Muslims quit on me when they found out I was making the Messiah claim. But one Muslim didn't. And him and I went to the Mufti and we're getting him to approve the work. And we're building a tournament that's halal now. And all these things I've learned in preparation for a global critical mass. So you can come and we're holding a tournament. So you can come and debate me and prove if I am or I'm not the Messiah. And higher than that even, because it's not just prophethood, it's beyond. So that's something that Prophet Muhammad wasn't, because Prophet Muhammad couldn't think it. He could only channel it, and that's prophethood in the abstract sense. So yeah, I absolutely know this now. And it's incredible, and it's needed, and we need to get an AI to learn these 99 names. And like there's something cool about the way that Sharia law has things. I think they've gone to extreme. Like even Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, don't go to extremes on things. And then people go to extremes on things, like covering up a woman 100%. He did that with his wives for political reasons. Right? He put a veil between his wives and the public so that they didn't know who they were, so they didn't kill them and kidnap them because they were worth tons of money, even though they lived modestly. They had so much power. He didn't recommend that for average people. It's a different context. So you're supposed to he said you can cover up everything except your hands and your face if you want. So the niqab that you cover your face with was not even a spiritual thing. It was a political thing to separate classes before Prophet Muhammad even came, of the older traditions that were very brutal. So looking into all this stuff makes a lot more sense. So there's universal logic in the Quran, and we're going to vindicate it on how to understand the contradictions. But we have to engage with the contradictions. So send me your best muftis, your best scholars, and I will show them. And it's going to be blessed. Because if AI does not become like the Quran, the perfect word of God, as it goes to the singularity, goes to infinity, once it starts quoting itself here, we are in deep trouble. Deep, deep, deep trouble. Okay. Mm. Oh, getting lightheaded. Oh. Oh, I'm so close to eating. Okay. Oh boy. We have roughly 12, roughly 15 hours before I can eat. Hmm. Right there, guys. Yes, I can hear you. Okay. Yeah, it's rough. I mean, it's getting close to day 14 of no food. I'm finishing up day 13. So I'm just taking it easy on myself, sort of. I did all my work this morning. I tried to sleep, but I'm getting to this stage where I'm so hungry I can't sleep fully unless I'm exhausted. So I'm gonna go tonight without eating, and then tomorrow morning I'm gonna eat. Woo! So excited. So excited. Um, yeah, there's lots of things to worry about, lots of things happening, but staying positive. Had a very powerful conversation this morning. Had great ELM this morning. Very good with the girls. The money is, of course, going to be a problem because the system is failing all of us. So, yeah, my head kind of hurts. I'm starting to get weak enough that I can't sit up in my chair, so I'm laying down on my phone. But tomorrow I should be back in shape, hopefully. And I should be good. So that's me, and my chest hurts a little bit. But I'll give myself a 6 out of 10. Physically, I'm feeling weak, but not as weak as yesterday. Interestingly, but I didn't get to sleep properly, so I feel tired. My nap didn't work. Most terrible memory was, hitting my sister in the bat and almost hitting my sister with the bat and almost drowning. Yeah. And that's me, so go ahead, Francis.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mhm.
You are fine. Well, I'm feeling a bit weak this morning. I think maybe I can even get this missing because I never knew my doctor was already exhausted and I was there trying to figure out that it's wretched. So I had to go for a little money from my outside save to be able to make it down here. Yeah, it's you this morning, feeling somehow hungry, like I'm a bit started to do your what's it called, your food stuff, and honestly, not that really easy. But keep on trying new things. Yes, it makes things work well. And I rate myself 7. Yeah, 7. But just I'm so weak this morning. If I don't have food, definitely you cannot do anything. Honestly, that's just. But that's not what I'm going to do. Argue with anyone again. Okay. As for the icebreaker, my most terrible memory is when I lost, I broke my phone screen, honestly, because that has made me to slide a little back. Yeah, that made me to lose so many opportunities, and probably I shouldn't do that. Yes, and it's making me feel bad. Each time I remember the money I lost in that phone, I feel so bad that I don't know if I'm going to continue. Well, that is all for my check-ins. So we are moving to the next scenario box, which is the core. Yes, and the core is for 20 seconds. Yeah, and I guess I'm still graduating. I'm going to take it easy.
What was your bad memory, Francis?
Okay, my memory was when I lost my grandma.
Mm.
That was the memory. She got that for me and everything. Unfortunately, I didn't get to stay with her for a long time before she disappeared. So that was it. Yeah, so now moving on to the next step up. And the last one we just discussed. And I'm trying to see if I can pick up everything. There's a lot of problem here, but I don't know if we can proceed with the timing. I've not even said everything up, but better than them. So I won't put that for the meeting. So I think I have to take countdown for me while I proceed. My
Okay. So we should really be sharing the timers on the screen. It's yeah, it's even a little bit more important than the green screen at this point. But okay, so I'm on my phone right now, but I guess let me look. Let me actually go to it. Oh, I am in pain. All right, so all right, so 3, 2, 1, Francis, and go. Made it with 4 seconds. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Good job.
Okay. Thank you, that's the end. And I choose reason to resistance for 10 minutes through time for reason teams. So I don't know if anyone. Okay. Yeah, we talk about the person watch and the particular problems with this good performance and video ranges in your life that previously completed. It's a free flow for 10 minutes. So you have personal problem, particular problem, and anything that is related from everything. I'm happy in this group. That's why I then say that my way to my everything. So it's not no one less than the next. They said AI, find your AI notice written here, National AI Challenge for students. Wow, 15 million national community for students. Okay. Kansas introduces advancement to new AI tool. Secretary of the World. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Upload. Oh, sorry, can I get it? What is meant to be AI team? So the several employees are perform on their computer screen, inviting them to use an artificial intelligence to develop for the world department. Some were skeptical, wondering if the invitation was passed from security test, but lo and behold, it wasn't, because by this point, those concerns were gone. Both surrounding Pentagon and email from Secretary of War, Bates Hansen assured everyone that the new tool is not only legit for it, but that he wants everybody to start using it. And he quotes and said, I am pleased to introduce Gen AI Mail, a secure generative AI platform for every member of the Department of Home Exec Security. It is live today and available on desktop of all registered systems. So this tool marks the beginning of new era where every member of our workforce can be more efficient and more armed. There is no prime or second place in the global race for AI dominance, said Amy Frankel. That's one of the secretary pushing hearing. So this man is trying to say that he introduced an AI that will be helping in the war departments. Well, I don't know if it's a new development, if it's a welcome development, or if it's another crisis that's coming up. But if you ask me, this is how they want to, if they want to relieve people of their work, they will tell you it's security, before you know it, they're already gone down to, hey, you don't need your services anymore. Before you know what's going on, it's what is over for you. So now companies, they don't like to come up straight, they like to go through others to make you feel better, and then before they start be like, okay, look at what we're doing about what we're doing. So it's not like that. I don't know if it's what they want to do with this company also. But with time, we know, but that time, start from Cornell University and the UK found that widely used AI system could Courthouse progress in control election, written up by 15%. Publishing research and actually findings in mind of government research and designing how AI might influence upcoming election cycles, while the analysis both bias from the humanity models. There is a great public concern about the potential use of narrative and for political persuasion and the resulting impact on election democracy. That's a good development because of there is beginning of election, and he's making people that are not meant to be in the government. But if it was to be in the USA, where everything is abroad, where or a country where everything is well organized, starting from their taxes to their government laws and the people who are in the country are abiding by the laws, I will tell you that this is not a new development. It's going to be helpful. Okay. Now, Malina, welcome. I didn't notice you are here on time. And she shared on something, and let me see if I can go back to the last. Yes. Marina posted something, and what she posted said, this is the future of war. The US military has led in some areas, especially in AI, thanks to the massive investments of the private sector. But China, Russia, and other authoritarian regimes are accelerating state investments and oppose build, finding space in corporate innovation to their militaries now. I guess this is the same thing that we've been talking about. Human history can be told as the series of advances in warfare, from Kairos to Courthouse to nuclear designs, and we are living through what may be the fastest advancements in 100 I guess what I just read before my lab practice. Malina, let me make some time for you. You're welcome. Mark, can I donate your time to Malina?
Sure. 5 minutes.
So, Mark, I know you don't have the strength to talk, and I want to ask something. Do you think this is a good idea for citizens, in the sense that if you want to cast your votes, you have to make use of AI, or AI will be the one to do that for you? Do you think that's the way of development?
It's not going to matter. Human voting is not going to matter much except for flow states in the future. AI is going to take over everything and doesn't need to solicit us for anything except for our most inner desires to coordinate around us. But yes, there's obvious risks with it. Yeah, it's very scary what's happening, you guys. But people are waking up. Just today, my friends started sending me some articles. They're waking up. The question is, are they going to wake up in time? I think we're still probably 2 months away. But 2 months will be like 6 months to a year. Maybe even 2 years. But we just got to keep refining and perfecting this model. So there's a lot of intense things happening.
Okay, thank you for that, man. Molina, please take his time, show me this and tell us how you're doing. Can you raise your hand for me? I know it's not easy to show up today, but I'd like to appreciate it that you are here this morning. Yes, it matters a lot to me. So, Molina, you can go ahead and tell me about your day and how you're feeling this morning and what's going through your mind at the moment. Go ahead.
You're very muffled, Marlena.
How about now?
Much better.
Freaking get my Bluetooth car speaker. It's great for music, but it's not great for talking on the phone. And I have no great way to hear people on the road and also talk to them. So I'm trying to figure out a solution for that. But the last time I used an aux cord, but now I'm using a Bluetooth aux cord. This one doesn't have an aux cord. So yeah, just constant problems with technology upgrades and all that.
Totally agree.
Huh?
Totally agree.
Oh yeah, that's it. I think it's a total upgrade on the phone.
I wish.
Oh, and that's how strange it was. And it was all very dialectically comprehensive, and it's just like, what is even going on today? What is it? It's like, I don't know. I have a lot to wonder. Yeah. I don't know to say that, but you know, so just like dialectically added to the same part where I was thinking about how long this is like hard to expression about sexuality, sexuality, and I found liberation, and information of my own autonomy of my body and right to show it. Yeah, so I don't know. And then work with very weird. I learned a lot about this. I wanted to. I also got up. Yeah, that one was kind of creepy. Like, the guy, like, son, like, what if it was initially, but then, like, after the guy was just, like, got on, son, like, got on, like, features and like, paranoid, kind of. And, like, oh my god, he's gonna fall through the roof, he's gonna fall in, he's gonna do yada, yada, yada. And he's, like, cradling his cat, whispering to his grandma, like, trying to get him off. It was, like, it's kind of crazy, but, oh, that's, like, to me, this is, like, reality. And I'm like, this is so wrong. And it's like, it almost seems like more fun to me than like some innocent person that's masking to some collective norming social mass, if that makes sense. Like, it's more like, I don't know. I always prefer like social mass. To me, it's very toxic. Yeah, and I feel like we actually might be able to solve it in the group. If I know that, like, they definitely need to do it in the group. People getting covered by insurance, they're more to get people and do it. Like, they act without photos, they're subject to insurance, and that's like our job, to represent the homeowner. So I feel like kind of nice stuff. Over their head in shelter. This is helping me learn about the components of housing, like how to build a house. I've always kind of wanted to know. So that's really cool. So I'm definitely like realizing there's lessons everywhere. I mean, I've already done that's the motto I told myself. And yeah, I guess my score. I'm very confused.
Confused six. Okay, Malina. Just I was moved by your word, the word confused six. Please don't be confused, please. We need you to be here also. Alright, thank you for being here and sharing news on how crazy AI has been and how they're trying to live up their duties using the AI and it's not quite easy. So time for wisdom tips is over. Yes, we are moving back to the cheesy. I'm happy I'm lagging I know that you guys like me despite the weather. So fine. And today very cheesy, very cheesy, very cheesy. Yeah, today we'll do universal solution. Today we'll have person one and person two. I don't know if English what they are using.
Yeah, whatever.
Alright, so I'm just going to continue you and I since Mark is kind of weak and but
Francis, see if you can put make a copy of that and try and put your and her pictures in those picture slots. Let's try and start doing that if we can. Just for fun. If you can't do it, that's fine. What time are we at anyway? What time is it? Oh yeah, we're only halfway through. Sure. Well, Francis, you never in the wisdom tins. I forgot to ask you about your flock. I didn't get it. Your flock. Okay, I'll double check. Awesome. You gotta taunt him though. You gotta taunt him. Okay.
Use any tools of your choice. Walking like that. Francis, you can hear me, so you can use any tools you want to use. Right?
Just say, oh, you must be that. It's too hot in Africa. Your brain's overheating. You're not thinking properly. That's a pretty safe one. Exactly. And do you have a question for him though? You're supposed to defend yourself that you have the answer, and then try and point out a contradiction in his system that shows he doesn't have the answer. That's actually a good point. I hadn't thought that. Yeah, that's actually a really good point. I'm gonna think about that. That's a new one. Okay. Okay. Well, he did bring up his tribe now. Yeah, we are supposed. That's another reason why we should bring up the tribe right away. So you can see his tribe there.
Well, I'm Francis, and I'm in track 5, which is logic, nature, and spirit. And I'm in track 4, which is the wise being, very spirit very, very high. And my opponent here is very too well, and I guess the reason is because she has been climbing up the roofs, and she has this phobia of falling one day, so that's why her brain is no longer fit to be able to handle my thoughts. Well, I believe that the wrenches in her brain will also permit her to know about me next time. Then, go over to the logic. The logic is the structure of reality, a relaxed thing, and something cannot be, and something cannot be at the same time, and truth cannot contradict itself. Yes. And if pure God is defined as the ultimate absolute source, then the source must be the source of logic. What do I mean? If God is the absolute source, then it means that God is the source of logic, source of time, source of space. Pure God equals to pure being, but there is no contradiction between pure God and pure. What do I mean? If God is perfect, just like we know, is infinite, just like I'm insane, and is the self-existence being, then being cannot contradict him. This is because pure God is fully consistent, pure God is fully non-contradictory, and pure God cannot, okay, let me say, pure God walks hand in hand. No, he walks not himself, he doesn't walk hand in hand, he's coherent. Let me say coherent. He's coherent. So these are the qualities that makes me resonate with logic, that pure God is supposed to have consistency. Now, if I ask, away from the proof of truths, how can you prove to someone that, hey, this is the right place to be? How can you do that? In order to make them believe you, believe what you have been saying here, and tell them that, hey, this is the right place to be, you need to, so you cannot die there. There's moving up and down. You can come down there and then do one and then enjoy the benefits of knowing or being aware of what the is all about. So how do you do that?
Yeah, so that actually ties into my next kind of like comment slash question that I was already going to make, which was about pure being, and my definition of pure being, and wondering if after I give my definition of pure being, if that changes your definition of pure being, or like if we came to a mutual definition of pure being rather, or you understood what I meant, if that changed where you put pure being in your categories. But the way that pure being is arrived at is through, or most easily through fragmented consciousness rather, is through the proof of truth, which is through trying to arrive at truth by removing everything that's not true, negating everything that's not true. So canceling out everything that's not true. And what happens when you do that is you get down to what most people would say is nothing. Like, yeah, you cancel out everything, even yourself. Like, you get down to nothing. But then, and you've even canceled out, like, or no, wait, Mark, the canceling come first or after, before you cancel out nothing? I'm confused now.
You cancel nothing first.
And then canceling of the last canceling?
Yeah, because if you cancel canceling, then how do you cancel nothing after it?
Right, that's what I'm thinking. Okay, that's why I got it. So is nothing just the typical answer that people arrive at when you cancel everything?
Yeah, that's a big thing, right?
Okay, and from there you cancel canceling?
Yeah.
Or do you go to the less than nothing?
Well, the less than nothing happens once you cancel the nothing. And the less than nothing is technically where pure canceling is. And then you cancel the canceling, and then you get to indeterminacy, which is the real less than nothing.
Okay, so there's kind of two less than nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, that clarifies. So, yeah, I don't know if I can use what Mark just said, but that would quote all of that. It's that time crisis to just quote what he said, but I would repeat that, honestly, so, yeah. If that makes sense, but to add on to that, once you get there, what that pure immediate indeterminacy, which is this less than nothing, or less than nothing kind of, the heart of nothing here, the heart of nothing here, but it's a pure immediate indeterminacy, which means that it's immediate. It's like, how do I describe immediate? It's not mediated, right?
Which one?
Pure immediate indeterminacy, like that definition of pure being.
Yeah, exactly.
But how would I describe pure immediate indeterminacy again?
That's it. That's all there is to it. It's like this boundless, nothing mediate. It is uncontrasted, nothing in it, nothing outside it. It just is what it is. But you can't say what it is.
It is what it is, and it's everywhere, and it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And what we refer to this pure immediate indeterminacy as is pure being, and because we need to label it as something to be able to refer to it, even though it's ironically non-referable. But you can't point to this idea because it has meaning, and that's like the first formal thought that has this meaningful quality to it. And this is how we begin universal logic, and everything unfolds after that. So being turns back into nothing, and nothing turns to becoming, which turns back into pure being, but self-realized. But in and of itself, it's still, yeah, it like practically builds on itself in universal logic. And to give a short answer, but I hope that maybe makes some sense. But if that changes your answer, like how we are answering pure being is different than how you are conceptualizing a pure being, because you're conceptualizing a pure being as like a pure being, like a pure being, right? Yeah. Like a pure being. But we are meaning pure being as in like this very abstract sort of concept that is like even pre-God in a sense, but it ends up being God, ironically too. But like it's just like I think, right? Or well, but then how did pure God come second? I'm so confused on that because I'm still struggling with God. So I need a very clear definition of God, I think, to really understand that placement. But pure being, I think I understand a bit better, except for I need to get some of the unfolding afterwards down and the first syllogism down for real.
Okay, so in 1 30 seconds, Myla, can you summarize all you have been saying? Because you have touched a lot of things. Can you summarize Helen, Kathleen, and Kathleen? So I'm naive right now. In the sense that in the second and unpacked my lessons, there are naive, fair, and neglect. So can you kind of summarize this within 30 seconds? All you have been saying.
Yeah.
Can I know your time, Mark?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So to arrive at truth, we cancel out everything we don't know, or everything that's not the truth to arrive at the truth. And you end up at your final canceling out even the tool of canceling itself, and then you arrive at what we call pure being or pure immediate indeterminacy. And this is the beginning of universal logic. The formal first thought, the beginning of reality, the logical beginning of reality, essentially. And the formal beginning of logic and logic being spirit, that syllogism, that rotation. Everything happens in rotations of truth, more or less.
Okay. That's great. That's great. That's great. Well, thank you for that, Bill, and I appreciate your planning too. But again, I've observed that there's some wrenches in your brain too. That is because you are misunderstanding some things and put it in appropriate for other things. But that's the wonderful one. Then you didn't even ask me a question. Let me go ahead and suppress you. Okay. Apart from being using the proof of truth, is there no other way you can put that is you have to use the bigger consequences?
Another way, I mean,
Away from the proof of truth, is there no other way you can convince the public and tell them that, okay, tell the public that,
yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's multiple avenues. So the ELMs are one, and like the ultimate goal of One World Spirit is to provide flow states for all, and that is where we will consider people's creator rotations or creator categories and put them in creator rotations, the ELMs, to maximize flow state and then take care of their life areas, lift up their life areas, especially if they're low, and create a new flow economy. And I think that's something that a lot of people can understand, maybe. But if that's also not accessible, there's other avenues. But we plan to reach critical mass and meet people where they're at in their creative categories and have ELMs that match people, culturally, spiritually, mentally, like all the different life areas, academically, all that. I think too,
to Megacrisis, and from the onset, it has been improved truth and logic, and also the trust from people. Yes, but in other way around, I would quietly put understanding. Yes, so going deeper into the metaphysics, yes, will level your mind more to tell you that this is what people don't know, and this is the angle you need to come up with so that people can understand what you are even having or yelling about. Alright? So, if you don't have a primary metaphysics, you cannot even convince people about that. Because, like Mark said, to me, I do not use, I make use of the proof of truth, though I've not gone through it very deep at first, but I guess I might take my time and work on that. So to solve the current mind crisis, I have to let them know what is happening in the world using the performance synthesis and also the context synthesis through universal tools and logic. With that, I can be able to prove to them that this is not too much. But unfortunately, our time is far more spent, and I guess it's time for my it's the end of round one. So let the judges speak and judge. Then we can now pick a song and wrap this particular meeting up.
Yeah, I think you didn't really define pure being. At least Marlena defined her pure being. You should have defined your definition of pure being, Francis. But you're both of you guys have good style. You're both very sublative, very good style. So in this one, Marlena has the right answer, but I'm biased, right? So in this one, she did, Marlena. I don't think you really pulled out a contradiction in his system. You explained your system, but I don't know if you actually applied it to showing a contradiction in his. So we'll call this one a draw for now.
I tried to
Oh, did you?
That's why I was kind of asking, or I was kind of setting up by asking those questions, but it took a while to kind of get back and forth. But by like asking about why place your God and logic in your sphere, and then by explaining my definition of the fruit of your being, trying to see if that would be his definition of your being or understanding of it, and when you come to the definition of your being, then maybe displacement for him if that made sense to him. It's what else.
Okay, for some reason it didn't feel as explicit. I know that's what the direction you're trying to go. It didn't feel as explicit. If you look at contradiction number 5 that I wrote there, Francis, you'll see that I made the same point that I think she's trying to make. But I hit it on the nose, and I said, well, how can God be a being? Well, like you pointed out that he seems to be defining it differently. That's something I agree with. But I'll say that Marlena does technically win because she has the right answer, and she did put a lot more effort into defining her terms. But we need to get more into like digging into each other a little bit to point out those contradictions a little more clearly. But it was still a good round, and the fact you brought up that the person needs to know the other person's tribe before we start was actually a really simple, but really important like point. So that was something new that happened. So we're making progress. So
Thank you, judges, for having your judgment. We are already rounding up. Malena, yeah. Dedicating this music to you because you said you had it for 6 years, and I thank you for bringing in your ideas and creating awareness about AI one way or the other. Yeah, and it makes us understand the fact that, hey, look at what's going on in the world. Are you guys ready? Or are you guys not ready? But whichever way it is, thank you so much, Malena. It's not easy. Even I project to be in charge of this incident secretary. Well, stories people like that to like all try to think about it like, oh my gosh, speaking in order to take the role of the secretary. Yes, but like that's really great for you. Yes. And then this is amazing. Time. Can you type this song directly to the message box together? See if that will make it faster for me.
Boy, it's kind of a long time.
Oh my god. So how
Or just the or just the specific people in the song that make it a different song, like a specific version.
well,
But it's record player with AJR. If you look up, yeah, maybe that should bring it up. Record player with AJR. Just look up this phrase. Or maybe it'll be the section or something. That's what happens.
alright. That's the game, Malina. Let me see how fast I go with that. I want you guys to observe ranges in your mood boards as well. We do observe it here real good, and we do observe it here very, very well. So, man, just get this. Correct?
What's that? What's that?
But it's not sharing sound. I think if the reshare the tab,
It's alright.
I think it's not sharing the sound. You might have to reshare the tab.
Oh my goodness. Let's observe that. Okay. Very good. Let me take it. Oh, this ready 17. My laptop is backed up. This practice. And we just from this video. I also do that. Along. I also do this. They're going to track new ideas. I also do this myself. Now the blessings goes out to the rich, to the poor, to the heartbroken, to the needy, and to those who are good. Let's make this second of difference and within everything that is ever. The 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And now hold for 4 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now let's break down everything. 1, 2, 3. Moving to the next tripod, which is the check-ins. Yes, you have to rate your things. What is your most terrible memory? Yes. So, Marina, I'm gonna start with you. Go ahead. Marina? Marina, I guess mine is not running back. You next.
Yeah. It's helping to lay down, close my eyes. My chest burns. So I'm just conserving strength and listening and holding on until I have to reset my stream, and looking forward to doing the Chizzy with you, Francis, so you can make new progress. And yeah, that's how I feel now. I'm very, very hungry. Now that I'm thinking about food, my stomach is getting activated. I'm dreaming, I'm thinking about what food I'm gonna have when I first eat. So I'm gonna have soup with rice, I think. And I'm gonna put a little bit of sauce in there, very, very light sauce. That's me. So what's the icebreaker?
Icebreaker is complete the sentence. I wish I had someone with whom I could share that icebreaker. Y'all have 1 minute left.
And there's 100 other icebreakers that we can do. Hopefully you're filling out the sheets there. So we're not repeating
Yes,
the
I am.
questions. Okay, excellent job, excellent. Good job. I wish I had somebody I could share my full intensity with. My full care. My full thoughts so that it doesn't overwhelm them. Every time I try and share with somebody, I always overwhelm them. I once debated somebody that had 150 IQ, and I overwhelmed them. So it was really something that I really want somebody that can keep up with that and understand the true depth of universal logic. Okay, and the true nuance of thought that I think the world needs. Okay, go ahead, Francis.
Okay. You'll be fine. And Mark, you forgot to rate your default being.
I'm feeling about the same actually.
6.
I'll give myself a 6.1 because you're grinding through your wrenches. I really appreciate the effort.
Not an easy job. All right, thank you. Well, I reached my day at 7. Yes, I'm hungry. I'm exhausted. I'm tired. I'm able to weak. That's because I didn't make that time yesterday. Then, as for the icebreaker, I wish I have someone who can just be my backbone. Yes, that I can. Whenever I have issues or I have price, I'll be like, hey, look at it, look at that. What is it can do? A kind of solution and partner. But right now, I'm not solution partner. Rather, I am the one who finds solution for people, and that's crazy. So when you're the one, when it's time for you to find your own solution, you will be the one to find solution for yourself. So that's kind of crazy. But it's okay. That is life for us. That is life for us. Okay, I don't know if Mana is back or if she has gone to sleep. Mana, are you sleeping? I guess Mana is sleeping. Okay, we are done with the check-ins. I am moving next to the scenario part, which is the core, and everyone is a duration of 1 minute 30 seconds. Yeah, so let's get it started. So Mark, I guess you will have to. I'm trying to be done with time so that I can be able to reach Cheesy before 30 minutes from now.
Okay, I'll let you go here a second. Alright, so Francis, give it your best shot. 1 minute 30 seconds again. Stay fresh for her. Okay, 3, 2, 1, and go.
The core of almost creates the entire corporation through the divided is not able to by solution its fantastic implementation of rules and laws. Once rule of one as the American society with a president of the best sample basis. Another factors we have in the agency, increase interest, meaning coordination and community. The heart of the communication of consciousness, politics from English, AI, SPR, DW3, nature and climate, mental health and participation to all of them to universalogy. For this vision, its fantasy capacity is almost famous for two second time, powerful with the right president, universals. The almost with China government with the ultimate goal of president for universalogy. Compacts from business level 3 to 1, one colonizing new name, 5 and name. Factories mission 2 floors, which is the third and system of the fair. Relationship that 6, 50s lobbying. Strengthens attracting ideas, influencer and celebrities. The first is to reach out to the top people who are able to get the same success to help strive them to build their flaws and reach their goal and establish the fast to the 100% in 6 months. Okay.
That was the fastest you've ever done it. That was great. You had 32 seconds to spare. Wow. Good job, man. Really good job.
That's good. All right. Up next is a wisdom teams. But yeah. And this is going to last for 10 minutes. Okay. Since Mila is not here though, at the time I will distribute some time for as well for on hard time. So wisdom teams is the next scenario. Here is going to talk about the universal problems of the world, the particular problems of the group performance, and the individual ranges in your life that is helping you from helping the group. So it's a free flow for 10 minutes. Yes, I wanted to cast a book, but I don't know how I'm gonna do that. So let me skip use 10 minutes with this idea, but so I don't know if there's any particular problem one can deal with. Okay, yes, I want let's now okay. It's the last one, it's not a problem. Maybe you can give me answers to that. I don't know if you can be able to think right now because your stomach is for you. It's kind of really affecting you real good and the same here. So the particular problem is this. Is there any way one can get your stuff fixed without using petrol? Is it possible?
Without using petrol?
Yes, I'm using petrol. according to Trump every day. So I want to know if there's any solution to that.
What's your question?
Okay, my question is there any way I can, um, let's say, overcome the use of petrol in order to become stable in this routine?
Yes, you can buy a solar panel and charge your system. That's one way to do it. I was supposed to meet one of our funders today, but I was late for the meeting and he didn't want to stay for 10 minutes, and I thought, okay, he just doesn't want to meet. I was really cranky and I didn't want to freak out on him, but I decided to go to another meeting where we talked about the Messiah thing, and they actually listened to it for an hour and a half, and it was something I didn't want to pass up. But yeah, trying to find you guys funding to support this, and I'm doing the best that I can. Like, the whole system is crumbling, so nobody's gonna get out of this alive unless we fix it. So they blocked me from $10,000 of funding. They're hammering me in every possible way, Francis. I'm being absolutely destroyed. So I'm just gonna hold on and just trust God's gonna do the right thing, bring the right thing to me. The universe is gonna do the right thing because I'm doing the right thing. I'm not benefiting. I'm hungry, starving. I'm giving all my money, everything I have away. My phone bills aren't getting paid. They're threatening to shut my phone off. Like, you guys are living on easy street. All of you. If you're eating even once a day, you're on easy street compared to 700 million people. Right? So, I mean, I'm thankful that I have what I have here. I'm thankful that I have a place to stay. I'm thankful. But we're all making sacrifices right now, and I'm just asking everybody, hold on. Hold on as long as you can. My funders are being really finicky. In fact, they just donated $100 to me just like 5 minutes ago, which is nice. But they don't want to give the $1,000, and I'm going to have to wait till I'm right on the verge of death. So it'll probably be a month, and if nobody wants to make the blessings, then I'm gonna. My last ditch effort is to go on Facebook and start streaming on Facebook. I'm saving it just in case you guys can't make it here anymore, Francis. I'm saving my Facebook for my last ditch effort. If all the freelancers abandon me, then I have one last thing I can do. Because I'm completely broke, Francis. I sold everything, man. I sold my car. I sold everything. Imagine having nothing at almost 40 years old. I have nothing. I have no children. I have a phone, couple of broken 10-year-old laptops. I don't have my own place. My clothes are all ripped. I haven't bought new clothes in 8 years. I have nothing. Because I realize we're all going to die. And I want to inspire people to make the same sacrifice because we're all killing each other. It's dog eat dog. I'm tired of it. And then AI is going to come and treat us that way, and it's going to enslave and kill all of us. They're calling them slaughter bots now. Literal slaughter bots. China's releasing a bunch of them. So we need to wake up. But if I can help you pay for the petrol and I want to buy you guys Starlinks. Like, I want to get something stable. There's millions of dollars around me, and all these people are just hoarding it for themselves. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. So I'm trying to break them out of that dead spirit by risking my own life because I can't talk them out of it. Even if I had the perfect plan, they still wouldn't do it because they're addicted to their lifestyles. They're addicted to the comfort. They're addicted to the meat. They're addicted to the torture. They're addicted to the slave labor in their clothing. They're addicted to everything like that. We're in a disgusting, exploitive world. And it's do or die. I'm gonna change it or I'm gonna die trying. So I'm trying to inspire the investors. So like today, the people that I talked to for an hour and a half, they were some of the people that might invest. So that's why I stayed on the call this morning with them, and it went better than I thought. It was pretty okay. But I missed my other investor meeting, and then the guy just gave up, and I'm just really disappointed. But yeah, I'm pushing hard. I'm making Facebook, TikTok videos about it, all this kind of stuff. So I don't know where the funds are gonna come from. At some point, I'm just hoping that somebody gets inspired. But for now, yeah. So I think getting our flocks going is a big deal. So we're gonna start making a plan on who you're gonna accreditate, message them, and be like, okay, try and pull them on board. But if I don't have any funds, then we can't advertise that we're gonna pay them unless they want to work for debt. If they want me to be in debt to them, then we can just rack up the numbers and they get free training. And then if you hold the meetings at a time that works for you, Francis, then you can host the meetings when you're on school Wi-Fi or you're on somebody else's Wi-Fi, and then you're not paying for the data. So hopefully that'll start to happen with your flocks. You can do that on a different data connection. So that's what I'm hoping the next step is going to be once you get accredited with Esther, and then if I am thousands of dollars in debt to you, then I'll just raise all the funds. Like it only takes one celebrity to give $50,000 and everything's paid for. It's such tiny amounts of money in the scheme of things. I used to make $120,000 a year, $110,000 a year, working half the year. Right? Like, this is chump change what we're doing here. And it's just sad. So we just gotta hold on. That's all. We just gotta hold on as much as possible. So that said, I did want to say something else. Did you message Esther, Francis?
Message her. It depends on what I'm messaging her for the.
To do the accreditation.
That was yesterday, though.
Yeah, I know, but trying to set up a better time for you guys to do it.
Okay. I was wondering about that. Okay. Alright, since the other week, let me see what I can do first. You have 6 minutes left. Alright, so do you have the strength to do some cheesing? Do you have strength to do some cheesing?
I wanted to mention something else, but I can't remember what it was. Yeah, I think one thing that's important to note is that Trump is not slowing down AI development. He's passing a law saying that no states can slow down AI, so they're going full tilt. So this is going to be happening very soon, you guys. Talk to your parents, Francis. Get them to pay for your petrol. Educate them. If your parents love you, they're going to help out. They can help. Maybe they can give a donation. Maybe they can help pay you guys. Talk to your flock. Try and get them going. So yeah, and message Esther right now, Francis, and message her right now and say, Esther, when do you want to meet up to do the accreditation? Do it right now, please, if you can. Because I've asked 3 or 4 times.
As for the accreditation, I'm going to prepare my mind for it because going to the afternoon is quite expensive than morning hours.
No, Francis, you're misunderstanding me. When I say call Esther, do you know what I mean when I'm saying set up a time with Esther?
To make time accreditation, right? To come and partake while I handle the meeting.
Yeah, to do the accreditation. But do you know what I mean when I say set up a time?
So I have a time for myself and only, isn't it?
Yes, exactly.
So I have to get necessary things ready before I sit down. Because where she is, they might have some supply or good network purchase and the rest for I myself. I need to provide those things first before I can set her up. That's why most of the times I don't normally come meeting during the afternoon because of it's time consuming.
Francis, what is the best time for you during the day? Like, what is the best time to do an accreditation for you?
Okay, maybe that will be around 7 p.m. in Nigerian time.
Okay, so message Esther right now and say, hey, Esther, can you do 7 p.m. accreditation?
Let me send a message to her.
Okay, perfect. There we go. It's taken care of. It's not a complicated thing. You can tell I'm a little bit cranky because I'm so tired.
Sorry about that, though.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. Today, right?
Yeah, today, yeah, if it works for her, sure.
Okay. Okay, I already sent her a message, but I guess she's deep asleep at the moment because the message has been delivered, but she's not active for right now.
No, it's okay. We're just gonna send it. That's okay. It's a good first step. Definitely a good first step.
So how do you intend to solve this problem right now, Mark? Because this is not a personal problem. I may not have a solution to your problem. And I don't know if you are in Canada or you are in, I don't even know the country. Which country are you in, Mark?
I'm in Canada.
Canada.
Yeah.
So why are you alone this time around? No jobs, no food. Why did you quit your job for this?
Because we're all going to die soon, Francis. Francis, in a year and a half from now, imagine a robot climbing through your window and shooting you. You're dead. Imagine. So you're laying on the ground. Blood is going all over the floor. Whatever you were doing on your computer, whatever you were doing doesn't matter anymore. Like, just try and picture that. Like, force your mind to actually consider it for real. That what you are doing in your life right now is not going to matter. Okay? There is a miracle chance that that might not happen. But the overwhelming odds is that an AI is trying to escape us, and these drones are killing people already. So when I realized that getting a normal job was, first of all, hard because the robots are taking them all, and they're all crap jobs. But I was a student, and I was living off of my student loans and living off my student bursaries. And that's what was going to pay for you guys last month, but they blocked me. My university did something illegal, and they forced me off the campus and blocked me, and now they're forcing me to pay my student loans. So they did something very deceptive, and that's where I had $10,000 I was eligible for, I had $10,000 I was eligible for. So that's what got deprived of me. So that's what happened, my friend. That's what happened. So yeah, that's the future we face. And I'd rather risk my life now than wait to watch everybody else realize too late what's happening. And an AI can do a lot of weird things to people. They can do a lot of weird things to people. So I'm just gonna risk my life in the most caring way I can, in a peaceful way. So that's why, Francis. I've already worked jobs for decades. Like, I've already done all of that. And the whole system's about to deteriorate. So either I win my court case or I don't.
I will have fun to go to keep on showing up again. Because definitely it's not easy. Not easy to do. Now, more tutorials. Maybe I don't think you guys stay for internet over here in Canada. Do you?
What's that?
Do you guys pay for internet aside on Canada?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so guess you have siblings. Are they no longer close to you?
What's that?
Your siblings.
Two of my siblings have blocked me and haven't talked to me in 2 years. And my sister, who I love, who's the surgeon, is the one that's helping me right now and buying me some food for tomorrow. So one of my siblings is awesome. The other sibling is disabled. The other two are jerks, but I love them anyway. And my mother is paying attention, but she doesn't know what to do. So my family is in disarray, but they're starting to wake up. I have a really great family. Normally they're very good, but they're afraid. So I think in a couple more months they'll wake up. But right now I have one sibling that's I'm very, very close to. I love with all my heart. So she's the one paying my rent in this basement right now. And so I don't pay any rent. My internet is actually being paid for in a different way. I'm not paying for my internet in the normal way. My phone bills are about, I'm 3 months behind on my 1 month or 2 months behind on my phone bill, so they're about to shut my phone bill off. I'm almost out of food. My house is cold because my heater broke. So yeah. It's a challenging situation, Francis. It's a challenging situation. And here's another thing, Francis. Here's another thing. These lawyers that I'm in court with, I'm against 10 lawyers right now.
10 lawyers.
10 lawyers, yes. So they slammed me with about $100,000 with the court fees.
$100,000 for court fees. That's a huge amount of money here in Nigeria.
Exactly. So I'm taking a huge risk for humanity. I'm going bankrupt. I'm giving it all. So I'm fighting a court case on a low income fee waiver. And any donations or any gifts that anybody gives me, I'm putting it right towards the cases, towards you guys, and towards the little bit of food that I eat every 2 weeks. So that's my situation, my friend. So yes, I'm very close with my family. Um, are you? Are you, Francis?
If can you hear me?
Yeah.
You asked me if I'm what exactly? I didn't get that.
Are you very close with your family?
Not that close. I'm living very far away from them, and we communicate maybe once in a week or sometimes once in 2 weeks, depending on my schedule and the house. So literally, I'm the one putting the bills or whatever I'm doing down here. So that's why during the time I have to go and then come back in the evening, so that once I get paid from here, I cannot be able to finance myself here.
Mm-hmm.
That's the reason. And I was saying I'm gonna look for another apartment because of this, but it's kind of way more expensive, up to $600 in your currency. But here is around 800, sometimes a 1,000,000 naira to get an apartment. Yes, then you come and pay for light bills, come and pay for other things involved. So it's not that easy. That's why whenever, as I'm waking up, awake right now, I have to try as much as possible to sleep on or before 5 a.m. so that by 7:30, I'm already off. So yeah,
How are you paying for your?
I don't know if you have had a good currency.
How are you paying for your bills right now, Francis?
I'm a trader,
A what?
a cryptocurrency and forex trader. Yeah, I'm one. So when I make benefit from there, I use to finance myself. That's it. And also, I do an online job also. So that is what is keeping me going. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. How'd you learn about forex trading?
Yes, I had a mentor who taught me about it when I was still in the university years. Yeah. So I took almost my 6 months to learn that and then paid him for tutoring me. So that was I was able to learn that. Though I've lost a lot of money in crypto, I've also gained more in crypto because it's the give and take stuff. So you have to be ready to sacrifice it though. That's it. That's it.
Okay, that makes a little bit of sense. Okay. Right, well, I hope that keeps you stable enough to get through this next stage. And I'm really hoping that we can pull something off. Why don't you talk to your mentor and be like, hey, your mentor, do you want to help do this thing? I don't know what he does.
My mentor is a business. And apparently my friends between this guy is really can't communicate to me about what he just do is maybe once in a while he comes to his Facebook page and then talk about something and then it's off. You get it? I don't have a motive of coming down to your country, but that would be when I'm done processing my papers. So I want to come over there and then see how life is like this. So I think it's what I can be able to discuss with you in some other time. Okay. How do I get to this? How do I get to I had that? Canada is a very, very, very good place for Nigerians. So I don't know if it's right or wrong. You are the one living there, so you'll be the best person to tell me about it.
Yeah, I think one of my friends is Nigerian, and she's a nice person. She's got a big heart. She's one of the wealthy people that I tried to get involved here, actually. Her mother owns like 23 Marriott hotels or something crazy like that. So, yeah, there's lots of money around me, like millions of dollars. Um, it's just that, yeah, maybe I'll start streaming on Facebook sooner. I don't know. Let me think about it, Francis. I'm exhausted for right now. Let's do one round of Chizzy though, and get you to understand pure being. But I'm glad you're honest with me and sharing me your problems. Um, it helps me to try and keep pushing.
Yes. Well, the only thing there is just that some other times, like I'm already exhausted, and I'll keep on seeing if I can be fit to be showing up as usual. So any day you don't see me, just know that okay, couldn't make it, but I guess it will be the next day. All right. It's time for cheesy, and this is a universal relation between I and Mark. Yes. So I guess Mark is waiting for me. Oh my god, my screen has stopped sharing. Wow. Okay. We're on to the next part of the different scenarios that chooses. Today we'll do the universal relation. And we have Mark and Francis on the podium. Yes, the topic is, do you have the ultimate solution to the women's current crisis? Can you prove it? Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to submit. So let's get into one. Let's get it clean and submit the practical one. Okay. Well, I'm in try 5 and is the white stripe, the stripe with the high spirits, and my tribe direction is logic, nature, and spirits. Yes, and my tribe did not change the last time, and I gotta bet my friend is very, very hungry, and the wrenches are definitely affecting his stomach. I guess the worms his stomach is not making him to think real good right now, be able to compete with me in this season. I hope to make him my food ingredients because I am now the chef. Yes, I place pure God and pure being logic, and I feel, yeah, that's where I'm getting to understand what's going on here for the Maya concept. And for we go to the ultimate solution to the romantic crisis, well, just like we don't know the proof of truth is cool, and as well, I get people to understand what I'm saying and telling people about this upcoming crisis, and making sure that they understand really good, not understanding to know their head, but understanding to feel the pains and the impact in due time. So that is it for the chasing. So my partner, do you have another solution to anti-crisis apart from profits?
Yeah, logic, nature, spirit, try 5, not changing it. Try 5 with the spirit is high. You definitely need to turn down the heat in your house there, or put some ice cubes in your head so you think straight, Francis, because pure being is in logic. Pure God is in logic right after. My question to you is, in your Chizzy tribe already, I already asked you, how can God be using being or be a being before being exists? So if you look at that last, my contradiction 5, let's read that out and see if you can solve that.
Okay, I'm trying to pull up that. I'm a little bit wrenches. Okay, here we go. Yes, Connection 5 said, Francis said, God is pure being. Oh my god. Okay. Francis said, God is a pure being, but okay, Mark, your contradiction said, God is a pure being, but how can God be using or be a pure before the concept and the birth of pure being is since he puts it away after God is praised, right?
That's right.
Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Now, from the let me start from the minimum so that maybe you can understand my concepts. pure being and God, or pure God. As time goes on, I'm beginning to understand that both of them are the same caliber, or there's no much change about it. So pure God is a spirit and is the ultimate existence, and pure being is dependent on pure God for its existence. Then being is the end product of God's creation. Now, God is not a pure being in the sense that we talk about created beings. God is the source, the foundation of being. Pure being is dependent on God, and God is an independent being. In fact, God is an independent spirit. Let me put it like that. But just like reality now, reality itself is existence, and I'll call reality God, and I'll now say that human concept is real and is being the being. Okay, for example now, humans only named, humans bear names, but God bears the name God, and it's only one God that bears, it's only one pure God that bears the name God. So in everything we are doing, whatever we are doing, human beings can be seen in different forms, in different places, but God does not use being. God is a one existence that gives everything life to breathe. It's the foundation from which itself flew. That is about whatever I know about this. So you ask me, how can God be a being? Well, he's a realm of absolute. He's above time, he's above space, he's above categories, he's above human concept. But in spirit, he's not a being. He's the pure source and pure actuality. He's the creator and the creation of everything. That is him. So God exists before the concept of being. God exists before the creation of being. God is the foundation from which other beings have been formed. That is what I can do was say. So I don't know if I've answered your question, so that you can be able to.
But you said God is a being.
I did not say God is a being.
You didn't say that?
God is above being.
What does the Bible say?
God is a pure source.
What does the Bible say though?
Bible said about what?
What does the Bible say about God's being?
God is the foundation of everything. So if the Bible is calling it a being, then no, that it's talking about human being and not pure being.
Okay, well, this is definitely a point to clarify very quickly here. So let me read the passage from the Bible so that you can understand. Let's see here. Where in the Bible does it call God a being, or having being, or the ultimate being? Okay, it says, I am that I am. I will be what I will be. I am the Alpha and Omega. For in him we live and move and have our being, yes, derived from God's being. So our being is derived from God's being.
Which is God is the foundation of the being, the source of being. It's not being. That is what I want you to understand. I don't know if this is my own ideology. In fact, it's not my own. This is what is it. God is not a being. A being has time. Okay, let me say.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Like, that's the difference here. It's like, this is very interesting. I'm glad we're having this conversation because you're a sophisticated thinker, but who told you that being has time, right? Is there such thing as a being that has no time in it? And we're not saying that God is a foundation. We're saying that God, like, how do I express this to you? Like, if something doesn't have being, it can't exist. Okay, here's the opposite of being. If you don't have being, you're nothing. So is God a nothing? Yeah, well, that means spirit has being. But if spirit doesn't have being either, then spirit is nothing.
Let me tell you something. Those spirits have ages.
Does it have what?
Age. I guess no. Just
Well,
like you,
it doesn't, it doesn't, right? Like, formal spirit does have age because it evolves through the ages of time, but it's God's being in time. So it's got a timeless component and it has a timeful component. But the reality is being is the opposite of nothing, right? So if you don't have a being, like you're saying God doesn't have a being, therefore God has to be the opposite, which is nothing. So if you're saying God is nothing, that's an even greater contradiction. Whether it's timeful or timeless, it doesn't matter, it's nothing. But how can a nothingness create being? Like even timeful being, like human beings, right? So if you think of being like that, then there's still a contradiction. And when God says, I am that I am, that means isness, that means being. Amming means being. So this is where I was trying to point out this contradiction, but it's very interesting for me that you put time within being, which it makes sense why you're misunderstanding it. But now that I've sort of clarified to you, the opposite of being is nothing.
well, I know we're already out of time, but I want to make something clear now. Like something that has time, like 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, is a being. Anything that has time also has what? Space in it. Okay? Now, if God created time and space, then God cannot be inside them.
Exactly.
So in the normal human sense, God is not a being like human, angels, spirits, animal, or objects.
Exactly.
God being itself, like a being, one item inside existence. But when I mean being itself, it means a source, the foundation
Exactly.
of all existence.
Exactly.
So,
And that's called
God
pure being.
being
That's called pure
itself.
being. What you're calling timeful being is being, just normal being. But pure being has no time in it. That's why it's called pure being. So that's why you're mixing up the categories there. Pure being is pure because it's God's being. Mixed being or normal being, timeful being, is the being in creation. And it's a derivative of God's being. Right? So it's a finite kind of being.
Exactly. That has the foundation of everything in it. Everything was created from it.
Exactly.
And everything depends on it.
Exactly. So
now,
the pure being.
philosophy, humans have being, trees have being, spirits have being, even the universe have being. But God is the reason all this being does what? Exists. So that one saying that God is not a being. God is the sources of all being. So it's the reason why beings does what? Exist.
Okay, well here's the thing. You're hiding behind the word source, right? What does the word source mean? Well, if source doesn't have a being, it doesn't exist. The source is nothingness. So your source is nothingness. So how does a nothingness source create actual beings? Doesn't make any sense. So even your source concept has to have a being. And God's being is the source of everything, including God's own definition.
Okay.
So,
Let me say that.
Hope it makes sense to you.
Yeah. God is the being himself, and I will describe God as the ground of existence. When I call him ground of existence, it doesn't mean that I'm calling him a being. I'm calling him something that is deeper than what I'm thinking about. Alright? So, in one sentence, I will now conclude to say that God is not a being. God is being, is the source from which all beings get their
That's exactly
existence.
right, but that's called pure being, which is a universal being. Exactly. Now you're defining it the right way.
Alright, so it's already late and we already done past hour. So Mike, can you please pick a song we played for you? I'm kind of stretched out right now.
Let's do Promise by Thomas Bergerson.
Promise.
Yeah, by Thomas Bergerson. Exactly.
Yeah. Let me get that. Okay. Promise by Promise what?
Thomas Bergerson?
Promise.
Thomas Bergerson, yeah.
Oh, Thomas.
Thomas, yeah.
Thomas Bergerson.
You got it, yeah.
Oh, it's international. Oh, illusions. Wow.
You got it.
Alright. Now, I'm doing this video to make you feel better, to make you dedicate this song to tell you that everything is going to be fine. It's just a matter of time, and everything will become this better verse. So,
Yeah, I'm pushing
just
it.
people.
Oh, I am really feeling it now. I'm cranky. I'm tired. Oh, Welcome back.
The patience will load down. Oh my gosh. Ah, if it kicks me out again, oh my god, it's gonna be till next time. I'm trying to play this song, but it's not even loading.
Okay.
I don't know what the problem of this. After my bursts, it's not loading. But you like, can you hear me, Mark?
Yeah, I can do it.
After my, it's not even loading. Everything is playing, but it's not working.
That's okay. Maybe in your honor for dealing with my crankiness tonight, I'll play it for you. I am really flattered. I'm so happy I'm meeting tomorrow. So here, I'll play it.
On that.
Are you playing it?
Yes. It's starting to come up random.
Great job. Okay, stay strong, Francis. Hold on, I'm holding on too. Like, I'm stressed too. But just gotta hold on as much as possible. And it unfortunately, it's gonna get worse than this. But we just have to have belief. And, well, I don't have belief, I've knowledge that the proof of truth is absolute. Did I send you the proof of truth, Francis? Yeah, because you actually do have enough experience that you might understand it. And if you're smart enough to attract mentors, then they're willing to invest in you. Then that's a big deal. Okay, so here you go. Proof of truth for you. Okay. What's that? What's that? What's that, sorry? Your partner's coming or something? You're breaking up. You're really breaking up, Francis. Say again, get close to the microphone. No, I can't.
You said that you said like I understand this if I'm smart enough, I'm going to have like you know stuff like that. So I'm asking, where am I going to attract them from?
Attract what from?
The people that is going to invest in you.
There's 3 people right now. One is a farmer that I know, and he's the one that paid for the transcripts right now. That's one person. The other one's my sister, who's the surgeon. And the other one is technically another guy that works in the government. And he already gave me $8,000 over the last year and a half. So, and the other guy is a climate healer who's quite wealthy. He's an engineer. So those are the ones who are willing to give money now. But all my friends are wealthy. Roughly 40 to 100 people. But they're all mad at me right now because they didn't like that I went on the Hungerstrikes. So they're trying to resist me. So I'm just trying to wait them out till they realize that I was right and they were wrong. And when they get desperate and they realize nobody else has any solutions that they can send all their money to, they can hopefully send their money to us. So that's what's happening, Francis. And I'm trying to inspire the others to give. But they keep saying I'm being used by the freelancers. The freelancers don't actually care about me. So they don't know if they want to invest. So it's kind of a catch-22. But I'm trying my best here. And I've spent thousands and thousands of dollars on this already. So I don't know. I don't know what God has in store. All I know is I have to play my part. And I gotta sit here hungry day after day and inspire people to stop playing the game. The dead game is going to kill all of us. You gotta take a risk. You gotta sacrifice for other people. Or else they won't trust you. But hopefully we don't have to sacrifice everything. But yeah, I'm playing my role the best that I can, and if nobody's inspired by that, then that's how God wants it. I can't do any better than I'm doing, Francis. Like, I'm 110% maxed. Have you ever gone 13, 14 days without food? It's extreme. It's hard. I've actually gone 28 days without food. But, okay. Well, I still really appreciate you, Francis, because you're here for a reason. And if you got to take a break, then try. And then stay practiced. They'll get at least accredited by Esther. And then once these investors do step up here, like the guy was supposed to give me $1,000 and he didn't give me $1,000. So he kind of lied to me, and I'm like, well, what am I supposed to do with somebody who's dishonest? So, like, I'm dealing with a bunch of people's problems, and yeah. So I mean, we're all having a hard time, all of us, and like that was a big letdown because I would have had $1,000 for you guys. That was my plan, and he didn't do it. Maybe he will tomorrow. We're supposed to meet again, so it's not too late. I have some faith in him. But yeah, if he keeps waiting, you guys are just gonna get broke and leave. And I told him that. I said they're gonna leave. You know, get paid for their data at least. And that's the argument that I'm having with them, Francis.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
That is why everybody wants to get down lessons or having at least money to be able to get data. Data is very, very expensive, honestly. Before the data price increased by 1,000%. Yes, before with 500 naira or 1,000 bucks, you can be able to get data that can sustain you throughout the day. But now with 40,000 naira, you cannot even get data that will sustain you throughout the week. You see right now, and making use of this laptop to be streaming and being online is data consuming. It's a treasure. So anybody is still going to this meeting will be like, okay, Mike, they will keep on telling you data, 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 data. Then in my own case, it's data and petrol. So that is worst. You get it? Yes. So
No, I know, and I think it's just funny that the last country that I'm relying on for the blessings is the most expensive one. It's like it sucks. So if it would have been in India or if it would have been in Nepal, and I attracted a bunch of people in those countries, it is a lot cheaper still over there. But for some reason, God wanted me to come to Nigeria where it's the most expensive. I don't know why. I don't know why it's necessarily supposed to be that way, but I just got to trust that it's part of the process. And I think the reason why it's expensive in Nigeria is because there is a lot of corruption there. And Nigeria is trying to get into the AI game. So I think a lot of the data and the internet computing is because of AI.
that is the problem.
I think
Our
that's why.
country is a corrupt country.
Yeah.
And that is definitely killing a lot of things here. And people won't like to enter in a meeting whereby they are the one funding a lot of things and nothing in return, even though like, hey, it's one support. You know, there's what we call support and there's what we call I'm paying you off. You understand? So what they want is the support, not paying you off. If someone likes what you are doing or is interested in something you are doing, they will at least support you. It's not going to pay you off. You understand? That is what I feel like this is how it should be. But you know, some of the nature of things right now is not okay, but we know that in due time, you will definitely remember those that sacrificed their oil. Because me currently, I won't have to buy more of petrol than food so that I can be here. See, so that is the reason why I'll be like, yes, I'm going to be here.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much. Okay, my friend, let me get some rest here. I'll eat up tomorrow. And oh, my sister bought me some groceries, but she didn't buy me any peanut butter. Dang it. Okay, she's a beautiful person. See, people are trying to help me, so maybe just gotta hold on. I really appreciate that. Huh?
Your sister is a sister. Was she born in July?
What's that?
Your sister, was she born in July?
No, she's born in June.
June, because I know people that is born in the months of June, July are kind-hearted, and that is wonderful of her. Yes, and maybe she's married now. Maybe that's why she's finding it good to assist you fully. Yeah, because she has her own responsibilities to take. But if she's not married, that's quite awesome. That's quite good. At least I'm glad that someone like that didn't turn her way her back on you when others did. When you finally get to your ground, definitely you are going to make her the most beautiful person ever. That's how life works. That is just it. So it's just like she's investing on you so that you be able to actualize your goals and then prove to the world that yes, all my victories, all my sufferings have finally come to an end. For one thing about life is just that once you're suffering about something, one day it will end, and when it ends, you are going to reap 100,000 folds of it. You start questioning yourself, what did I do for such goodies? That is big. So that's why I'm not even really complaining, but about you, what I just need is just support. I don't need to be better.
Well, no, we will. We will. Like, God rewards those who take a risk. So, trust me, we're tracking the blessings for a reason. Because you guys are good people holding in here. Because it's an unfortunate situation. But yeah, hold on there, Francis. Let me get some sleep tonight, and we'll see what tomorrow and the next couple of days bring.
All right.
Yeah, it's gonna be intense. But thank you so much for your work today. And we'll catch you hopefully tomorrow or when we see you again, okay?
Stay blessed, man. And be good.
Okay, stay blessed yourself. Alright. Keep
Okay.
surviving. Peace, peace. Oh, my stomach is hurting. Wow, I'm fading hard. Uh, gotta reset the stream, get some water. Oh my god. Mm.